Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
As the first batch of colonists who came across the sea, Mr. Howlet has a strong aggressive nature, tough, stubborn and full of oppression. He considers himself one of the pioneers of this great era. Yes, he considers himself not only an adventurer chasing dreams but also a new aristocrat who brings the spark of civilization to barren lands, even though his father is just an old man, chief mate of an ocean-going whaling ship. This man has his proud capital. In 1763, Britain brought Canada into its colonial back garden. In the early summer of 1802, Mr. Howlet came to this unsettled land alone at the age of 17, with only one rod inherited from his father, old-fashioned flintlock muskets and £3.15, and his elder brother got the second-hand whaling ship belonging to the Howlet family and the family whaling business accumulated by the old Howlet all his life. More than 40 years have passed, and everyone in Edmond knows Mr. Howlet. He is the largest farmer and rancher and landowner in Western Canada, and he is also one of the richest among all British colonists. For many years, people have only known him as Mr. Howlet, but few people have heard his name. He also only calls himself Howlet, thinking that only he can represent the real Howlet family. What worries Mr. Howlet the most today is that the family is not prosperous. Although he worked hard on women's bellies when he was young, he is now 60 years old and has only one son, John, and a grandson in his teens. James. Is Jamie better? Mr. Howlet said dully, biting his pipe. Father Hans has seen it. He still has a fever but he stopped coughing. He woke up for a while, fed some water and fell asleep again. John carefully comforted his father. He knew that he had lost a grandson in this place. How important James is in the eyes of his old father. Mr. Howlet sucked hard twice, spit out a long mouthful, and said angrily, "When I was 10 years old, I could already carry a harpoon and send it to the blacksmith to derust it. You were in good health when you were young, weighing more than 40 pounds. The calf ran around in his arms. How come it looks like a premature lamb when it arrives at Jamie's place? Now the child may not be as strong as before. Tony is so young. He was infected with the disease? Those damned black animals brought the dirty things from that evil continent. Since then, no black thing has been able to serve the Howlet family? No more." How Mr. Leet stared at John and said every word. The knuckles of the pipe he was holding turned white. John regretted mentioning the deceased son, blushed, and asked his father to rest assured, and dragged Mr. Howlet to the living room rest. Lying on the bed, James listened to the conversation in the corridor verbatim, and felt that it would be safer to pretend to be asleep at the moment. After waking up, he asked for some water instinctively, and then he closed his eyes and thought blankly about the current situation. If a person dies and is reincarnated, there must be a process, like walking through the underworld, or being squeezed out of the mother's body, but the current situation is like the time travel popularized by movies and novels. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to wake up from the nightmare, trying to make himself distinguish between illusion and reality. Perhaps it was because the young child was too weak after experiencing a serious illness, and fell asleep in a daze before he knew it, but his mind kept flashing back to the scene of boxing practice. During the struggle between life and death, his weak body could not sustain his breath, and the child named James had only a few years of childhood. The lovely little maid Rose, the strong body but a little bully that he had always envied. Victor, the beautiful mother Elizabeth who doesn't get along very often. The condition of the little grandson on the tip of his heart made Mr. Howlet feel much better, which also made the whole manor deeply relieved. In fact, the servants and slaves are used to such a depressing atmosphere from time to time. Master James he has always been weak and sickly, and often has a high fever and drowsiness. At this time, all the subordinates will be careful in doing things and speaking, and mistakes that they usually don't care about are easy to be punished. However, such a situation can hardly affect the half-old children, especially the gardener Thomas Logan's son Victor, who loves to stay aside when James is sick. Mr. Howlet felt that Victor would be a loyal domestic servant in the future, so he couldn't help but have a little more affection for this child, but James' father, John Howlet, disliked Victor very much, except that he made people feel dirty and hideous. The thick and long nails are more due to his father. After dinner, Mr. Howlet heard that James had got up and had some toast and fruit, so he went up to visit with high spirits, and opened the door to see his little grandson looking up with his head up and looking around in high spirits. "Jamie, how do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable?" Perhaps only in front of this grandson, the old man could see such a complicated expression on his face. He tried hard to maintain his usual serious and disciplined demeanor, but it was difficult to conceal his urgent concern. Grandfather, I'm much better. My head doesn't hurt at all. I'm sorry to worry you again." Mr. Howlet looked at his grandson with complicated eyes. James looks very much like his mother Elizabeth. He is a beautiful child, and he is also very sensible and polite. This is completely different from the Howlet family's rough and tough looks, and the gentle and elegant personality is even less like him. The dark hair color and eye color are exactly the same. The life should be stable, and it's better to be gentle. Mr. Howlet was thinking about it, and then he gave James a few words and left the room. Old Howlet seemed to feel that his grandson had undergone some unexplainable changes. The tone of his speech alone had become much sharper, and he was not as hesitant as before. He babbled, bit his pipe and went downstairs. James, who had dealt with the old man, slumped on the bed with mixed feelings, looked at the 19th century European-style layout around him, and silently accepted the fact of this new identity with his fair and young hands. Since then, there has been no more Bei Fang from the previous life. The revenge has been avenged. Although he died with his frail body, there is no regret left, let alone a sorry teacher. There is only a little Mr. Howlet, James Howlet. Feeling that James' memory is full of illness, high fever, and weak life memories. He felt resentful in his heart. Couldn't it be the turn of a normal and healthy body even after traveling through time and space? Cursing silently, only hearing a rush of going upstairs, the door was suddenly pushed open. James? I heard you recovered. It's still hard, but it should be fine, thank you, Victor. Victor Logan paced around the room carelessly, clutching a knife in his hand, sat down beside James' bed, and began to trim his excessively thick and long nails. Respect and humility in front of the young master. James was not angry, but just watched with interest as the older child used a pocket knife to file off the long nails bit by bit like chipping wood. You are always like James, always so sick. Victor cast a disdainful glance at the delicate doll-like boy leaning on the bed, but at the age of 15 or 16, Victor already had some light beards on his temples and cheeks, and his thick frame already looked like a grown man of bulk. I heard that you were always sick when you were a child, James asked subconsciously. Victor paused for a moment with the sharply cutting knife in his hand, and did not answer. A batch of fine bread foals are coming soon. If you continue to act like this, don't even think about riding them, let alone Mr. Howlet. I'll let you touch it. Victor stood up with his head held high, patted his trousers with some nail shavings, and strode out of the room without even closing the door. James stretched himself up with some difficulty, pinched a piece of nail that had fallen on the bed, and looked at it carefully. There was something faintly flickering in his eyes. In 1845, Canada had just completed the unification of the top and bottom, and it was the largest overseas colony of the United Kingdom. Edmond, where the Howlet family is located, is the largest city in Alberta. Although in the eyes of the British aristocrats far away across the ocean, the colonial landowners are by no means qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with themselves, but it cannot be denied that in this area, the Howlet family is the most powerful, rich, and powerful aristocratic lords. Summer in the Midwest is the hardest. The towering and long Rocky Mountains block the cold tundra climate in the north, and the cool wind in the east also lingers at the foot of the mountains. There are enough ice cubes in the manor room to cool down. Even the horse house, the big guys here also have such conditions. But the workers and slaves in the ranch and farmland can only let their sweat become the oasis for watering the land. Mr. Howlet believes that they are naturally adapted to such an environment, and said that this is very consistent with his consistent strict and fair remarks, because most of them are dark-skinned, and they should live under the sun as a matter of course. James has just adapted to the daily life of the so-called aristocratic class in the past few days. He already has a tutor who has begun to teach him writing and arithmetic, accompanied by the guidance of aristocratic etiquette. This teacher was hired by Mr. Howlet from London with a high salary. He graduated from Oxford with a bachelor's degree in literature and history. He is also proficient in French and Latin. Mr. Howlet cannot allow his grandson, the future heir to the family, to grow up in this land of lack of civilization as a cowboy who can only harness cows and shoot guns. The Howlet family wants to become a real British nobleman, and James should have the best education since he was a child, for which he paid a full weekly salary of £13. Every day, little James has to learn 1 hour of arithmetic with Mr. Daniel, 1 hour of English and history, and 1 hour each of French and Latin. It is rare for Daniel to give him a 15-minute break in the middle of each class, mainly because James' learning progress and effect have made great progress in the past month. Although he has always been a well-behaved and obedient child, it must be said that at this age, he is full of curiosity about the outside world, and books are not always as cute as Little Ponies. It's just that the little maid Rose who has been studying with him in the past has far better grades than James, which makes Mr. Daniel unable to relax his homework. Okay James, that's it for today. It's very good, especially the arithmetic. I think you can help Mr. Howlet in a few weeks. French needs to be improved, which is very important in the UK. Language. Yes, Mr. Daniel, then I'll go first. After bowing her head politely, the little maid, Rose O'Hara, raised her skirt slightly, made a standard lady's salute, and left with James. I heard that you can see fireflies over the valley field at night. Master James, do you want to go? O'Hara, who was shaking bright red hair, looked at James expectantly. There were some freckles on her nose. It is so conspicuous on the skin, but it makes the little girl look very delicate. Sorry, O'Hara, I have to review the homework left by Mr. Daniel tonight, so I can't accompany you. James was not moved by the cuteness of his little maid, and he dealt with it a little laxly. It's like this again. You still call me O'Hara now, and it's not just strangers who call me by my surname like that. Hearing the obvious aggrieved and unhappy complaints from the side, James couldn't help comforting himself with a headache, because O'Hara RA sounds cuter and more suitable for you. That's right. Master James, do you think I'm cute? The child's temper became like the weather at sea. There was a storm brewing just now, and now the sky is bright again. Yes, you are the cutest in the manor. O'Hara giggled in satisfaction, completely forgot about the fireflies in the valley field, said goodbye to James, and went to the servants' room for dinner. Even James, who has never had a child in his previous life, is really troubled by this little tale who follows him every day. O'Hara's mother is Mrs. Elizabeth, James' mother's personal maid. Since his brother Tony, who died without meeting him, the Howlet family has never used black servants again, and the O'Hara mother and daughter came to Canada from Northern Ireland to make a living. The voyage to get here is not easy. Many unsustainable British civilians from poor families will choose to come to the colonies to serve the rich and manor owners. Although the life here is not as rich as in their hometown, the income is high, and more importantly, they can experience the upper class to some extent. It's like waiting for someone. Fortunately, every day James uses reading and studying as an excuse to win a lot of time alone in the room in the morning and evening. At the same time, his rapid progress also confirms what he said is true. Everyone in the manor knows that Master James's greatest hobby is to study hard by himself in his room, otherwise he really can't think of how to explain that as a child of 12 or 13 years old, he spends 4 or 5 hours alone by himself every day, and it's not chasing foals and climbing banyan trees like before. Of course, James' real hobby is not reading and learning. The level of education in the 19th century was very limited, let alone the colonial areas. Even high-achieving students who graduated from Oxford without majoring in mathematics and science can hardly compare with Chinese students with solid basic education in terms of mathematics level in this era. In the previous life, Bei Feng's English was average, but the accumulation of thousands of words completely exceeded the language level of a child. The only thing that needs to be worked on is the two unfamiliar French and Latin, but it is not difficult to learn the two languages seriously, regardless of the childish mentality. After dinner, after dealing with his grandfather, his parents chatted and asked, and James politely asked if he could go back to his room to study his homework. After Mr. Howlet nodded with satisfaction, he went upstairs and closed the door gently. Ding Ding stood still and closed his eyes for a while, let out a long breath, squatted down slightly with his feet spread apart, his hands resting on his waist, and just stood in the room strangely. The doors and windows of the balcony are wide open, facing the bright and numerous moon and stars above the head, and the body slowly rises and falls with breathing. After a long while, the standing body was slightly warmed up, and then he paused to lift his shoulders. The whole person just touched the ground with his toes, stretched his body flat, twisted his spine with the orderly sound of joints, and lowered his body. Just like this, he changed more than a dozen movements one after another, and it took a full hour before he stood still and closed his body. After a few random moves, he fell on the bed, thinking about it incessantly. For almost a month, I stood the pile method of building the foundation every day, performed a set of Bajuanjin in the morning, slapped the joints of the whole body, and practiced the basic Yujingong in the evening. This body is not as unbearable as I imagined. It should be nothing like a healthy child. 2. Why have you always been sick for no reason since you were young? Could it really be just a severe allergy? This thing may not be cured by practicing boxing. James lay empty on the bed, planning how to deal with himself in such a strange world. Maybe it's because of the mastery of boxing, and the spiritual and psychological cultivation has reached the state of exploring and knowing the sky, and I am especially adapted to the surprise of time and space turning around and reincarnating at this moment. What's more, although his predecessor had excellent understanding, he was born with a lack of vitality and blood, and his bones were extremely poor. In professional Western medical terms, he was born with congenital heart disease and kidney failure, and his bones were also very thin and fragile. The body of a sick young man who died prematurely improved his physique by practicing Niajiaquan step by step from light, dark, to transformation. Even so, it is only comparable to the physical functions of ordinary strong and ordinary people, and the heart will be overwhelmed if too much force is urged, and die early. Although it looks like the original world has gone back in time for more than 170 years, and it has come to Canada, a very backward British colony in the middle of the 19th century, but at least the family is very good, and it seems that it has no worries about food and clothing for the rest of its life. Although there are some physical problems that I still can't figure out, but it is better than the previous life. Dong dong. With two muffled sounds, Elizabeth pushed open the door and asked softly, "Jamie, are you resting?" "Not yet, mother." James sat up and looked at the stunning woman. "It looks like you've been studying for a long time, and I told you that your body is just right and you shouldn't be too tired." Elizabeth sat beside James, hugged him and said with distress, and kissed his forehead lightly, "I'm really fine. It's been more than a month, and I've recovered a long time ago. Look at me, I'm fine recently." That's good, Elizabeth murmured, holding James' hand tightly again. She was always full of debts after James recovered from illness, because her eldest son Tony died in her arms, causing this woman to collapse into hysteria, and James always had a fever and sickness, and every time it seemed to evoke past memories, she became insane and out of control. When James had a fever and fell asleep for the first time at the age of 4, Elizabeth hugged his small body and kept crying Tony's name. Mr. Howlet ordered his servants to put Elizabeth under house arrest in the room and not allow her to come out. This also made the mother feel very guilty for not being able to accompany her sick son, but there may be other reasons. Victor Logan is a very special child. This not only refers to his young but tall and strong figure, his fingernails look disgusting and hideous, but more importantly, he does not look like a servant's son at all. He speaks and behaves as if he is the young master of this manor. There was an unyielding pride in his bones, and only when he was in front of Mr. Howlet would he restrain himself, and even show a little humility of a servant. Even in front of Mr. John, he often speaks bluntly, which may be another reason why John hates him besides Victor's father Thomas Logan. The temperature is cooler at night. The large balcony in James' room is not only spacious, but also has an excellent view. He also likes to practice here more and more. It is something mysterious about sucking moonlight, swallowing clouds, and revealing, but it also pays attention to a clear and broad mind. The magnificent Rocky Mountains and forests that are far from being set foot by human beings, the many stars above the head and the huge bright moon. This kind of practice environment can be regarded as the mountains nourish the muscles and bones, and the stars are open to serve as governors as mentioned in the boxing scriptures. An excellent environment for practicing power, breathing, visualization in mind. A set of tendon-yielding exercises can now be practiced completely. After all, the body of a child is suitable for building a foundation of such muscles and veins. If I started practicing exercises in my 20s, I don't know how fast I have made progress. How many times? James was lying on the balcony a little bored, and the huge manor was eerily quiet. People in the 19th century didn't have much entertainment, and around 10 o'clock in the evening was like the loneliness at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. James' father, Mr. John Howlet, went to the east to inspect the breeding of livestock in the pasture in recent days. Now John is basically taking care of the family's affairs and business, and Mr. Howlet basically stays in the manor for retirement. But as long as he is here, all the properties of the entire Howlet family will continue to operate in a safe and stable manner. Elizabeth, you listen to me, damn it, wait for me. From the balcony, James vaguely heard a suppressed roar sounding in the garden not far downstairs. Thomas, you hurt me. The woman's sharp voice sounded, and this time James confirmed that it was his mother Elizabeth. He swiftly rolled over to the roof ridge under the balcony, and tiptoed closer like a civet cat. Tell me, does James have anything to do with me? The gardener Thomas Logan was wearing a flaxen coarse cloth shirt. He was a burly man with thick hair on his chest, and he was holding Mrs. Howlet's delicate arm with one hand. No matter how much she wrestled and tore, she didn't shake a bit. James is of course John's son. How can you, a rough bastard, give birth to such a beautiful child as James? Elizabeth's snow-white skin was flushed red with shame, anger, or violent struggle, and she responded sharply to Thomas Logan, questioning. No, James is not like me, but he is not like John at all. He just looks like you. Back then, I was surprised that the day James was born was the same as us. Shut up, Thomas, shut up your stinky mouth. We've finished it long ago, and I won't allow you to mention that again, ever. You're just a gardener. Just a gardener. Elizabeth scolded angrily like it was deeply rooted in Thomas Logan's body, and the man's face was full of gloom, and he let go of his hand, strangely calm. Yes, I'm just a gardener, and you are the most honorable hostess of this manor, but what can Mrs. Howlet, who is having an affair with the gardener, be proud of? No, Thomas, no. Can't let people know about us, you understand. Howlet will kill us. It was just my mistake. I lost Tony, and Victor's mother. He also died because of his dystocia, and we are just two sad people who got together accidentally. We really can't let people know about this. Elizabeth's beautiful face was full of pleading, which was unbearable. At least you think about James. He's so young. Do you think Howlet will keep him alive? So James is my son. Thomas's emotions became warm again. Elizabeth didn't answer the call. She was too quiet, as if nothing happened this night, and all the answers were self-evident. Let's go, Elizabeth. Let's get out of here. A hint of contempt flashed vaguely on Mrs. Howlet's face, but the drooping cheeks concealed it well. Where can we go? We have nothing. Where can we go with the children? She sighed helplessly, full of desolation and hesitation. Just the two of us? We can go anywhere, even we can go to the United States. Go back to England. I only want you, only you. You should understand my heart. When we were playing together when we were young, you like me more, don't you? John is just lucky to have the surname Howlet. Elizabeth was even more ashamed of this man who was willing to abandon her two sons as long as a woman, and she didn't care about regretting her past mistakes, so she comforted Thomas and said, wait for me to think about it? My dear, it's not a small thing, at least we have to plan it out. Elizabeth's soft voice made Thomas Logan overjoyed. This muscular brat nodded excitedly, as if a beautiful and happy life in the future was just around the corner. The two whispered for a while, and quickly left the garden, leaving only James lying in the corner of the room looking up at the starry sky, motionless in astonishment. This is probably a standard bad vulgar triangle relationship. The young John, Thomas, and Elizabeth grew up together. They were very close when they were young. Maybe John and Thomas are still good brothers. Both teenagers liked the beautiful Elizabeth. At that time, the tall and strong Thomas was more favored by girls. But after growing up slowly, John, as the son of the manor owner, naturally has a bright future, while Thomas is just a poor boy from an ordinary farmer's family, so it goes without saying in Elizabeth's mind how to choose. The former brothers turned against each other because of this, and the simple friendship of the three no longer exists. Perhaps something happened in the middle that made John Howlet begin to hate this childhood friend. But now, if the absurdity of Mrs. Elizabeth and Thomas Logan is revealed, it will be a murder without a doubt, and even Mr. Howlet's precious grandson James will not be spared. He didn't quite remember when and how he got back to bed. What James was worried about wasn't that his mother had an affair with the gardener and that he was a bastard who was struggling, but how to get out of this disaster. The little maid Rose O'Hara has now completely become James' follower and sycophant. Every day in class, she can be heard exclaiming, "Master James is great. Master is amazing," and other words. Mr. Daniel is also more and more relieved about James' homework, but today, although James has always completed the homework and questions assigned by himself perfectly, he always looks absent-minded. "Okay, James, let's get out of class early today. There is no need to worry about arithmetic and English at your current level. Go and play for a long time. You have really worked hard in the past few months, so I will treat it as a reward for you. Let it go. Half a day off." O'Hara cheered excitedly on the side, and praised Mr. Daniel again. This villain is destined to be troublesome in the future. James still thanked Daniel politely and walked out of the room. He does need some time to think and deal with some issues. "What is Victor doing recently?" he asked O'Hara beside him as he went downstairs. "It should be the same as before. I start tidying the garden and the lawn in the morning, and I will go to the stable in the afternoon to do things," the little maid muttered while wringing her fingers. Victor's father is really too much. Let his son do all the work of the gardener, and sleep at home drunk every day. "Master James, we haven't gone to visit Victor for a long time. Let's go and see him in the afternoon, okay?" she begged, shaking James' arm. "Okay, go to the stable house to find Victor in the afternoon." O'Hara was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the young master, who has always been reticent recently, to agree so quickly, and she couldn't help but smile, and followed happily. James desperately needs to talk to Victor right now, to have a good chat with the half-brother about their father. There are two things most in Howlet Manor: horses and guns. In colonial areas, whether it was the early wars with the natives, the struggle between Britain and France for territorial power, or the current conflicts between various manor owners competing for pastoral areas, force always came first. This is a bit like a certain degree of separatism, and the governors and governments of the colonies are also willing to deepen their local rule in this way. Although the empire on which the sun never sets is powerful, its land and population are limited, and the country cannot deploy enough force to maintain stability on every piece of colonial land. Therefore, all people or forces loyal to the imperial family can recruit troops and buy horses on their own, enclosing land and becoming king. All that needs to be done is to pay the taxes that should be paid. As for the existence of the government and the meaning of the law, it is not so important. There used to be a very famous decree of the British royal family that as long as the treasure is dedicated to the Queen, even pirates can be granted the title of nobility. There are two stables in the manor. The one on the east side occupies a huge area, which can basically be called a horse farm. It covers an area of more than 30 square meters. There are more than healthy horses, and more than workers take care of them day and night. Mr. Howlet can mobilize hundreds of Western knights with guns and horses at any time, which is also the confidence of being the largest manor owner in the Midwest. In this day and age, such an estate is largely a military base. The other stable is much smaller, with only a dozen horses, next to the manor. These horses are good horses that Mr. Howlet likes very much. Except for the Howlet family riding themselves, they are usually only used as studs for breeding. The head height of each horse is more than 1.8 meters, the coat color is shiny, and the spirit is hale and hearty. Victor Logan is working here. Victor Logan. Before entering the stable, O'Hara started calling Victor's name. There are enough ice cubes in this luxury stable, and the temperature is still cool. Victor Logan, wearing a sleeveless waistcoat, was grooming a tall black shiny horse with a soft brush. This is a stallion, and also the best stallion in the manor. Its forehooves are far stronger than ordinary horses, and its mane is thick and slender. Look, they are all extremely handsome. Its name was Black Mountain, and it was Mr. Howlet's favorite. Victor raised his head slightly, glanced at James and O'Hara who came in, and said hello. James looked at Victor carefully, and didn't say any greetings, but O'Hara jumped up and down, caressing Montenegro's body, and chattered to Victor. And the more he looked at it, the more surprised he was. Victor was only 15 or 16 years old this year. He not only had the height of an adult, but also had an extremely wide frame. With a beard, he already looked like an adult man. In particular, his hands are extraordinarily thick, and the dimension of his wrist joints is more than 2 circles larger than that of ordinary men. Kung Fu practitioners have roughly divided the thickness of bones into single bone and double bone. Far beyond this category, and the fingers are long and thick, and the joints seem to stretch the skin, not to mention the thick and long nails, which look more like the phalanx has grown flesh, or in other words, this is purely the claws of beasts. In the eyes of this former martial arts master, this body surpassed all the categories expressed by the gifted martial arts conditions. What's even more strange is that James has always heard that Black Mountain is the best and most fierce stallion, and few people can get close to it except Mr. Howlet. But in front of Victor, he is very submissive. James can vaguely smell a faint aura lingering on Victor from the sensitive perception inherited from his previous life. The butcher of the killing camp is more like the taste of some kind of high-ranking predator. "I haven't seen you for a while. Is it possible that you are sick again, Miss James?" Victor spoke first, but the work in hand did not stop. James didn't pay attention to his sarcasm, walked over to look at the black mountain, and leaned over to stroke its mouth. Victor subconsciously went up to stop James, but Montenegro did not resist as imagined, and obediently lowered his head, rubbing against James' little hand. Victor looked at him strangely and remained silent for a while. O'Hara, look at that pony over there. James pointed to a pure white pony inside, and O'Hara's eyes turned pink immediately, and he ran over, holding the pony's neck and touching it again and again. Dear. Victor looked at James more and more differently. Do you do so much work every day? I heard that you do most of Mr. Logan's work. James asked seemingly casually. Not everyone's surname is Howlet. What do you eat if you don't work? Victor's words were so natural, without dissatisfaction or complaints. He paused for a moment, and then said, that person knows how to drink every night, and has been sleeping soundly during the day. I won't do it, and wait for Mr. Howlet to drive us away. James keenly noticed Vivian when Kadu mentioned that person. The masseter muscles on his cheeks swelled up. Then, is he treating you well? James asked a little directly, and he even regretted that he shouldn't be so anxious. Surprisingly, Victor was not angry, but said with some complacency and mockingly, he doesn't feel much pain when he hits me now, and he can't even leave any scars. Use. Well, how about keeping him away from you? This sentence seemed to startle the little beast. Victor stared at James. What do you mean? It's nothing, just ask casually. Since you hate him so much, you probably don't want to stay with him. Victor sneered and looked away. I'll leave by myself when I grow up. At this moment, O'Hara came over with the cute white pony, and shouted at James, Master James, I want to name it White Pigeon, can I? It's a horse, why is it called a dove? The little maid shouted in disbelief, no, the white pigeon is very cute, like a lady, please, Master James. It's up to you, anyway, no one cares what you want to call it. James said helplessly. O'Hara hugged the pigeon contentedly, and begged Victor to carry her up and ride for a while. There were a few dull and quick footsteps approaching the door of the stable, and Mr. Howlet pushed the door open and entered. As an old man in his 60s, in this era when the average life expectancy is not high, it is already rare in ancient times, and it is even rarer to be as capable and agile as Mr. Howlet. You can imagine how strong and energetic he was when he was young. Mr. Howlet, who saw his little grandson at a glance, twitched his grey beard, and said loudly, there are 2 little guys who skipped class. O'Hara jumped off the horse somewhat cautiously, bowed to Mr. Howlet, and remained silent. James walked up a few steps and said, Mr. Daniel is on vacation for half a day today, you can't blame us. Mr. Howlet laughed heartily, rubbed James' hair, and said to Victor, the hair color of Montenegro has become more and more pure recently, you are doing well, Victor. This is what I should do, Mr. Howlet. Victor responded softly, and this steady look made Mr. Howlet nod his head slightly. Okay, I haven't moved for the past few days, and I'm taking Montenegro out for a stroll. Do you want to come together, James? That's great, Grandpa. I've always wanted to try riding on Montenegro. James replied, pretending to be happy. Then he asked O'Hara to go back after playing for a while, and followed Mr. Howlet out of the stable. Even the ordinary linen shirt and wide-leg trousers that come standard with denim, Mr. Howlet wears them with a special taste. He is not the kind of elegance and nobility accumulated by the nobles over the years, but rather has the heroic spirit of a veteran in the army. The room is neat. He bent over and lifted James to sit on the horse's back, took the rein, and the 2 of them strolled on the vast pasture together. What do you think of Victor, Jamie? Asked Mr. Howlet. Young and mature, calm and powerful. James replied briefly and quickly. Mr. Howlet looked at his little grandson in surprise, raised the corner of his mouth and boasted, it seems that you are really good at studying now. Daniel is right, you are really making progress. Mr. T nodded again and strode forward in great relief. Seeing this, James thought about it for a while, and said to Mr. Howlet, Grandfather, I heard that Victor's father, well, is not easy to get along with. Mr. Howlet did not answer directly, but said, what do you have? What you want to say, finish it first. That's right, Victor is available. In the future, I will also need people to manage the family business. The loyalty cultivated since childhood is naturally the strongest. It's just that I heard that Victor and his father Thomas Logan, the relationship between the husband is not good. It is said that Mr. Logan, besides drinking and never taking care of Victor, often beat him, scolded and whipped him. I hope to improve Victor's situation to a certain extent, so that he will definitely benefit us. Special thanks. Mr. Howlet looked at James more and more differently, and he asked back, then what do you think should be done? James thought for a moment, and said calmly, it's better to let Mr. Logan leave the manor and go far away. Give him a position with no rights, but he can live a more nourishing life, such as taking care of the northernmost cattle ranch or the eastern cotton garden. In this way, Victor can not only leave him, but also grow up under the upbringing of the Howlet family. Will definitely be able to serve the family well in the future. Mr. Howlet, whose pace slowed down, let out a long sigh. I have estimated your growth, Jamie, as much as possible, but you still surprised me so much. I still underestimated you. Very good, very good, very good. As expected of my grandson of William Howlet. James lowered his head a little shyly, thinking in his heart whether this idea is worth being so happy, and then he thought that he was only 12 years old after all, and he was a weak person in the past. With an introverted personality, it's no wonder the old Howlet is so happy. Mr. Howlet, who was a little calm, continued, "It's very good that you think so. As the future heir of the family, you need to have such considerations. I have felt for a while that this Thomas Logan will make trouble sooner or later if he stays in the manor. If something goes wrong, you don't need to worry about this matter. Grandpa will give you a satisfactory answer." The grandfather and grandson strolled around for a while, and then went back to prepare for dinner. Doing this is an idea that James has considered for a long time, and things have gone surprisingly smoothly so far. He thought about all kinds of possibilities, and the safest thing was to kill Thomas Logan, but as his real biological father in this life, although James didn't have much resistance in his heart, he didn't want to bear the consequences of patricide. He didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary, and besides, he was only in his teens, so even if he had some means to deal with Thomas Logan, he still had to bear a huge risk. Letting him leave the manor is the best choice. Even if he is unwilling or refuses, Mr. Howlet has a lot of ways to deal with Thomas Logan. Lady Elizabeth's business. James, who put down a huge stone in his heart, ate another steak at night. He now eats more and more. The practice of Qigong in the past few months has obviously promoted the development of his body, and he has not suffered from inexplicable illness like before. After dinner, Mr. Howlet mentioned to John and Elizabeth that he wanted Thomas Logan to go to the northernmost cattle ranch to guard the hay and other materials, and give him a relatively generous weekly salary and a small house. Elizabeth was overjoyed to support Mr. Howlet, forcibly saying indifferently that it was all up to her father. On the contrary, John objected a little, saying that Thomas would come out sooner or later. Mr. Howlet couldn't help being dissatisfied with this weak-tempered and indecisive son, but he felt a little more comforted when he thought that his grandson was a man who could make things happen. Things seem to be in order, and the estate seems to have escaped a possible storm. Faced with such a promotion, Thomas Logan refused without any surprise, but gritted his teeth and agreed when Mr. Howlet told him indifferently that if he didn't want to go, he could leave the manor and go wherever he wanted. That night, he tried to get close to Elizabeth, told her all this, and wanted to advance their elopement plan, but coincidentally, Mrs. Howlet had been reclusive recently, and did not give him the slightest chance to meet and talk. The weather in Alberta has been gloomy lately, as if something is brewing. At night, a dull thunderstorm sounded in the dense sky as black as thick ink. In this era, when there is no moonlight or starlight, the outdoors are really dark. Thomas Logan sat on his old cloth sofa, his body sank deeply, holding a bottomed bottle of rum in his hand, and 2 empty bottles under his feet. Victor had already hid in his room and lay down, not sure if he was really asleep or deliberately kept silent, as if he didn't exist. Logan's dark cloud-like black and red face was full of ferocity, roaring in his heart, accusing everything. Alcohol burned Thomas Logan's head, and his muscular brain was full of power under the pouring of spirits. He got up boiling, grabbed the shotgun standing by the bed, opened it and looked at the barrel with a shake of one hand. He put the loaded bullet in the gun, and loaded the butt of the gun. Thomas Logan pushed the door open and strode out, and finally there was a thunderbolt from the sky, and heavy rain poured down. After all, Mr. Howlet was getting old, and he couldn't fall asleep on such a rainy night. The old man was tossing and turning on the bed, feeling a little restless. There was a faint sound of banging on the door downstairs, but it was not very clear under the interference of the heavy rain. Boom! The loud sound of the door being blasted open by the shotgun woke him up completely. Mr. Howlet jumped out of bed, took out the musket in the bedside table, checked it, and quickly walked out of the room against the wall of the corridor. "Elizabeth! Elizabeth!" Thomas Logan couldn't help shouting, wandering in the hall of the main building of the manor, yelling, his head red like a fighting cock. John also put on his clothes and left the room. He comforted his wife not to move and to stay in the room. "I bumped into my father by the stairs. It sounds like Thomas. I'll go and have a look." "Father, go back and rest. It's fine." The old man wanted to hold his son, but he just pulled the corner of John's clothes. John said don't worry, and ran down with his bare hands. Mr. Howlet hurriedly went down from the other side, called 4 guys who had woken up and got their weapons ready, nodded slightly, and led others to follow quickly. When he was just approaching the hall, there was a bang, and the blast of the shotgun rang out again, and his heart sank. The old man, trembling his beard, stepped up the steps in 2 steps, only to see his son in white. The gown and pajamas were lying in a pool of blood, and the entire chest was soaked in bright red. Thomas Logan stood aside, panting heavily, holding a gun, as if a spectator. He watched the 4 gunmen around Mr. Howlet raise their shotguns to face him. Dazzling sparks flashed from the muzzles one after another. "John Howlet has been our honest and loyal partner. In his whole life, he has shown the greatest kindness to his family, friends, and everyone he gets along with. Now he is buried, and the time to pass away has come. He feels that beautiful life with the greatest love. When he leaves he has walked the way, he has kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for him the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will give to John in that day, not only to him, but also to all who love his appearing. Amen." Father Hans recited the eulogy solemnly and compassionately, and the crows on the rosebush howled without winking. Beating time for the priest's lengthy tone. Elizabeth Howlet's face was pale, and the layers of black veils covered her face, and the black and white colors were so dazzling. James in his arms tightly pursed his lips, and his small face was tense. He didn't cry, but it made all the people who saw this scene even more heartbroken. Such a young child lost his father, but tried his best to pretend to be strong, which made the guests who came to pay homage hate that devilish gardener even more. After the ceremony, James was the first to go to the coffin that was about to be filled with soil, put down a sprig of white chrysanthemum, grabbed a handful of floating soil next to it and sprinkled it, and people stepped forward one by one to say their final goodbyes. Mr. Howlet stood far away. After everyone left, the old man picked up the shovel beside him, walked slowly to the grave, and filled it with soil one by one. The original grey hair and beard have all turned into silver frost, and the kindness brought about by several years of comfortable life have disappeared. It seemed that overnight, he became the man named Bloodmane again, but this time the blood red was stained by his son. Rose O'Hara looked at James, who was walking in front of her, walked away from her mother and took his hand. James turned his head and smiled reluctantly, but did not refuse. He felt remorse and guilt in his heart, and he couldn't say how deeply he felt for John, but he could feel John Howlet's pure fatherly love. Maybe in a few years, he would truly integrate all his emotions and consciousness into this place. In time and space, he will sincerely accept this man, even if he knows deep down that this is not his biological father. What's more, John is a kind person and the most innocent person. He always believed that his former brother was only a drunkard and a bastard because of his wife who died of dystocia. The disgust and hatred for him may be more indisputable, and even the moment the bullet entered his body, he might not believe that Thomas Logan would treat him like this. James' own careless behavior has brought unpredictable consequences, and the unprovoked death is the greatest tragedy. The surrounding manor owners seemed to think that the loss of their son in old age would crush Mr. Howlet. After they heard the news, they became restless and began to make provocative actions on the demarcated boundary of the pasture. Mr. Howlet's inactivity until John Howlet's burial sparked more activity. On this very night, the day after the funeral, Mr. Howlet rode Black Mountain with little James in front. In front of him was the entire manor land illuminated by torches, and more than 300 cavalrymen stood standing, which far exceeded everyone's estimation of his strength. Many faces are so familiar, the watchmen in the manor, the servants, the farmers in the field, and the guys on the horse farm. These brothers who accompanied Mr. Howlet to build his foundation stayed with him in another way. They put down their guns and picked up farm tools, gave birth to children, and tended the land, but they picked up guns again, just to be themselves again. I buried my son today, and I have time to deal with other things. It is unfortunate for people to encounter such a thing when they are old. Many people may think that I will lie on the bed at this moment and call my son's baby name. They even wanted to come and see for themselves how I went with John. But they had no guts. They didn't have the guts to stand in front of William Howlet. Well, let's go to them and tell them if I'm the original me, and you are still not the original wolves. He tightened his whip, whipped Black Mountain vigorously, and ran out of the manor, followed by the knights behind him like a dragon. Like a scorching sharp knife piercing the night. One night of non-stop rush, 3 towns, and 7 manors, 210 lives. For these, Mr. Howlet paid 34 old brothers. But he didn't hesitate for a moment from the beginning to the end, and even James, who had been in his arms all the time, didn't have the slightest resistance. He could feel the terrifying stability of the grandson's small body in his arms. He thought the child would be trembling all the time, and even begged him to go home and find his mother. And James watched the scenes pass by with wide eyes. Even if the chest of a teenager who looked the same age was opened, there was no change. When the dawn was approaching, the team finally returned with a bit of exhaustion, and Mr. Howlet was suddenly inexplicably afraid that his grandson had been scared to death. He regretted such an approach with great fear. The child, who was less than 12 years old, had just lost his father, and he didn't dare to think about it again after seeing such a night of killing. Jamie, asked Mr. Howlet tremblingly, speaking to James for the first time that night. What's the matter, grandfather? James turned his head to look at Mr. Howlet. Although his grandson hadn't slept all night, he looked exhausted, but his eyes were bright. Mr. Howlet's heart sank heavily. The moment he heard the response, Mr. Howlet aged rapidly as if under the illusion, and his spine that had been straight these days finally softened. Sorry, Jamie. James looked at his grandfather strangely. The thing I promised you before was not done well. A very small thing was not done well. James' heart seemed to ache at this moment, and he grabbed Mr. Howlet, who was covered in blood and guns. The oily rough hand shook gently. Grandfather, it's really not your fault, it's really not. Mr. Howlet rubbed James' soft and thick black hair, and said, remember all this, deeply remember. I will, grandfather. It wasn't until dawn that Victor Logan found a dead body full of crows and unknown birds in the wild valley at the far east of the ranch. His approach startled the little guys who were eating breakfast away. The corpses were already in tatters, especially the entire face was completely pecked to pieces, making it impossible to distinguish the appearance, and there were some carrion and fibers hanging from the 2 eye sockets. Victor picked up the corpse that was much taller than him, and walked vigorously towards the hillside. When the red sun was rising, he just climbed to the edge of the cliff on the top of the mountain, threw off the corpse on his shoulders, and just planed gravel and clods in place. He dug very quickly and with great force, and his fingers rotted within a few strokes, but the thick and long nails seemed not to be affected at all, and they vaguely grew longer. The fingertips were still bleeding, but what Victor himself didn't notice was that although the fingers had been worn and cracked, they always healed little by little, and they didn't get any worse. In this way, with one hand, he dug a pit deep enough for one person to lie in. Victor picked up the corpse beside him, threw it in neatly, and filled the hole. Picking and picking around, I found some stones, and laid them on the soil one by one. I won't set up a tombstone for you, lest someone dig your grave. A bastard like you is not qualified to use a cross, and I don't know what the priest is saying, so let it be. Don't ask too much, it's over. Father. Victor turned and went down the hill without looking back. That night in the late summer of 1845 in Alberta was privately known as the Wolf's Curse. Governor Fatiro Hunt personally sent someone to inquire and negotiate with Mr. Howlet, and made a rule that such a disaster could not be caused again. Mr. Howlet became famous all over Canada, and all the landowners everywhere knew that there was an old madman in Alberta who couldn't be messed with. After the funeral, Mrs. Elizabeth devoutly converted to God. This charming and beautiful woman has lived in seclusion since then. She goes to church every day and gives alms in the town to take care of the orphans and the elderly. Perhaps without Mr. Howlet, she would consider remarrying or leaving here, but both she and Mr. Howlet knew clearly that she was the root cause of John's death. Without James, the only heir of the Howlet family, the consequences of Mrs. Elizabeth may not be better than Thomas Logan. This old man has once again provoked the burden of the whole family. His body is strong enough. If everything goes on like that, he may live to be 80 years old. But in order to give his grandson more time, Mr. Howlet must grit his teeth and let him grow up as much as possible. James is still too young, but what makes the old man gratified is that he can see that what he insists on is so hopeful. Canada has not changed much in the past 10 years. The new Governor-General arrived a year ago. He is a hereditary marquis in his 40s. He seems to be dissatisfied with the status quo of the colonial manor owners being too autonomous and constantly trying to increase the authority of the Governor-General. Now Alberta's farming and pastoral areas and planting business are basically under the control of Mr. Howlet after that night 10 years ago, which also makes him the biggest thorn in the eyes of the governor. It is no secret that Howlet is old now. His straight spine could no longer hold up a few years ago, and Alberta before the storm was eerily quiet. On the other hand, the United States, which has been established for less than 100 years, is surging, with the rise of abolitionists, and the Free Soil Party organized by people who oppose slavery in the Democratic Party, and the Whig Party claims to establish a free state in the Western region. In 1850, the two parties reached a compromise after disputes, and Congress passed a severe fugitive slave hunting law. In 1854, Congress abolished the geographical boundaries between slave states and free states, which was strongly opposed by the northern industrial bourgeoisie. In the same year, the Republican Party was established, officially aiming to oppose slavery, and a bigger storm was brewing on the vast North American continent. James Howlet's life has not been turbulent after his father's death, and the big umbrella held up by Mr. Howlet has protected him firmly. Except for the first 2 years of homework study and observing and dealing with certain family accounts and personnel placement, he devoted all his energy to practicing and to deal with increasingly strange bodies. Bajuanjin is the most widely spread and most influential of the ancient Chinese body strengthening guidance techniques. There are many schools, including sitting and standing, civil and military, north and south, and many schools have their own training methods. What James practiced in his previous life was very little ancient Bajuanjin. The reason why it is difficult is because it is too ancient, and many of the acupuncture points for slapping have long been blurred, and no one dared to practice it. The Yijin Gong practiced every night is also called Yijin Jing. It was once regarded as the highest martial art in Jianghu by various stories, but it is basically just a way to build a foundation and strengthen the body, but it is more focused on stretching the tendons, flexible muscles, and bones so as to strengthen blood and prolong life. This set of kung fu was bought from the Shaoxi mountain gate by the former Beifeng's mentor in exchange for ancient Bajuanjin in order to repair and extend his body. It is also by relying on the regulation of viscera of Bajuanjin, swallowing body fluid and exhaling breath, strengthening tendons and bones, and regulating yin and yang of Yi Jinjing, so that it can withstand the vigorous practice of boxing. Even without these two sets of kung fu, he might die young before he was 30 years old. At the age of 16, James was basically able to complete all the movements required for these two sets of kung fu, especially in the end of the Yi Jinjing, not only the so-called one-character horse that ordinary people can understand, but also the big cross, fork, snake pan, etc., can even disengage the entire shoulder joint rotation, and ordinary locks and joint skills can be ignored. And he also deeply appreciates the benefits of children's kung fu. When he practiced in his previous life, his body's bones had already grown, and his progress was very slow. It took him 7 years to reach the current state. In the following years, James was not in a hurry to practice the old Chinese boxing techniques, but he continued to practice Bajuanjin and Yujinjing every day. And use the accumulation and knowledge of previous boxing skills to practice all kinds of foundation building skills and boxing skills that I had never had the opportunity to try at the beginning. He wants to build the most solid foundation, to see if he can practice boxing in this life to the legendary highest level with the soul of a martial arts master. However, the strange disease he thought would disappear has intensified. Master James? Wait for me. Rose O'Hara rode a white pigeon that was already a big girl and chased behind James. The bride in bright red long hair was pulled by the wind into a bright red ribbon and fluttered behind her. The girl's snow-white skin was a bit dazzling under the sun, her pretty eyebrows were frowning, and her waxy white teeth gently bit her plump lips. The straight and delicate bridge of the nose and the freckles on her cheeks are long gone. The little maid O'Hara has grown into a great beauty. Go back quickly, I'll go for a walk in the woods, and I'll bring you a rabbit to play with when I go back. The forest is dangerous, you can't follow, don't play tricks. James turned back and shouted at O'Hara, urging his crotch, Panda, speed up. This is the best descendant of Montenegro, with black and white fur, taller and stronger than its father. James named it Panda, and no one knew what the word meant. O'Hara stopped the white pigeon at the back, and turned around complaining, muttering something like don't take me again, master bastard, and so on. The sunlight falls between the branches of the forest, forming a Tyndall effect like a tulle that gently drapes over the young man leading the horse. His figure is so tall and well proportioned, and his proportions are very harmonious with the somewhat oversized giant horse beside him. James has neat short hair, and black eyes, very broad shoulders, making his head look a bit small. His arms are long and slender, almost reaching his knees, which may be the effect of those extraordinarily slender legs. His torso looks a bit short, and he walks ups and downs like a ferocious beast with only flesh pads. It is vigorous and agile. Aside from the thick stubble, his handsome appearance was even a bit more refined than O'Hara's. His masculine temperament made people overlook this somewhat feminine face. James tied the horse to a tree casually, jumped onto a boulder more than 2 meters high, sat down in a lotus position with his legs crossed, and closed his eyes to rest. Thinking about the changes in the physical state these days. The duration of the onset is getting longer and faster, and the frequency is getting faster and faster. In the last month, I was in a sick body state for 12 days. If this continues, I will become a waste sooner or later. James closed his eyes tightly, twisting brows, troubled. In the short first 2 or 3 years, his body grew up healthily like an ordinary child without any abnormality. With the practice of the 2 guidance techniques, her growth is getting faster and faster, her physical fitness is also improving, and her daily dietary needs are also huge. However, suddenly one evening, James felt hot and weak all over, and he didn't get better until the next day. After that, it happened every once in a while. When I got sick, I had a high fever of degrees, my muscles and bones were weak, I was dizzy, and my breathing was not smooth. Relying on the strong physical foundation developed by the increasingly profound boxing practice, he can barely maintain the normal life and activities of ordinary people, and find some excuses to read and rest in the room, without letting others know that he has developed a strange disease again. Almost everyone in the manor had forgotten that Master James was often weak and sick when he was young. James did not expect a doctor in this era to be able to diagnose his illness. Not to mention that he became a doctor after a long illness and had a deep understanding of human internal surgery. Just as a boxing master knows his own body, he is also familiar with this strange disease. No idea. It can be vaguely confirmed that this disease must exist at the genetic level. In this regard, James can do nothing. He is 23 years old this year, and he has been practicing Shafu boxing for 5 years. With the physical foundation laid by the unprecedented crazy foundation building all these years ago, he already has the destructive power of an Anjin boxer when he is not sick. Still in the humble times enough to protect itself. In the future, if it really turns into this state of illness, he can barely maintain the physical condition of an ordinary person, and this is an optimistic situation that the condition will not worsen, because James can feel that this strange disease is becoming more and more unbearable. Living it, getting stronger day by day, is about to break free from the cage. Destiny seldom shows favor to others, and often we feel that we have fallen to the bottom, but we are still too optimistic. The most painful thing is that she always leaves a glimmer of hope that makes people persist in bitterness and regret in sinking. At this time, James seemed to have fallen into a magic catastrophe in his practice. He should have been in a meditative state of emptiness, but he was annoyed at his powerless weakness and became resentful and ferocious. The eyes that opened suddenly were bloodshot. He slapped on the boulder with one hand, turned over and jumped down with a somersault, and frantically used every set of boxing techniques he knew. In his previous life, Master Bai Feng inherited from a secret line of form and meaning. In addition to the complete 3-body posture and 5-element boxing, there are very few true 5-animal shapes: dragon, tiger, snake, eagle, bear, and all inner martial arts. All sects of boxing regard it as the supreme marrow-cleansing exercise Habeo Leian. After the mastery of boxing, he learned Taijikun, Baguazhang, Bajikun, etc. from the elders of hundreds of schools. Although it is impossible to learn untransmitted kung fu such as big toed strength and hum-ha-tu sounds, but it is also the essence of each boxing technique. Panda on the side had never seen his master so violent. In late autumn, the lager forest was full of fiery red fallen leaves, which were swept away by the gust of wind and fist blown by this figure. Stepping on the gossip swimming palm, the pace turned quickly, the body shape continued to intersperse, and the fists and palms crackled. Suddenly it was the hammering method of Tai Chi again, moving block hammer, leaning body hammer, cannon hammer. The clothes and pants were blown by the strong wind, and the muffled sound seemed to be beating a thick-skinned drum. The 5-element chopping, collapsing, drilling, cannon, and horizontal fists are performed at will, and the air sometimes explodes like a thunderbolt, and sometimes roars like a muffled thunder. The shoulders, elbows, knees, and legs follow the movements like fists. showing the peak of strength. James ignored the horse's neighing and struggling. At this moment, he only had a fire in his heart, a fire that burned him madly. The rotation of time and space, the great fear under the supreme power of heaven and earth, the bewilderment and depression in the depths of another world, the great sorrow of being unable to resist when a serious illness is approaching. His boxing intention has never been so full of determination to change the world like this. It seems that the soaring boxing intention is no longer intended to defeat the opponent who should be a human, but to smash all the barriers of space and time, and smash the wheel of fate. Untiringly displaying all the skills I have learned over and over again, in the end, I no longer stick to faction routines, only the purest attack. Everything is instinct, the fighting instinct that human beings have for fighting and killing. James slowly felt a force in his body that was about to move. With the last tailbone of the spine, the electric current circulated back and forth. Heavy punch. Bang. The flesh-grown fist sank deeply into the 2-meter-high boulder that James sat cross-legged just now. The flesh and blood were intact, but the boulder seemed to have been gouged deeply by a punch. The small hole the size of the fist was wet, and the surrounding area it was densely covered with cobweb-like cracks, spreading inch by inch. Dark energy into. James finally stopped slowly. Yo-Yo withdrew his hands to calm down his blood, and nodded secretly. The strength quality of a normal body is much higher than that of the previous life. Even a healthy body cannot achieve such destructive power at all. At most, it can only leave cracked lines on the boulder. His heart was full of pride and ambition again, and the initial frustration and resentment were swept away. What a waste again. In this life, I will not only re-enter Huajin, but also sit on my hips with the alchemy in my hands, and become a stellar chi, so that my achievements will not be bad. Look at the limit of human physical cultivation. Look at this turbulent American continent. Look at it. What kind of world is this? James' eyes were bright and full of high spirits. Suddenly, the scorching heat that seemed to emanate from the bone marrow permeated every blood vessel, nerve, blood muscle, and even cells in the body. This feeling is so familiar. I would have a strange disease 2 or 3 times a month, and it came again. And, more intense than ever, the pain. James sat slumped on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. The pain was so severe that he couldn't even resist as usual. His hands were deeply embedded in the soil, trying to stop the trembling. James, who was kneeling on the ground, was sweating profusely. His dark pupils began to dilate, becoming vaguely olive-shaped, with a slight green glow. Unprecedented pain flowed between the arms, as if the bones were pulled out of the flesh, and the long strips of the skin were like parasites, spreading all the way from the forearm to the back of the hand, twisting and wriggling with. Tormented by the severe pain, James raised his head to the sky and howled. The shrill sound like weeping blood penetrated the sky, startling the birds in the forest, circling and neighing uncontrollably above his head. The dark woods suddenly became haunted. Panda next to him was lying on the ground trembling uncontrollably. Even James' crazy boxing practice just now only frightened it, instead of the terrifying tremor like a top-level carnivorous beast sniffing at its neck. His fists that were suddenly raised high in the sky were gradually covered with blackened veins. Puff. A pair of bone claws pierced through the phalanx of both hands. Silence, absolute silence. It seemed that the silent mode had been switched off, and even the wind had stopped breathing. All the pain receded like a tide, and there was only a wave of itching in the body, which disappeared in a moment, and there was even an unprecedented sense of relief. James stared blankly at the 6 pale bone claws growing out of both hands, and his mind went blank for a while. After a while, he took a long breath and looked at the pair of sharp claws carefully, his face full of complexity. The 6 bone claws are at least centimeters taller, the middle one of each pair is slightly longer, and the overall length is basically the same as the forearm. Thick as a thumb, shaped like a triangular pyramid, the tip of the claw is like a slender dagger, slightly curved, and each bone claw has a knob-like protrusion like a vine. This world is. James almost groaned to himself. He no longer knew whether he should be happy that he had solved the strange disease, or be distressed by the miraculous result of a collapsed brain cell. Logan, Victor, it seems so, I am that. Wolverine. James quickly connected scenes of details that he hadn't thought of before, Victor's strange fingernails, the surname Logan, and this vaguely familiar story. In his previous life, he was not a fan of Marvel movies or anime, but he had more or less watched some Marvel-related movies or videos. It happened that he had watched the first Wolverine, and he remembered the man who stabbed his biological father to death. The child, and his brother Victor, who is also a mutant. The fate of the original story has not changed in essence. James remembered that whether it was John Howlet or Thomas Logan, although the process was different, both of them died in the end. He just knelt on the ground quietly, thinking a little bit, recalling all possible impressions he had of this world. So far, it should be said that the background of the world is based on the movie, at least it matches what he has seen, but he doesn't know if this is a world with only mutants, or a huge universe where half of life is wiped out in a snap of fingers. James suddenly smiled and shook his head, his arrogance and ambition just now. In such a world, the pattern is small. After a long time, the sun had already set, and the shadows covered by the branches on the ground gradually disappeared. James got up and walked towards Panda, hissed softly, stroked its long face gently, and pressed against it to comfort him gently. This boy horse was really scared today. It stuck out its tongue and licked James' cheek twice, as if to confirm whether the smell was its own owner. James jumped on the horse lightly. Panda, let's go home. Feeling the urging of the owner, the horse galloped away quickly, as if it wanted to seize the time to go back to its own stable to have a good meal, and to rub against the beautiful white mare to soothe its frightened emotions. James smiled slightly on the fast and bumpy horseback, and then gradually laughed out loud, and even shouted with a bit of madness. While galloping the horse, bursts of nervous laughter echoed in the valley. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and muttered, "I forgot to bring a rabbit for O'Hara." The elderly Mr. Howlet stood on the square in front of the manor with a mottled and clumped cane. The white-haired old man bent over and looked up at the people who were constantly gathering and shouting. There was danger in his grey eyes. Gaze. Suddenly, an excited shout sounded from the tower. "It's James? Master James is back." The lookout vigorously shook the torch in his hand and rushed down to signal. Mr. Howlet breathed a sigh of relief and groped his way to a seat on the steps of the main building. After a few breaths, James ran to the square, jumped off his horse, and looked at the horsemen of the manor who were about to rattle their swords in astonishment. A few strides came to Mr. Howlet's side. "Grandfather, what's the matter?" James squatted in front of Mr. Howlet worriedly. Even so, he was slightly taller than Mr. Howlet, who was sitting on the steps above. The old man's muscles and bones had atrophied over the years. "You worry-free kid, do you still have the nerve to ask? Why did you come back so late today?" Mr. Howlet asked sternly. "I'm sorry, grandfather, I was a little delayed in the woods today, and I made you worry," James replied apologetically. Mr. Howlet took a look at the mess on his grandson's body, and saw the faint bloodstains on the sleeves of both arms. Stopped for a while. He said slowly, "Don't do this again in the future, I'm not stable recently." Standing up and waving the crutch in his hand, everyone in the square dispersed in an orderly manner without asking James what happened in the forest. He just said, "Come in for dinner." Then he walked slowly back to the manor. Victor looked at James from a distance under another tower. He seemed to have given up trimming his nails, letting them grow black and shiny, with a metallic luster, about 2 centimeters longer than the fingertips. Victor James is 3 or 4 years old. Now he is more than 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. The clothes on his body are bulging with strong muscles. His dark brown hair is long and messy, draped over his shoulders. The slight whistling sound of the tiger lying on the ground. James, who was walking towards the house with his grandfather, stopped at the door, turned his head and met Victor's eyes from a distance, nodded subtly, and entered the house. Victor stood under the sentry tower for a while, ignoring the riders who were always keeping a distance from him, and quickly returned to their respective rooms, and stayed for a long time before leaving. After dinner, O'Hara prepared hot water for James to wash with a blank face, put it in his room without saying a word, and then tried to leave, trying not to meet James face to face. "O'Hara, wait a minute." James stopped the little maid who was covered in "Do Not Enter," and asked cautiously, "Grandpa asked you about my situation today?" O'Hara gave an imperceptible yes. James smiled wryly and said, "Did he reprimand you?" Seeing that she didn't say anything, James was very apologetic. "Sorry for making you worry." After a while, O'Hara raised his voice and said, "What else? Anything else? Well, I forgot your rabbit, I'll make it up for you next time," James said tentatively, carefully watching his maid's expression. After hearing this, O'Hara glanced at him, snorted softly, twitched the corners of her mouth a few times, forced her face, and left the room unsteadily. James shook his head and muttered, "Isn't it too humane? How can a maid in this era dare to show face to her master?" Late at night, Mr. Howlet's study. The old man was smoking the elegant dark yellow ivory pipe, and coughing violently from time to time. He turned on some kerosene lamps beside him, and carefully read the letters from the surrounding manors, frowning tightly. The new governor, Kevin Smith, has been raising Alberta's taxation indicators in recent days. He believes that the early concessionary policy to encourage manor owners to build in the colony should be gradually abolished as the region develops. Moreover, yesterday it was claimed that Howlet's beef cattle pasture had seriously encroached on the land directly under the royal family. Not only did a pair of cavalrymen kill more than 10 cattle, but also captured the head of the pasture and several herdsmen. Mr. Howlet clearly knew the purpose of the governor, but he did not mention the consequences of a head-on confrontation with the official, and his age and body did not allow him to fight like before. What the old man wanted was to get through this hurdle and hand over the family business to James safely, for his grandson, and for the final future of the family. Even lower this old head. James now has very little sleep time, and he only needs about 3 hours of deep sleep every night, which is enough to cope with the exhaustion of the day. And after the mutant ability was awakened, his energy became extraordinarily abundant, even a little exaggerated for him to get used to. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he got up and jumped down from the balcony on the 3rd floor, and landed lightly on the ground. The burly figure of nearly 1.9 meters was like a feather pillow, and he only made a slight pop sound. He didn't go to the stable to look for his mount Panda, but he threw off his long legs, kicked up a cloud of dust and ran towards a valley extending from the Rocky Mountains in the distance. Today he wants to test his physical level. It is about 15 kilometers from the manor to the valley. James sprinted with all his strength, and at the same time used the excellent U-bulletins shrinking the ground to an inch technique. He grabbed the ground with his toes and pulled up a grey line mixed with turf and dust. After reaching the foot of the mountain, he took out the pocket watch in his jacket pocket. The moonlight tonight was covered by thick dark clouds, and the light was extremely limited, but he seemed completely unaffected. It took about 15 minutes for 15 kilometers. That's almost a speed of 6 seconds for meters, and I didn't feel tired at all. I should be able to run more than kilometers at full strength. James settled down, looked up at the highest and steepest cliff in the valley, and squatted down slowly. Boom. He jumped up on the spot, rising more than 3 meters high before slowly falling. He reached for the rock wall full of hard bluestone, his 5 fingers pu inserted into the rock, and he tapped the rock wall with his toes to exert force. Jump up again, and reach the highest point of this valley in 6 or 7 jumps. James thought for a while on the top of the mountain, then jumped into the forest, testing his fist strength on boulders and thick trees. In this era without any testing equipment, he can only test his body in the most superficial way. In the dark and quiet mountain range, there were discordant drum beats played by the few rays of bright white moonlight leaking slightly. Boom, puff chi chi, boom boom boom. Be it the beasts in the forest or the birds in their nests, they were all frightened away by this tyrannical intruder. All kinds of big trees surrounded by 2 people were broken or tilted after being broken down, and they were full of huge bluestones after being broken and gouged. All over this messy valley, James breathed slightly faster, looking at his hands. The speed and explosive power of various forces far exceed the limits of my known human body and dark energy boxing techniques. Moreover, this body that can quickly heal itself can easily withstand the stimulation of dark energy. It is far from reaching it, and as for the ordinary dark force boxer who can only strike 3 or 4 times, it is even more disappointing. Perhaps only the legendary invisible and not bad can have such physical strength. Finally, James clenched his fists, lift up slowly. There was a slight squirm on the forearm, and 6 bone claws stabbed out from the face of the fist. Under the moonlight, it was dazzling white. James staggered and collided with the 2 claws, feeling their hardness, and suddenly swung his fist backwards across a tall tree that had survived. 3 scars appeared on the tree's body, as deep as the bone claws on the fist. Dazed for a moment, he punched the huge boulder next to him with his fist, and the bone claws disappeared from the face of the fist like a defeated one, creating a crack. There's only one last item left. James muttered to himself, gently unbuttoned and took off his jacket, and suddenly crossed his fists and stabbed his shoulders. Bang! The 6 bone claws were dripping with blood protruding from the shoulders. James gritted his teeth and snorted, but he didn't let himself cry out, and beads of sweat broke out all over his body. Hey! He put his claws back into his own flesh and blood, his body trembling slightly. Almost at the same time as the claws were retracted, the 12 blood holes on the front and back of his shoulders stopped bleeding, and slowly closed, visible to the naked eye. James looking at my shoulders left and right. I counted 7 or 8 silently in my heart, and the wound recovered as before, no more pain, and I could move freely. I remember that Wolverine Logan's physical fitness is barely at the limit level of ordinary humans. His strength, speed, and destructive power are not as good as his half-brother Victor. The bone claws should only be stronger than normal bone hardness, which is not at all what it is now. This is close to the metal-like strength. It is no different from the most outstanding self-healing ability. James considered his physical condition a little bit in his heart. He sat cross-legged on the ground quietly, gradually calmed down, and the world he perceived gradually changed. Animals that follow the primitive laws in nature have a special perception ability compared to human beings. In addition to the instinct of hunting and survival, this ability also has the magical effect of seeking good luck and avoiding evil. Earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfires, and other natural disasters can see all kinds of animals frantically escaping. Perhaps human beings also had such abilities during the period of ignorance and animalization, but they were gradually forgotten. Sometimes evolution is not completely benign. In his previous life, James continued to improve himself and enhance his awareness through boxing practice, and he already possessed the perception ability beyond ordinary human beings. In addition to being more sensitive to the surrounding environment, he has a sense of hostility, murderous aura, and other crises. It is said that in addition to the physical not bad of the highest state of martial arts, there is also a magical ability called seeing and not hearing, aware of danger and avoiding in spiritual practice. The ability of this kind of spiritual realm is not only possible for people who practice martial arts, but since ancient times, it has been more likely to be hermits practicing Taoism and Zen, great writers who are open-minded, and even extremely devout religious believers. If human beings choose another branch different from the development of science and technology in the river course of history, it is still unknown what kind of world it will be. Sitting cross-legged in the ruined unrecognizable forest clearing with his eyes closed, James seems to have an additional perception similar to the sixth sense but stronger and more controllable. Vision and beast-like night vision, as well as excellent hearing and the wolf's super-visual sense of smell, are more like the state called mind when the spiritual cultivation reaches its peak. He was fascinated by a few unknown birds that quietly landed on the treetops, the breeze swayed with the leaves, the hare jumped up and down to avoid the sting of a poisonous snake, and the owl twirled on the branch. Looking for prey with its head turned, a cougar yawned and strode forward, startling a deer away with no interest. Slowly, James could even clearly see them in his consciousness. After a long time, he carefully controlled and restrained this ability he called beast perception, so that he could restore the weak state of ordinary human beings as much as possible. Sexual perception. This talent is like enhancing the radar or signal. If it can only be turned on but not turned off, normal life will be greatly affected. Only by using it freely can you truly become your own power. He has never longed for the supreme divine power that fell from the sky. If he did not grasp the power bit by himself, not only would he not be able to exert it to the extreme, but he would also have extremely fatal side effects and weaknesses. The self-healing and rapid division of cells at the genetic level has surpassed any real or legendary highest state of the physical body that humans can achieve through practice. James couldn't help sighing. He clearly knew that even if the legend was true, boxing practice to the so-called break the void, see the gods are not broken, can be reborn, repair various damages inside the body, thereby greatly prolonging life and maintaining physical fitness. But it is far from this kind of rapid regeneration, and the ability to mutate without knowing the end of life. If I continue to practice boxing with such a body, what will be the effect? Now that I have practiced dark strength, will I go further on this basis when I reach the level of enlightenment and Baodin? James thought to himself, considering such a possibility. Sax. Fundamentally speaking, boxing, no matter inside or outside, is to gradually tap the potential of the human body, improve the functional quality of all aspects of the body, and constantly approach the theoretical extreme of the human body, so as to achieve a certain superhuman ability. What about a body with unlimited potential? How much power can a heterogeneous species that can heal itself quickly and have a long lifespan be discovered? James' eyes shone with an almost substantive brilliance, like a wolf with a faint green light at night. James returned to his room in the manor before sunrise. He didn't want his grandfather to worry about him anymore. In the past 10 years, he really accepted this serious and cruel old man from the bottom of his heart, Mr. Howlet. To a certain extent, it is very similar to his former master, who sheltered him from the wind and rain, and also protected him from the wind and rain. The housekeeper Wayne was originally Mr. Howlet's oldest brother, but Wayne was only a little older than John Howlet. When Wayne was a teenager, he and his parents were kidnapped by robbers. Mr. Howlet rescued them. Since then, Wayne has followed Mr. Howlet, and the relationship between them cannot be described simply as friendship. After John's death, Mr. Howlet's energy was not enough to handle the affairs of the entire manor property by himself, so he was asked to come back to help, and Mr. Wayne simply became a housekeeper. In addition to taking care of Mr. Howlet and managing the manor, he also solved the business of various local industries more often. Good morning, Mr. Wayne. James came down from upstairs and greeted the butler Wayne, who was busy arranging servants in the lobby. Morning, Master James. The butler bowed, and as a gift, he had to say that Mr. Wayne had done a great job in transforming from a soldier who could only shoot and ride horses into a manor butler who was quite a gentleman. He even has a single transparent eye, a pocket watch in his chest pocket, and the watch chain hangs naturally at the bottom, and the brown linen suit highlights his still strong figure. Although both Mr. Howlet and James have repeatedly emphasized not to use honorific terms like master and master, Mr. Wayne still insists that he seems to like this state and role very much. I'm busy so early in the morning. Is my grandfather going out? James asked. Yes, sir, Mr. Howlet is going to visit His Excellency the Governor today, so he asked me to make preparations and presents last night. The housekeeper, Wayne, explained, and then the sound of groans being struck on the board by the crutches sounded in succession. Mr. Light slowly walked down the escalator. James stepped forward quickly and helped his grandfather go downstairs slowly. Mr. Howlet waved his hand and said to his grandson, "It's okay, it won't happen. I may come back later, don't wait for me to have dinner, and don't run too far recently, you can deal with the affairs of the manor more. Now that I'm older, I need to help with more things." Mr. Howlet instructed. He always pretended to be serious in front of his grandson, but was betrayed by his earnest expression. "Don't worry, I understand. By the way, grandfather, I heard that the governor has been troublesome for us recently. Are you looking for him?" Before James could finish speaking, Mr. Howlet interrupted. "That's right. I had to go because he was looking for trouble. The new official is asking for something when he takes office. Get rid of these messes as soon as possible, and you will be smoother in the future." James hesitated to speak, but just nodded at his grandfather. Persistently supported the old man's arm and sent him to the carriage. Mr. Howlet waved his hand, paused the crutch in his hand, and motioned to the driver. "What?" The coachman yelled, and flicked his whip, and the 4 parallel horses let go of their hoofs and sped away. Followed by a wagon full of gifts and 8 riders on either side of the entourage. James kept watching Mr. Howlet go away, stood and thought for a while, and walked towards Victor's cabin. Governor Kevin Smith knew that Mr. Howlet was coming. Surprisingly, he seemed to be very happy to learn that an old friend he hadn't seen for many years was visiting. At noon, I ordered my servants to set up the place, ready to welcome Mr. Howlet. In view of the transportation and road conditions in this era, Mr. Howlet can only arrive at the governor's mansion in the morning and in the evening. The sun had slowly set, and the last ray of setting sun reflected on the tall iron gate of the governor's mansion. The shadows of horseshoes and wheels stayed on the ground for a moment, and then disappeared. The servants of the governor's mansion opened the door swiftly after seeing the carriage, and greeted Mr. Howlet, who was staggering from the carriage. "Welcome, Mr. Howlet. The governor is already waiting for you outside the manor." Mr. Howlet was slightly puzzled, and then said, "Your Excellency is too polite, let's go." Governor Smith is a middle-aged man with a small stature. He looks good, and his hair is much thicker than that of the bald British. He looks ordinary, but he looks like a very shrewd person. As a feudal official, he is more like a businessman. "Mr. Howlet, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You should have sent someone to inform me earlier. The preparations are really hasty," Smith said enthusiastically as he walked forward quickly and shook Mr. Howlet's hand. Before the old Howlet took over, he continued, "I should also be sorry for the beef cattle incident a few days ago. It was really not my intention. You have to listen to me explain it carefully today. Mr. Howlet became more and more uneasy. He felt that things might be far more troublesome than he imagined. Mr. Logan's life in these years is not much different from his childhood. He has become the new gardener of the manor, and at the same time he still does some work in the stables. Mr. Howlet once offered to give him something to do, and even put him outside to protect himself, but Victor refused. He just said that he hoped to be able to accompany James, and Mr. Howlet did not force it. The old man may think that Victor will naturally be used after his grandson takes charge of the family. As James' half-brother, Victor awakens earlier, but relatively peacefully, slowly, and gradually from the abnormal growth of nails since childhood, to the gradual enhancement of physical fitness and self-healing ability. At first, Victor just felt that the pain from being whipped by his father Thomas Logan after alcoholism was getting lighter and lighter, and he never even found a little scar on his body. Slowly, he knew that he was different, and at the same time a strange perception and desire affected him. From the moment James woke up and returned to the manor to meet Victor, he knew clearly that this cheap brother was no longer an ordinary person, and the two brothers really had a strange bond at that moment. It's like a tacit understanding between a group of beasts who are familiar with each other's scent, and it's like the desire to conquer each other and become the king of beasts. Due to a higher degree of awakening and the keenness of a boxing master, James can feel the faint bloody breath lingering on Victor's body. This brother is not as peaceful as he seems. James hadn't found Victor in his cabin, so early in the morning that many people hadn't even gotten out of bed. His new sense of smell allowed him to see a pale yellow scent trail, which he followed. There was still some fog in the logger forest in the early morning, and there were a few desperate roars in the haze. It was an adult brown bear, with a standing height of more than -meters, making it one of the few big men in this forest and the top of the food chain. But now it is lying on the ground wearily, shaking from side to side, trying to support itself not to fall. Large areas of skin and flesh on his body were turned outwards, and blood mixed with mud tangled his fur all over his body. From the wounds, it can be seen that this brown bear was caused by a fierce beast of its size fighting. The scars scratched by sharp claws spread all over the chest and back. The most serious thing is that half of the face was completely scratched, and a broken eyeball was still drooping. Outside. And the beast he was fighting with was staring at it, panting heavily. Whoa, whoa. Victor Logan's bulging chest was like a huge bellows, and several claw marks on his naked upper body were slowly healing in a subtle way. His arms were extremely thick, long enough to almost touch his knees like James but thicker, with tangled muscles wrapped around them like strands of hemp rope. The nails became thicker and longer, with a bit of sharp metallic luster, and blood trickled down the 5 fingertips. Victor's bloodshot eyes were slightly dazed, and he suddenly swooped forward and jumped forward. His hands bounced off the ground, and he leaped a distance of 5 or 6 meters in an instant. Not in the flesh. The brown bear howled feebly, the remaining eyeballs turned gray and lost its breath. Victor slowly withdrew his hands, his tense muscles relaxed a little. He suddenly twitched his nose, spread his arms, and the claws he had just withdrawn popped out again with a chick. His eyes stared at the bushes shrouded in mist in front of him for a moment, and a slightly shorter and thinner figure was vaguely reflected. Come out. Come to have breakfast, Victor. James Howlet walked out easily, without any intention of hiding. He looked at Victor, who was facing an enemy and was a little surprised, and smiled slightly. James, you. Victor was a little speechless. At that moment, he should have realized that the smell belonged to James, but he didn't react at all in a hurry, and subconsciously, he didn't expect that the young master of the manor would wake up early in the morning, run into the forest. Victor didn't know what to do for a while. He even thought of murdering someone when he was hit by such a situation, and he didn't withdraw his sharp claws. Don't be nervous, I always knew. James comforted Victor softly. Know it all along. Victor obviously couldn't believe what James said, but his arms drooped slightly unconsciously. What do you know? Forget that I have always liked to read books. A book I read once mentioned the phenomenon of human atavism. This is not a curse, nor is it something like demon possession. It's just that you are born with atavistic animal characteristics. Victor was obviously a little dazed. In fact, he had suspected all kinds of abnormalities that happened to him for a long time. Due to the limited cognition and knowledge level of the times, he even thought that there was a demon attached to his body. He is a monster that cannot blend in with the world, and he carefully conceals his uniqueness for this reason. Seeing Victor, who was obviously relaxed, James continued, I have noticed your nails since I was a child. This is a typical dominant atavism. Some people even grow tails, and some people have long hair. Fangs are exaggerated and described as monsters such as orcs or werewolves in legends, but this is only basic biological knowledge. He continued to lie to Victor without blushing, and in this way he was able to convince this reckless man who was ignorant and illiterate. So if you feel that your strength is getting stronger and stronger, it's normal to smell a lot like a beast. James took a few steps forward, very close to Victor, and carefully looked at the dead body behind him curiously. Brown bear. What else? Tell me everything you know. Victor calmed down and said slowly, finally retracting the claws on his fingertips. I don't know much. If I meet a professor who studies biology and anthropology, maybe I can explain it to you more carefully. But, Victor, have you ever killed someone? James slightly raised his head and looked at Victor Sissy with blood-red eyes. He asked softly. Victor shook his head and said, no, a strange feeling has affected me since a few years ago. I would want to eat raw steak and taste the taste of blood. So I began to slowly come to the forest prey animals, most of the time some rabbits, elk. He froze for a moment, then glanced back at the brown bear's body, and continued, this time I didn't intend to violate its territory, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. That's good, remember Victor, don't let that desire consume you. James said to him very seriously. Victor pondered for a moment, but did not respond. He found the coat he had taken off, and strode towards the manor. The kerosene chandeliers wrapped in exquisite crystal lampshades lit up the banquet hall of the governor's mansion. Mr. Howlet sat at one end of the long dinner table, with Butler Wayne serving behind him. The governor enthusiastically raised his glass to toast Mr. Howlet. This is the wine from the vineyard under my name, you must taste it. This is the first glass. I apologize to you. It's too polite, Governor, I'm the one who apologized to you. Mr. Howlet responded with a look of panic, and finished the glass of wine. Mr. Howlet, your people are all intact and can be taken away today. You know the current situation, the Empire's policy on Canada has been strict, and this time your herd has crossed the line again. I really didn't. There are other ways. Governor Smith said apologetically, his words were sincere and quite moving. I understand. Your Excellency, the governor really should have done what he did. For my mistake, I brought some gifts this time to express my apology. Butler Wayne handed the envelope in his hand to the governor's servant at the right time, and put it on the table on an empty gilt plate. Also, Mr. Howlet continued, the Howlet family fully supports the new tax policy announced by Your Excellency. Whether it is the tax amount that needs to be paid in the future, it must be in place. Ha ha ha. Mr. Howlet is really a good man, you are so considerate of my work. When I first came, some people said some bad words about you. I think they are all jealous of your wealth and character. Smith, he slapped the table and shouted angrily. He collected himself, leaned forward slightly and asked enthusiastically, I heard that your little grandson is your only heir. Mr. Howlet had his carriage driven back to the manor overnight. It was already dawn when he arrived, and Canada was very cold in late autumn. He needed to wear leather clothes to keep warm sooner or later. He was shivering under the carriage under a thick blanket. The old man's body is really riddled with holes, and the continuous day and night of traveling by boat and car is really exhausting. James had finished his morning work at this time, saw the family's carriage approaching slowly, and hurried up to meet it. Grandfather. James saw Mr. Howlet, who was almost unable to stand, and hugged him in his arms, and walked upstairs to Mr. Howlet's bedroom. It's okay. Old Howlet looked at his tall and handsome grandson, his eyes were a little swollen. After serving the old man to lie down, the manor's private doctor, who specializes in taking care of Mr. Howlet, quickly came in to check. James stood quietly by the side, the staring light in his eyes looked a little scary. How about it? Mr. Howlet is just too tired. His current age and body cannot withstand such fatigue. He will recover slowly after resting these days. But, Master James. The doctor hesitated to speak. Dr. Luodi, please tell the truth. James looked at the hesitant middle-aged doctor seriously. You know the situation of Mr. Howlet. He is over 70 years old. He had some problems when he was young, but he can't take a good rest when he is old, so it is getting worse now. But the most terrible thing is the pressure accumulated in his heart. It's too heavy, and the whole person's spirit will be broken. If possible, be prepared. James understood Dr. Roddy's cryptic words, and with his knowledge, he also knew that the old man's time was numbered, but the fact that his grandfather came back from the governor's mansion this time looked like this, and things must not be simple. Staying with Mr. Howlet until he fell asleep, James gently closed the door, went downstairs and said to the maid O'Hara, go and ask the housekeeper Wayne to meet me in grandfather's study. O'Hara Lala didn't seem to recognize the young master in front of him for a moment, but James' calm but unquestionable demeanor at this moment was more like Mr. Howlet. After James finished speaking, he turned and went to the study. O'Hara stayed for 2 or 3 seconds, then lifted his skirt and trotted to find the housekeeper. Mr. Howlet's study room is very spacious, with its back facing the bright and spacious outer platform. There are not many books. The old man has never read a few books, nor has he piled up books like other manor owners to decorate the facade. More are all kinds of old or exquisite muskets. There are also western bayonets, Persian scimitars, daggers and other weapons. Against the backdrop of numerous weapons, the copper-colored floor and furniture decoration of this study were plated with a bit of copper and iron luster. James sat loosely on Mr. Howlet's high-backed wide chair, resting his forehead with one hand, resting the other hand casually on the armrest, and quietly closed his eyes. To be honest, Mr. Wayne was overwhelmed at a certain moment after he knocked on the door to signal to come in. The solemn atmosphere in the room seemed to be full of soldiers with live ammunition. He didn't know whether he should speak, which destroyed the silence in this space. Uncle Wayne, what happened to grandfather in the governor's mansion? James' voice made the butler deeply relieved. After he finished speaking, he opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Wayne softly. Actually, the governor didn't have any embarrassment or a bad attitude. He let us take away the detained herdsman intact and had dinner with the master. James didn't say a word, waiting for Butler Wayne to continue. It's just that Smith asked the master something and made a request. The butler's face turned blue, and he said bluntly, he asked if you are the master's sole heir, and he wanted you to marry his niece. What Butler Wayne couldn't understand was that James, a young man in his early 20s, didn't have the slightest joy of hearing about his marriage with the governor, let alone any doubts, anxiety, or even anger. He seemed to think it was normal. Is that all? James finally took up the conversation and asked in a slightly tone. Master James? You may not know how much this is too much. The butler said anxiously. Smith wants to annex the Howlet family completely through marriage. The master is old and has no energy to deal with resistance. Once he leaves, you married the governor's niece again, the family is equal to. James waved his hand to stop the butler's gaffe, and asked quietly, is that all? That's all. Butler Wayne was a little discouraged. He felt that the James he saw when he entered the door was a little more oppressive than Mr. Howlet. This young master has no idea how troublesome things are. Very well, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Wayne. Please take good care of your grandfather in the next few days, don't let him bother with family affairs, and rest at ease. James lightly asked Wayne Butler. He thought for a while and said, don't worry, things will pass. Then he walked to the huge terrace outside, as if blowing a breeze. Butler Wayne really didn't know what else to say, and left the study without thinking about James' last meaningful look. With eagle-like eyesight, James could clearly see a horned deer thrown down by a cougar on a distant hillside, and the deer's neck was bitten by a sharp mouth. More powerless. James curled up his mouth a little happily, enjoying the comfort of the autumn wind blowing on his body. This is still a wild and chaotic era. Many problems are too simple for me. Governor Kevin Smith spent a lot of time convincing his wayward and delicate niece. In fact, this so-called niece is just the daughter of a distant cousin in the Smith family. When he was promoted to governor, this cousin brought his daughter. He came to congratulate him, and claimed that this unworthy child had never seen the world and lacked experience. He hoped that His Excellency the Governor would take discipline with him. I can also take care of some trivial matters in life on weekdays. My family members always know how to take care of others than the servants in the harsh colony. Seeing the beautiful mind and face of this girl named Zinnier, the governor readily agreed and secretly brought her to Canada. Considering that the governor's wife could not go with her in the first few years, this niece is her only relative. Madam will move in next year, you will be angry if you stay, and that James Howlet is very young. I heard that he is tall and handsome, he will not lose you. I also want to try to have a husband. Zinnier still doesn't know how to take care of people like before. The governor disciplined the niece lying on her lap with a smirk. The young girl said that she must tell her uncle more about how wrong she was today, and panting, she hugged Governor Smith and went back to the bedroom. James wants to go out to eat and drink at night. The dark clouds tonight are very thick, and the stars and the moon are not visible, which is suitable for doing business. He ran towards Yellowknife, where the governor's mansion is located, avoiding people and avenues along the way, galloping between forests and mountains, enjoying the pleasure of speed and strength while running with all his strength. With a pounce and a leap, no matter it is a mountain stream, a boulder, or a cliff, it is like walking on the ground. Mr. Howlet had a day's journey in carriage, and James arrived in less than 2 hours. Seeing the huge brightly lit manor not far away and the soldiers patrolling from time to time, he slowed down and approached slowly, calmed down his slightly panting breathing, and observed the environment of the governor's manor. He considered going straight to the door openly and above board, and by the way, he could exercise his skills that he had only practiced for many years but never actually fought, and at the same time he could feel his own strength more intuitively. But there is really no need to kill for no reason, it is enough to solve the problem. Taking advantage of the patrol team's gap, James jumped over the 2-meter-high fence, and landed on the ground as lightly as a civet cat. Without making a single movement, he touched the corner of the manor, jumped and climbed to the roof, and searched for the governor's room according to the location structure of the manor. James twitched his nostrils a few times, smelling some special fishy smell, and vaguely heard the woman's panting. He jumped onto the balcony and looked through the window at the short and fat middle-aged man entangled with a young girl in the room. He knew in his heart that the Lord was right and he had found it. Governor Smith, who had just finished exercising and fell asleep, vaguely felt a gust of cool wind blowing into the room. He was still limp and completely ignored his surroundings, and he didn't even know that a person had entered the room. Cough cough, cough cough. James had to forcefully make some noises to remind His Excellency the Governor, and he stood awkwardly for almost 10 seconds. Your Excellency the Governor was stunned like a lightning strike, turned his neck in a daze, and finally yelled like a convulsion, damn. Who the hell are you? Guards? Guards. The woman next to him was also awakened, and the two of them went crazy. She tore the surrounding clothes or sheets to cover her body, screaming non-stop. James sighed helplessly, stepped forward and pinched Smith's neck, raised it with one hand, and hung in the air like this. The woman screamed in fear again, and James smacked her ear with his backhand, and the woman passed out without a sound. From your reaction, it should be His Excellency Smith. Let me introduce myself, James Howlet, the niece and son-in-law who you have taken a fancy to. Governor Smith's eyes protruded, and his pupils dilated a little. It was unknown whether it was caused by shock or suffocation. His throat was pinched and he let out a ho-ho inhalation sound. Before dawn, James returned to the manor, had breakfast as usual, and said hello to his grandfather. Mr. Howlet looked distressed, and James comforted him. 3 days later, The news of the governor's death suddenly reached Edmund, which was limited by the information transmission technology of the times, and it was also because of the deliberate blockade of the governor's palace. It took many days for most of the districts to receive such shocking information. The whole of Canada only heard that the governor-general and his niece died of food poisoning, and that a bunch of cabinet servants were questioned and so on. But some gossip rumors that spread out are not the case. A full-fledged army and political ruler of a vast colonial land died naked on his bed, and the most embarrassing thing for the governor's mansion was that the woman who died on the side was the governor's niece. Such a wonderful death of the two cannot be made public anyway. No one could figure out how to do it. How did the murderer enter the governor's bedroom silently, kill the governor simply and disappear without a trace? The royal family and the government of England sent the most powerful forensic doctors and detectives to investigate this matter, and at the same time strictly dispatched additional troops to control the stability of the colonial area, and they were in a state of desperation for a while. When James heard that the dead girl was the governor's niece, his expression became very strange, and he secretly thought that the governor was really good at playing. Mr. Howlet had just been raising him for a few days and was about to consider how to deal with the governor's dead move, when he heard this news that made him feel relieved. The old man's complexion improved visibly, the crisis of the family was invisible, and his appetite improved a lot, and he changed his dying state. On the contrary, Butler Wayne inexplicably remembered the deep comfort James gave him that day. Apart from feeling very weird and coincidental, he was also a little scared. The days became calm again. Mr. Howlet asked James to deal with family affairs more and more, and he felt a little bit about to retire. The old man's persistence in the last 10 years has been exhausted. With that breath, Mr. Howlet, who was relaxed, was basically resting on the bed or the recliner. Talking less and less, people often fall asleep, but the memory is still the same as before, not old-fashioned. What made James feel both annoyed and excited in the peaceful days was that his body now had problems that no one had ever had before on the path of boxing practice. If you want to practice dark energy in Kung Fu, you need to exercise your mind and shrink the pores of the whole body, adjust the position of the back and tail vertebrae, connect the outer membrane of the muscles and bones of the whole body, and burst out the strength of the whole body from one point. This is what the folk rumors call a master who penetrates the two lines of Ren and Du. Going one step further, it runs through the whole body, regulates internal organs, understands every organ of the body and exercises them. In this way, the whole body can reach the tip of the teeth, tongue, nails, and hair. Even flies that land on the face can be knocked down by the force of the skin. This is Huajin Kung Fu. At this state, the internal organs are clean and tidy, the muscles and bones of the whole body are strong, and all human body potentials have been developed. With proper maintenance, one can have a lifespan of over 120. The power of fists and feet swayed in battle is enough to shock ordinary people into extraordinary. In the past 2 months, when James has awakened his abilities in the dark, he would go to the rag forest to practice boxing at 2 o'clock in the morning every day. He thought that relying on his previous knowledge and skills in practice, it would be a matter of course, but the body of this awakened mutant gene gave him a headache. The fundamental reason is that his physical potential is too great. The rapid growth and division at the level of gene cells, as well as self-healing, lead to the fact that ordinary boxing training cannot stimulate the active evolution and growth of various parts of the body. This is like a person exercising muscles. The muscles will continue to adapt to a certain weight, thereby increasing the dimension and strength. As the training intensity is increased step by step, the body also becomes stronger, thereby strengthening itself. The former Bei Feng was born weak, and after realizing the use of strength, he was able to develop his body's potential without external stimulation. In the final analysis, this is also because he does not have the ability to withstand higher intensity boxing training. Just unarmed boxing is enough. And as James Howlet, the undead Wolverine not only has unknown secrets about his body, but also can ignore all the situations that ordinary humans need to worry about when exercising, such as muscle and joint injuries, wear and tear, etc. So he had to find a more intense way to practice martial arts. O'Hara happily walked towards Mr. Howlet's study with a tray of afternoon tea. Now James has officially handled family affairs in his grandfather's study, which also means that the position of Canada's largest landowner and farm owner has been handed over to this young man in his 20s. James has done a very good job, at least while Mr. Howlet is still alive. He is thoughtful, efficient, and has ideas beyond this era. The family's accounts, personnel affairs, etc. are all in order, but only when Mr. Howlet dies can the ability of this young man be truly tested. Master, what are you drawing? It looks like medieval armor, and what is this big ball? The maid O'Hara put the tray on the desk, tilted her head and watched James draw pictures with charcoal strange pattern. Well, it's some tools, you don't understand. Go to Butler Wayne and ask him to make a list of the best blacksmith shops and processing factories nearby. James responded with a few words and ordered O'Hara. Oh, I see, it's weird, but you know a lot. What did you say? James slightly raised his eyebrows and asked O'Hara, who was walking outside while thinking. Nothing, master, I'm going to find Mr. Wayne right away. The girl fled out of the study with her thick long hair shaking. James smiled slightly, then lowered his head and looked carefully at the sketches, writing something from time to time. The establishment of the Liberal Party in 1840 formally raised the curtain of confrontation between the two different economic systems in the North and South of the United States. In 1854, 2 years ago, the establishment of the Republican Party with the purpose of opposing slavery was like a kindling thrown into a firewood pile, and a raging fire was ignited on the land of North America. President Buchanan, a Democrat who took office this year, submitted the Scott proposal to the Supreme Court to promote slavery across the country on behalf of the entire slave-owning class. The land of America is bred with storms of resistance and reform. At this moment, James Howlet is busy with the project of expanding the foundation and cellar of the manor while watching the turmoil in the neighboring United States. Considering that the current situation is unstable and there is no safe place to store a lot of the family's wealth, it is safe to expand the cellar into a huge basement, and I plan to build a few more tunnels to connect the manor with the horse farm, warehouses, etc. Prepare 2 secret lines to prevent future incidents. Don't tell me these things. What do you want to do? Just do it. This family is now your business. Mr. Howlet covered his legs with a wolf fur blanket, sitting in a rocking chair on the balcony basking in the sun, while his grandson beside him was peeling apples and reporting on recent family affairs. The old man squinted his eyes and wobbled to interrupt James' non-stop statement. The creases on his face were full of ease. Okay, then I'll continue to arrange it like this. There are so many projects in the manor recently. Would you like to go to the cotton garden to the east to rest for a while? I'm afraid I will disturb my grandfather's rest. James squeezed the peeled apple, divided his palm into 8 pieces, put them on the plate, and took one piece to Mr. Howlet's mouth. No, no. Mr. Howlet chewed and said, if I run around like this now, I might die outside. It's good to stay like this, watching the manor come and go every day from above. Can relieve boredom even if you are busy. Mr. Howlet swallowed his mouth little by little, looked at James and said, now, you don't need me to watch you when you do things. Daniel also said when he left that you are a very independent child and read a lot of books. I can only help you calm down those old guys, there is no other use. Mr. Howlet smiled playfully and said loudly, it's time for you to find a woman. Our family has always been underpopulated, and we can't do this anymore when it comes to you. What kind of family is an old man and a little guy? Don't worry about wives and lovers, just find a few who can have children. I don't think your little maid has grown up, let her be. Mr. Howlet's old-fashioned words were interrupted by James with a wry smile. While promising his grandfather to think about it as soon as possible, he shirked that there was still something to do, and fled the room under Mr. Howlet's scolding. Herbert Vernon was the first to receive such an odd project. He was a Frenchman whose grandparents were senior officers in the French army when Britain and France fought for ownership of the colony. After the defeat, the Vernon family did not return to France, but started a business on this land. Since this family used to be mainly responsible for the construction of fortifications and logistical maintenance in the army, Fei Nong's family continued to do their old job. Decades later, there is no greater builder in Canada than Herbert Vernon, and the business cultivation of several generations is much more nourishing than continuing to join the army. Mr. Howlet, are you sure you want to build according to this plan? Please rest assured in terms of technology and ability, there is absolutely no problem. It's just that it is unnecessary to build so deep, and the cost of time and engineering volume is too high. Fei Nong Mr. shook his triple chin and discussed with James with the drawings. Now James has been called Mr. Howlet by outsiders. It's just that in private, people will use the little Howlet to distinguish it from the old Howlet. I'm sure, Mr. Feenan. Everything is done according to this requirement. Don't consider the cost, and do your best to complete it. And the most important point must not be forgotten, sturdy. James ordered firmly. After Mr. Fernan twisted his buttocks that were crowded with armchairs and left slowly, James asked the butler to invite the person in charge of the equipment processing factory in. Recently, James has been thinking for a long time, and gradually listed the plan and started to implement it. On the one hand, it is the construction of the family's manor. As his old nest and a place to practice for a long time in the future, James needs an extremely wide and deep underground secret space. In order to be able to deal with the problems that may be encountered decades or even 100 years later, James designed this place called the basement or cellar to be the scale of the underground palace. It can go from the foundation of the manor to the underground space, and the depth of the main space can reach 30 meters, which has reached the depth of the subway in the previous life. And in order not to affect the addition and transformation of more functions in the future. In addition to being required to have an excessively strong structure, the entire underground project is designed to withstand an earthquake of magnitude and is more designed as a foundation frame, which will not affect possible future renovations due to the established design. If it weren't for this era's ignorance of what missiles and nuclear weapons are, James would have wanted to build this underground palace into a nuclear explosion-proof safe house. On the other hand, his own boxing practice, his strong physical fitness and potential forced him to tailor a set of torture tools for himself. 5 giant hollow lead balls ranging from kilograms to kilograms were filled with different amounts of mercury. Armor-style heavy-duty armor, from the calf and thigh to the chest and back, and the arms. It not only ensures free movement, but also can be equipped with lead weights, and the maximum load can reach kg. A series of strength and fitness training equipment from previous lives are extremely heavy. The most special is a steel solid roller column. It was 2 meters in diameter and 4 meters high, with 7 or 8 iron rods as thick as calves and more than half a meter long scattered on it, protruding like spikes from a mace. The entire giant iron column is also covered with fist-sized circular protrusions, and the rollers can be pushed and rotated by the protruding iron rods, but to push this behemoth, at least more than 3 tons of kinetic energy is needed to do so. At the same time, James has arranged for people to go to major cities in the northern United States to understand the current situation and collect information. In this era, a manor owner with a vast land is synonymous with power, and with the rapid development of industry, the creation and production of factories and large machinery, the electrical revolution, and even the internet revolution. Always sticking to the land without thinking about change, sooner or later it will become a crop that only works on farming. More importantly, the most acute issue in the future social contradictions of this world will be the opposition between James Howlet's race and all ordinary human beings. He must be prepared. As the American Civil War is approaching, it is inevitable to settle in this most troubled and powerful land in the future. The owner of the equipment factory named Tom has been supplying steam trains and ocean-going ships with accessories and other castings. He had never seen such strange drawings and designs, and instinctively wanted to reject Mr. Howlet's business, but lured by the young man's nearly triple profit, he planned to go back and try. Although I can't understand the use of these things that are a bit like medieval armor or torture tools, they can't make money, and James also promised to bear all the costs of casting mold testing and manufacturing. Although Mr. Howlet said that everything is up to James, if the old man sees his grandson doing these absurd things with the money he has accumulated, he will probably feel angry. James settled everything at present, returned to his room, and fumbled out a black leather notebook from under the desk. Watching carefully, I stopped to think for a moment from time to time, adding something to it. This is all the memories he has recorded about the Marvel world since the day he realized what kind of world he was in. Most of them are fragmented words, time, and the passage of some events. For the sake of confidentiality, he wrote in Huaxia, which is rarely known in this era. At least in 100 years, even if someone reads it, they will not recognize what language it is. He drew 2 circles on a word, and said to himself, what will happen in the future depends on whether we can find it. Finally got it done, but had no choice but to delete and modify a lot. Everyone is worried. There is no way. The first chapter will be posted in advance in the evening. Thank you for your support. Everyone has seen it. The animals in Lager Forest have been disturbed by some kind of monster from outside in recent months, and even brown bears, pumas and other large carnivores dare not make any changes. Dong 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 dong. The sound of heavy footsteps sounded like an elephant stomping on the ground, and the birds and beasts dispersed immediately. A tall, short-haired young man was running fast with a huge boulder half a person's height on his shoulders. Jumping over high slopes or mountain streams from time to time, even jumping high and bouncing among huge trees. The terrible impact knocked down 1 or 2 thinner tree trunks. A Wolverine retracted into the hole, watched the monster go away, sucked the tip of its nose and slowly crawled out. The day had just begun, and more prey had to be caught to feed the cubs in the den. The industrial level and construction capabilities of this era allow the completion date of the underground palace and training equipment to be calculated in years. The excavation project for the first phase of the underground palace will take nearly a year. Herbert Vernon has deployed the largest manpower and engineering equipment he can, trying his best to meet the depth and space volume required by Mr. Howlet Jr. Including the later reinforcement, layout, and repair, the preliminary calculation will take more than 1.5 years to complete. It takes a certain amount of time to design and test molds for training equipment, mainly because the weird iron shaft does not have any mechanical templates for casting, and it has to wait for the underground palace to be assembled in it. The other objects are relatively easy. A batch has been cast in the past 3 months and will be transported to Howlet Manor in the next few days. So James' recent training is to use boulders to carry weight in the forest. He now carries about kilograms of boulders for running every day, which is his current limit. Under such a load, he can still maintain a speed of more than meters for seconds and jump a vertical height of meters. The terrifying force contained in it far exceeds the relatively ordinary figure of kilograms. The high-intensity weight-bearing training proved James' correct understanding of his own situation. He obviously felt that his body's strength, endurance, explosive power, etc. had improved significantly. James once worried that his mutated genes would not only self-repair the damaged body state, but also directly reject beneficial and positive physical evolution, resulting in the body forever solidifying in a constant state. From the initial load of 190 kilograms to the current 130 kilograms, James' body shape has changed significantly. Now he is over centimeters tall, his body is full of muscle tangles, and his weight exceeds kilograms. The body is close, far from the lean and vigorous body of the cheetah before. The food intake has also increased significantly, and each meal requires 3 caddies of steak, 4 meals a day. He was even a little desperately worried about what kind of ghost he would look like after the subsequent training plans were completed one after another. Victoria is the largest port and town on Vancouver Island. The island was first discovered by the Spanish fleet in 1774. The rich for resources soon attracted many explorers and traders from other European countries. After a series of battles, it finally became the control area of the British Empire. Among the Aborigines, the Salish, Nootka, and Kwakiutl have lived on the island for thousands of years, and they are still an important part of the island's population. Strictly speaking, they are the bottom labor and slaves. In the port of this era, you can see the strange sight of the sails of wooden ships and the chimneys of giant steamships at the same time. The steamships have not yet completely replaced the old wooden ships. These giant wooden masts that cross the sea still play a role that cannot be ignored. Daniel Ferrand wore a round sun visor, brown top, and shorts, and his skin was flushed from the sun. With a pipe in his mouth and a cane, he watched the yellow-skinned Aboriginal slaves carrying their luggage, shouting and cursing from time to time, and with his unkempt yellow beard, it was hard to imagine this weathered middle-aged man. He was once a handsome and talented student at Oxford College in the British Empire. During this period of travel in Africa, he suffered enough, unpalatable food, unbearable giant mosquitoes, and deadly malaria. He almost died on that barbaric continent. The glory of the civilized world and the woman with snow-white skin summoned him back here. After 7 or 8 years of travel and exploration, I finally felt a little tired. Perhaps it would be a good choice to settle down. As James' personal maid, Rose O'Hara only needed to be responsible for his personal life and daily life. But James is not a real rich young man who does not work hard, and he is more used to solving daily affairs by himself. This made O'Hara angry for a long time, but James was more than happy to let her help him with matters in the family business. Classify various letters in advance, screen documents, and crop statistics reported from various places. James told O'Hara that her position was his private secretary, and that O'Hara did a pretty good job thanks to the experience of learning from Mr. Daniel together. She didn't understand the meaning of the word secretary, but the title of private made her really happy for many days. As usual, after James had an overly sumptuous breakfast, he began to deal with affairs in the study at 9 o'clock, and O'Hara would sort out the latest news and local situations and bring coffee to his desk. James is very efficient in doing things, and basically arranges matters in various places after lunch. Most of the afternoon went to monitor the project in the basement of the manor or went to the factory to discuss the casting of his pile of strange objects. O'Hara flipped through the letters and telegrams she had just received in the morning, and suddenly a telegram from Victoria Town on Vancouver Island made her quickly put it away, and quickly picked up the coffee tray and walked to the study. Master? Quick! Guess who sent the telegram? O'Hara excitedly put down the tray and wandered around his master. James looked down at the recently delivered newspapers and letters in the United States, and said in an old-fashioned way without looking up, "Take it easy, O'Hara. You're already a big girl. Who could have sent the telegram? We don't have any distant relatives. Look." O'Hara raised her nose and put the telegram in front of James, and a short sentence came into view. "I'll be in Edmond the day after tomorrow to see you all, Daniel." Mr. Daniel has been away for several years, and he hasn't even received a letter in the past year. I don't know how he is now. He said that he is going to travel and explore. There must be many interesting stories. O'Hara, happy and excited, he yelled at James, and kept talking about whether Daniel would bring him a gift. It's really surprising and unexpected news. James smiled happily. He respected this teacher very much. Daniel Ferrand is a scholar with a very open mind and relatively advanced thinking, which also made the relationship between him and James to some extent. In the communication, I can feel the child's unusual vision. Frustrated by James' extraordinary talent, Daniel had no more knowledge to impart after only 4 years of teaching, and he left to pursue his dream of exploring the world. However, the two have long been friends and teachers. When you come from Victoria, you will definitely pass by Red Deer. Send someone there to wait in advance and escort Mr. Daniel. There are some restless people everywhere in the recent gold rush. James arranged. O'Hara happily agreed, and then gave orders. Thinking of Daniel's arrival, the question James was thinking about recently popped up in his mind. Considering this teacher who has been traveling and exploring, he may be able to seek help and answers from him. I lowered my head and read the newspaper carefully, paying attention to the further deterioration of the situation in the north and south of the United States. Soon the peaceful days will come to an end. It's also time to have a good talk with Victor. It's time for this half-brother who has been kept in the dark since he was a child to come out of the stables and the mountains to show his true abilities. It's just that I hope Victor can keep his human thoughts and don't completely become that ferocious saber-toothed tiger. Regarding the issues that everyone has been focusing on recently, a single chapter has been opened in the works. Posting chapter 2 together, everyone seems to be more coherent. As long as the writing can keep up in the future, try to post as much as possible. The manor has changed a lot, it's so lively. Is this going to renovate the main building? Daniel asked the rider captain of the Howlet family who greeted him in Red Deer yesterday. I saw a group of gold-digging horse bandits. If it was up to Daniel himself and the coachman, they would definitely have their trousers stripped and walk to Edmond. It's digging a cellar. Master James attaches great importance to this project. You know that the master is now in charge of family affairs. The rider captain, Jack Pete, was newly promoted by James and was under 30 years old. His father is Mr. Howlet's old subordinates, and these old subordinates are gradually getting old, and most of them are living in retirement. And their children continue to work for the Howlet family, and for James. A new generation replaces the old. Maybe their descendants will still work for James, and even the descendants of the descendants. This battle is not like a simple cellar, Daniel muttered to himself. He had traveled in Egypt for a long time and had seen the scale of the huge underground palace. Of students are unfamiliar. Go in quickly, Mr. Howlet and Master James are waiting for you at the manor. Captain Pete urged Daniel a little. Daniel smiled apologetically in a daze, and walked in quickly. There is a tall girl standing pretty at the gate of the manor. The bright and thick red hair and white glowing skin make this girl so dazzling in the picture. She looked around with her chin raised, and smiled sweetly when she saw Daniel, looked at him slyly, and said nothing. "You are O'Hara? Little Rose?" Daniel shouted excitedly and surprised. "Ha ha 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 ha, guess right." O'Hara, who was recognized, laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Come with me, I'll wait for you in the living room." Daniel lamented that the female Big 18 changes, the ugly duckling turning into a white swan or something. He walked into the living room amidst O'Hara's angry voice. After a happy dinner for both guests and hosts, Mr. Howlet went back to his room early to rest. His energy is very limited now, and he seldom receives guests like this. O'Hara helped him back to the bedroom, and James invited Mr. Daniel to chat in the study and taste the special cigars he brought back from Cuba. "Woo, it feels good," James said with some intoxication. It's strange to say that he used to not smoke or drink, and he didn't know much about cigars. But in this life, after being encouraged by Mr. Howlet to take a sip 2 years ago, I fell in love with the infected fragrance. I have been to India, Egypt, and countries in the Middle East for the longest time in these years. Finally, I came back from a ship in Morocco. I have seen many magical ancient countries. Can you believe that during the first dynasty of Egypt, a man called the people of Enshabanur ruled for a short time, but there is no official record in the history books at all, and it must be the pharaoh's dynasty that did not allow such things to spread. Daniel was smoking a cigar, sipping a good gin and talking. James listened with great interest. Many historical records in these ancient countries are quite deified. There are always some strange and godlike figures who have left some kind of footprints, but they are all specious. The local people are very serious about this and do not allow the contempt of outsiders. I want to, with the popularization of industry and the radiance of civilization, these barbaric areas will gradually become naturalized. There was a hint of pride on Daniel's face. Although he was fascinated by the magical history of the ancient country, he didn't seem to believe in those ghosts and gods. Speaking of which, Mr. Daniel, are you still interested in continuing to travel for a while? I think I can subsidize you and give you enough remuneration. I need to verify some things. James thought for a while and vomited the smoke ring said to Daniel. Daniel was stunned for a moment, and after a while he said, "I have indeed considered whether to continue this kind of life. To be honest, it may be that I am old and cannot stand the harsh test of the environment. But..." He looked at James with some playfulness and said, "If the price is good enough, it can't be considered." Ha 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 ha. Both looked at each other and laughed, and Daniel continued, "But I don't want to go to Africa anymore. Then this place almost killed me." Looking at the embarrassing expression on James' face, Daniel suddenly had an ominous premonition. "You don't really want me to go to the African continent again?" James didn't answer directly, but pondered for a moment, and asked slowly, "I don't know if you have been in Africa for so long, have you ever heard of a place called Wakanda? Among the snow-capped mountains in the Himalayas, there is a temple-shaped building standing halfway up the mountain. The crisp wind chime drifts faintly into the distance with the mountain wind. Monks holding scriptures and Zen masters sitting and lying down make this lonely place. The temples in the deep mountains are a little more angry. In the quiet room of the central hall, a mage wearing a plain robe and with pale gold waist-length hair is reading a thick leather book in his hand on the futon. Her skin looks like a beautiful and handsome woman. However, his body, actions, and demeanor are like a man, as if he has no pure gender, and there is an inexplicable ancient melancholy in his eyes, as if time is flowing like flowing water. A dense green light suddenly scattered from the pendant on her chest. The mage raised her brows and made a mysterious shape with her hands. The pendant was unscrewed like a lock, revealing a green light source in the middle. She closed her eyes and put her hands by her side, and a pair of green rune halos full of unknown meanings appeared around her arms. As the halos slowly rotated, she kept twisting her brows as if in a nightmare. Folding his arms together in front of his chest, the pendant was slowly locked again, turning back into a quaint brass ornament. The mage slowly opened his eyes, and sighed leisurely. The odd number has moved the wheel of time, and the future is already a fog. Have not heard. Daniel said bluntly. James was obviously relieved but felt a little lost when he heard it. Mr. Daniel was very surprised by James' reaction, and then said, "I have been traveling in northern Africa, and I have never been to the south, and there are very few concepts of an established country, and they are all called according to tribal areas, so I can't guarantee that there will be no such place, but I don't know it myself." James thought for a while and said firmly, "I want an exact answer, so please make another trip." "Okay, since you insist. But I need your sufficient help, not just financial and material resources. I need you to send capable people to accompany me. I can't accomplish this by myself." Daniel thought for a long time before slowly agreeing. James immediately assured, "Don't worry, I will send sufficient manpower for you to assign, and all supplies will be fine. After the matter is completed, no matter whether you can find Wakanda or not, you will get a sufficient amount of wealth to enjoy the rest of your life. It's my promise. I believe you, it's a trivial matter. Anyway, after finishing this matter, you have to help me take care of my old age." Mr. Daniel joked, "But, can I ask what is this for? I don't know if in African existing communities or native tribes that deserve your attention." James thought for a while and said earnestly, "I can't elaborate on the specific reasons, but just like the bizarre myths and legends of various ancient countries you just mentioned, if this place can be found, then all impossible things may be proved. Daniel lowered his eyes thoughtfully, and James said again, if you find it, collect as much information about Wakanda as possible under safe conditions, whether it is geographical location, history, culture, etc. But you must pay attention to safety and keep a distance. If I know it right, it is an extremely xenophobic country. They have been hiding, unknown to outsiders. Don't try to break in. He warned Mr. Daniel, and the two chatted for a long time. Daniel seemed to think that his students might want to explore the truth of the world like many people who are obsessed with mysterious culture. Although he felt that all of this was unbelievable, deep down in his heart he longed for an unexpected answer. After all, wasn't the 8 years of exploration also to pursue the indescribable confusion in his heart? Let me tell you a happy thing. I just received an invitation from the editorial team to sign a contract as soon as I was thinking about internal casting. Our readers are so vicious, rub everyone. In a blink of an eye, Christmas was approaching, and James did not rush to urge Mr. Daniel to go to Africa. He had enough time to wait. The teacher who had been traveling for many years also needed to rest, and the preparations for this trip would also take a certain amount of time. James is already preparing to start a factory in the northern part of the United States, and his inspection of the northern region this year has given him a general idea. The Howlet family has a solid foundation in farming and animal husbandry and has accumulated a lot of wealth, but there is still a blank in the industrial field. He plans to join forces with Herbert Fernan and Tom, the owner of the equipment factory, to enter the American heavy industry field. According to my memory estimates, the American Civil War will break out in 4 or 5 years. Before that, a certain industrial foundation must be laid out. Taking advantage of the large-scale demand for iron and steel machinery during the Civil War, the first batch of original funds will be accumulated, and timely give help to the Northern Army and seek certain political capital. However, what worries him most is the state of Victor Logan. The awakening of mutant genes has profoundly affected Victor's character and spirit since he was a child. James has been carefully observing Victor's living conditions. His fierce and domineering appearance and taciturn character make almost no one dare to approach him, but the desire for hunting from the depths of his blood makes this man run more and more. Looking for a way to vent in the depths of the forest, James knew he had to find a way to contain Victor's animal nature. He needs a sane helper, not a bloodthirsty beast. You want to open a factory? Herbert Fernan came out of the construction site in a somewhat disheartened manner, and was surprised to learn that Mr. Howlet Jr. wanted to enter the industrial field. Let's go to the United States. You need to know the current situation in the United States. There may be a war one day, and all the investment may be in vain by then. Mr. Fernan looked at James with some puzzlement, and he became more and more I think this young man is just a prodigal son who thinks about it. First of all, he had to dig such a big cellar and didn't know what to do, and he had to go to the United States to throw money. Old Howlet's life's fortune would be ruined by this grandson in a few years. That's right, Mr. Fernan. I plan to open a factory in the United States. The specific direction is still under consideration. The Fernan family has a solid foundation in the field of engineering. I wonder if they intend to cooperate with me. James smiled and said to Fernan that he understood what this fat man was thinking. In fact, James did not want Fernan to join in on a large scale. Not his style. If you don't plan to take a share, I can continue to cooperate with you through employment, including the construction of the factory in the future and certain technical support. How about it? If that's the case, I can still help. Fernan agreed cheerfully with a twinkle of small eyes that were deeply piled up with fat. Immediately afterwards, he said with a trembling smile, "Don't worry. So many big businesses take care of me, and I will definitely give you the best price. It is definitely more cost-effective than going to the United States to find a contractor." This cunning fat man was planning in his own mind. It would be impossible for him to invest money to play with the rich young master, but how can he let go of the big business that can make money? An adult coyote was strangled by a thick hand, and the tiger claw-like nails on its fingertips were deeply embedded in the coyote's flesh. It whimpered twice and stopped struggling. Victor had a satisfied expression on his face. He was no longer satisfied with hunting herbivores such as deer, roe, and antelope. Rather than simply eating some bloody raw meat, he was more fascinated by wrestling with carnivorous beasts. No matter which side's flesh and blood was cut by his own or the sharp claws of the beast, he was full of fascination. In addition to facing James, a monster that destroys the environment, the animals in Logger Forest also have to be careful of the hunting of Victor, a beast. It is really a disaster. Victor strolled in the direction of the manor. In order to hunt ferocious beasts and stay away from the range that humans might enter, he had to go deeper into the Logger Forest. The area was deserted, but broken tree trunks and rubble let him know that something extraordinary had happened here. Just from the cracks and scratches on some big tree trunks, it can be regarded as the result of an adult brown bear's madness, but the cobweb-like cracks radiating from a few boulders and the almost recognizable fist prints in the middle let Victor know he is not the only one with special hobbies and abilities. The forest and rain are the easiest to wear away the smell. Victor looked around for a long time and sucked his nose from time to time, but he didn't get a trace of human smell. He continued on the way back somewhat unwillingly, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Of course there is no problem in providing equipment purchase channels and technical training. If I heard correctly, Mr. Howlet, you don't object to my joining, do you? Tom, the owner of the machinery factory forging training equipment for James, said carefully. He seems to have completely different ideas from Dudley Fernan. Yes, Boss Tom, sorry your full name is. Tom Vadell, Mr. Howlet, it's more comfortable to call me Tom, Boss Tom said indifferently. He is not an industry giant like Herbert Vernon, and in this era, large machinery factories the business he received was very limited, and compared to a powerful place like the Howlet family, he could only be regarded as the owner of a blacksmith shop. I have to say that your proposal surprised me, Mr. Tom. This is not an investment direction that most people are optimistic about. May I ask why you chose to join? James asked with great interest. I have been in Edmond all my life. I know what kind of person your grandfather was, and I have always heard that you were very smart and knowledgeable since you were a child. Moreover, the drawings and designs you gave me, although until now I don't understand what it is for, but I can see that it is not an ordinary object. If I can become a partner with you, then it is worth taking some risks. Mr. Tom Weddle said quite sincerely. James' smile became more and more intense. He stood up and held out his hand to Boss Tom. Let's talk about the specific details. Your main support is in terms of technology and channels. It will make you fight for your fortune, and your family and future generations will thank you for this decision in the future. James revealed an indistinct confidence, and Boss Tom explained the progress of some equipment casting, and promised that all the manufacturing will be completed before next fall. After seeing off Boss Tom and returning to his study, he looked at the map of North America that he hung on the wall, and drew red circles on several cities in the United States. Even though he had a long lifespan, he was still full of urgency. There are too many and too strong things to face in the future, but even if the Wolverine fighting alone is 100 times stronger, it will not be able to catch it. The wolf is the most powerful animal only when it is in a pack. A lone wolf is doomed to wander miserably. Thanks to the joining of Mr. Daniel, this Christmas has been quite lively. Mr. Howlet is now basically unable to move on his own, and his voice is getting smaller and smaller. James estimates that he can only survive this Christmas and not wait for the next one. Up. Mother Elizabeth has been silent for many years, and has been mentally unstable, and even asks to reserve a place for John and Tony on such festivals. Every seemingly illustrious family has unknown sufferings. After the grandfather and mother symbolically attended the Christmas dinner, they were sent back to their respective rooms by the servants. O'Hara listened to Daniel talking about his travel knowledge and experiences, laughing nervously or happily from time to time. Looking at the snow-covered Rocky Mountains outside the window, James felt in a daze that if the world didn't have so many challenges and crises, it would be a joy to live in such a quiet way. James has never missed cars and airplanes so much. At the same time, he can't help but rejoice that at least there are steam trains and a relatively sound railway system in this era. Thanks to Mr. Watt for improving the steam engine early. After Christmas, James, Tom, and Daniel went to the United States to finalize details such as the location of the factory one by one. This time, James completely overcame his addiction to spending money like dirt. He spent a lot of the Howlet family's wealth to buy a lot of land in New York, Chicago, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Due to the intensified turmoil in the United States, the land has become cheaper and cheaper, and they are all positions that no one is looking for. Everyone tried to stop James' crazy moves, but all ended in vain. If it wasn't too far away and the current situation was chaotic, he even wanted to go to Southern California and Texas for shopping. This made Mr. Tom Weddle wonder whether he had misunderstood the little Mr. Howlet. To start a factory and start a business is not to be a manor owner. It must be good if there is more land. Nearly half a year of inspections and acquisitions allowed James to fully understand the United States of this era, especially what kind of injustice, discrimination, and even hatred the mutant group will face in ordinary human society in the future. Even in the north of the United States, which tends to abolish slavery and is based on capitalist industry, blacks still have no so-called rights and dignity. Except for the black slave group that has not been completely cleared, all cities will be separately divided and marked what kind of places black people can enter and exit. Restaurants, hotels, bars, and even toilets will be separated from black and white. What James deeply understood was that his grandfather, Mr. Howlet, was an out-and-out hater of blacks, not only because of his inherent narrow racial thinking, but also because his brother who died of illness was infected with the disease of black slaves. He clearly knows how difficult it is to eliminate the opposition at the root of cognition. In fact, James is just a warrior. Learning to be a manor owner, a businessman in the upper class to manage the industry has exhausted him. The project of the underground palace has reached the final stage, and it can be delivered in at most 3 months. Dudley Fernan put all the workers who had completed other engineering operations on the Howlet Manor project after Christmas, which greatly accelerated the completion of the dungeon. He must complete this strange cellar project as soon as possible, so that he can continue to receive the construction projects of 6 factories in 4 cities that James will soon put into construction. Even for the largest construction contractor in Canada, this is a business that can last for 2 or 3 years. Boss Tom's casting equipment is basically completed and will be transported to the manor one after another for assembly in the underground palace. Those big guys can't be packed and moved in. And James' training can finally get on track. Mr. Daniel decided to set off for Africa in the last 1 month. This is a journey that does not know how long it will take. He and James are to some extent just a gentleman's agreement. Daniel promised to do his best to find Wakanda. If it is fast enough, there may be news in a year or 2. If he can't find it, he has the right to decide when to terminate this mission. In a blink of an eye, the weather was getting colder. James bid farewell to Mr. Daniel and his party of 17 people 2 months ago. This exploration team includes 9 family riders who have jointly developed the business with the Howlet family since their grandparents, and they are responsible for the safety of the entire team, especially Mr. Daniel. 3 black slaves who were trafficked from different parts of Africa. James promised that they would be free from the time they agreed to the task, and they would get a handsome fee when they came back. There are also 4 masters who are proficient in medical treatment, cooking, and other necessary skills in the wild. After arriving in Africa, they will also hire local guides and coolies who will bear the burden of equipment and luggage. In the early autumn of 1857, James came to the world's first hand to touch the track of history and slowly reached out. Factories in the United States began construction one after another. In the end, Herbert Vernon was unable to swallow all the projects. James demanded that 6 factories must be built and completed at the same time. A well-known construction company in Washington undertook the construction of 2 factories. At this time, the Western world is in the transition period from the First Industrial Revolution to the Second Industrial Revolution. The steam engine era has reached its peak, but the internal combustion engine has not yet appeared. 3 of these 6 factories are steel-making plants, producing various mechanical raw materials, 2 mechanical processing factories and 1 mechanical experiment factory that makes people unclear. Entering a brand new industrial field is not something that can be done with money to buy land and build factories. James spent only a small part of his investigation in the previous 6 months on site selection and land purchase. He spent more time on acquiring poorly managed steel-making plants and processing plants, finalizing mineral raw material channels, understanding the U.S. industrial market, and other extremely cumbersome matters. After sending Mr. Daniel away, he went to various parts of the United States for more than 2 months to deal with many matters. And hired professional geological prospecting personnel to explore the land owned by the Howlet family in Canada, and the family was acting like clockwork. If all goes well, the major factories will officially start operation a year later, allowing this plantation and animal husbandry manor owner to gradually transform into a new industrial tycoon. Finally, this winter, James made arrangements for everything, and he was able to have a period of free time to train his boxing skills, and he could also spend his grandfather's last time with peace of mind. Mr. Howlet has been completely bedridden and can only eat liquid food at ordinary times. The butlers, Wayne and O'Hara, took care of him all day long, and the old brothers who were still alive would take turns talking to him at his bedside every day if they could walk. Most of the time Mr. Howlet could only respond by gasping for air and making a ho, ho sound. Every day after dinner, James would feed the old man himself, scrub his body, and meditate with him until dawn. He hoped that the only family member he really cared about in this world would not be alone sleeping on the bed facing the blank night when he left, but that he could see his beloved grandson sleep forever in contentment. Howlet Manor is about 30 meters deep underground. A huge space of nearly 2 modern football fields with a size of square meters and a height of 9 meters reverberates like the roar of a pile driver. This is an underground palace divided into multiple spaces and structures. In a practice field transformed from a space of about square meters, James is naked and twisted like a body full of steel bars on a giant steel wolf about 5 meters high. Toothstick punched and whipped his legs, and sometimes bumped his shoulders, elbows and knees, and the figures were scattered and ups and downs. In the quiet space deep underground, pots of charcoal fires and torch flames shone around. After nearly half an hour of tireless intensive punching, James landed the last heavy fist on it, and slowly retracted his fists and circled around to look at his sandbags, completed today's warm-up exercise. The quality is quite good. He nodded in satisfaction. The current power can only leave a shallow mark with all its strength, and it is not enough to turn the iron pile. It will last for a long time. He called this huge mace and steel creation, which resembles a Wing Chun wooden dummy, an iron pile. To move this giant pile, it would take at least 3 tons of impact force, which is far from enough. After the inspection, James went to the side of the steel frame full of thick barbells, picked up the special iron bar as thick as a forearm, and did the most basic modern strength training movements such as squats and deadlifts, and continued to increase the weight of the test the limit of his current physical strength. Squats of 520 kilograms, deadlifts of 580 kilograms, the current weight is about 130 kilograms, more than 4 times its own weight. James took a pen to record the relevant data in his notebook, chanting, "Healthy ordinary people can reach twice their own strength level after a certain intensity and time of strength training, while top athletes can reach 3 times or even more. The limit of physical strength." James' data has completely exceeded this limit, and this is because he has not fully tapped the potential of his body. Today, he needs boxing skills to be perfected, no longer understanding the strength and using the muscles, bones and skin membranes of the whole body as he did back then, but must bottom out the limits of his body and discover his potential. End of this chapter. Many people think that people who practice traditional Chinese martial arts will not practice this kind of basic strength training of the Western system. In fact, such training is to a certain extent the most direct test and improvement of a person's physical strength level. Since ancient times, Chinese people have also used tools such as stone locks and stone mills to exercise their bodies, which have the same effect as modern strength equipment. Huaxia boxing pays attention to the use of strength, which is fundamentally a skill. It is like an algorithm formula. Input 1 part of energy and release 2 or even 3 parts through the transformation of special force methods, multiplying the destructive power. But what if the input is based on 2 or even 3? Therefore, the ancient boxing system for thousands of years has all studied how to amplify one's own limited power, so as to defeat the strong with the weak. The fighting genres such as jujitsu and joint skills that appeared in later generations especially use the leverage amplification effect. If a mutant with extraordinary physical talent practiced martial arts, then due to his higher physical quality, he would definitely be more destructive than a human boxer of the same level, or even far surpass it. But for several years, Chinese martial arts have long been integrated with obscure culture and thought, not to mention people from other countries with huge knowledge barriers. Even Chinese people have little talent to gain insight into the secret doors of martial arts, which to a certain extent has led to the decline of martial arts fighting skills. And James Howlet, by Feng, the master of Chinese martial arts in his previous life, this unimaginable odd number, combined all kinds of impossible conditions in a random way, making the pinnacle of martial arts more complicated and confusing. After sets of extreme weight squats, deadlifts, and a series of strength training, James staggered into the heavy armor, added 100 kilograms of lead weights, and officially started today's training. Only after exhausting one's own abundant physical fitness and strength can one feel the strength that goes deep into the texture in the boxing. Now James is no longer constrained by the shackles of boxing schools. The pace of Baguazhang may be the hammering method of Taijiquan, and the Bengquan of Xing'ai may be matched with the U-step of shrinking the ground to an inch. In terms of technique, he has reached the peak. James has a feeling that his practice of boxing may enter a new realm after he has become a master, and there is no shadow of the previous national boxing. The clock in the secret room reminded him that almost 5 hours had passed since noon. James stopped slowly, shaking his muscles and bones to relax his skin, and tightly closed his pores to let the sweat steam that was about to come out slowly as the breath sinks down. It returns to the dantian of the lower abdomen. Suddenly, a long breath blows out like fireworks in a brazier blown by white waves. The two airflows finally hit the temples slowly, and the energy is drawn back. From the first warm-up to the strength training and the final boxing practice, he has been naked but not a single drop of sweat. This is one of the essence of internal boxing. The fur must be attacked. Along the long stone staircase that stretched upwards, the cabinets in the study filled with various types of guns were slowly pushed away, and James, who had changed his clothes, walked out calmly and went downstairs for dinner. Victor has not found any new special traces in the forest for a long time. Since the unusual discovery in late autumn last year, he has been paying attention to the changes in the forest. It is a pity that the monster that can cause such destructive power seems to be he left here completely and never appeared again. Relying on the instinct and intuition of a beast, Victor vaguely felt that this was his kind, and firmly believed that they would meet someday. In the study of mutant genes more than a century later, scholars called the instinctive desire of the tendency of this race the community effect of animal mutants. Mutant humans with close blood or the same lycanthropy gene will have a natural communal phenomenon from the deepest level, which is the herd instinct of wild beasts to hunt and survive. This instinct will lure them closer to each other and depend on each other. At the same time, the group pattern of animals determines that they must have their own leader, the king of beasts in this hunting area, so this desire to attract each other and rely on each other has an extremely contradictory side, that is, they must eventually fight to become the king of the group. In the ferocious beasts that are often at the top of the food chain either hunt alone or become leading wolves, and rarely are they inferior to others. Victor is eager to find his kind and his herd both mentally and physically. And the powerful mutant talent, he will be called saber-toothed tiger in the future, which means that only by becoming the king of beasts can he form a state of coexistence with other compatriots. After dinner, Butler Wayne sent letters sent back by Howlet family members in the United States, explaining in detail the recent John Brown uprising and the Republican leader Abraham Lincoln. After reading carefully in the study, James thought for a moment, wrote a reply letter seriously and explained the follow-up layout tasks. The prelude to the American Civil War is about to begin. The night was dark, and the Canadian night in winter was so quiet that I lost my hearing. The thick snow is attached to the vast and grey Rocky Mountains. The fireplace in Mr. Howlet's bedroom is crackling just right, and the room is warm but not hot. James sits in meditation on a thick Persian rug in the left corner of the room, next to the fireplace at his side, his handsome face glowing with flames. Accompanying his grandfather made him feel very at ease, and he needed some persistence and fetters in this world that did not belong to him so that he would not be so hesitant. Cough 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 cough. Mr. Howlet coughed intermittently and turned over with some struggle. James opened his eyes when he heard the movement, got up and went to the bed, rubbed his grandfather's back, and let him take a few sips slowly with a glass of warm water. The old man seemed to be more energetic than before, and motioned to James to help him up and sit on the bed. Ho cough cough cough. It's okay, Jamie, it's okay, I'll sit down for a while, just to talk to you. He quickly rubbed left and right on the pillow that his grandson had laid out, and found a comfortable place. Pose. These days make you uncomfortable, don't you? Every night with me, an old guy, playing with some servants. You're joking again. These things shouldn't be done by others. James sat beside Mr. Howlet, lit the oil lamp, and watched the old man's haggard face turn red, and seemed to be a little angry. The once fierce and deep brilliance can be vaguely seen in the cloudy eyes. Instead, he felt uneasy, and responded to his grandfather's words in a panic. Hey, I haven't been able to speak for a while, and I feel groggy, but I can also feel that you are here every night, feeding, delivering water, scrubbing and going to the toilet. When I am old, I am afraid of giving my child you are causing us trouble, but you are not willing to walk away, knowing that you are by my side, so. Mr. Howlet babbled on to his grandson what he had been unable to express for a long time. James's heart sank deeper and deeper as he listened, and a pair of invisible hands twisted his heart inch by inch. Grandfather, don't talk about it, save some energy and sleep well. He tried to interrupt Mr. Howlet with some pleading, but the old man tightly held his hand. I know when I've arrived. If I miss some words, I won't have another chance. He took a slow breath, and then said, you are smart enough and more capable than me. You don't have to follow me about what you should or shouldn't do in the future. You are talking nonsense. Whether this family is booming or not, people must be good. James nodded, took his grandfather's hand and stroked it gently. I'm just worried that you are too arrogant. I know that you don't want to trust anyone since you were young. I can see it, but remember, no wolf, no matter how powerful, can defeat a lion. Only a pack of wolves can be invincible. You have to have your own wolves to deal with the wind and rain in the future. Don't carry everything by yourself. I remember, grandfather. The root of a family is not in blood, but a kind of inheritance of spirit and perseverance. Everyone who agrees with and surrounds you can become a member of this family. The same blood does not necessarily have the same heart. The only thing I want to entrust to you is the Howlet family, so that the family that started with me can continue. This is my only wish. James nodded heavily. Don't worry, the Howlet family will definitely pass it on. Also, although you don't need to be obsessed with blood, you still have to have more children. I can't see the day when you have children. Don't think about so many messes. There are as many births as there are. The earth is big enough as life. Mr. Howlet remembered talking a little bit. After more than 10 minutes, he gradually became as tired as before, gradually lost his strength, and seemed to fall asleep. James helped him to lie down, knelt and sat on the edge of the bed holding the old man's hand, his face pressed against the back of his grandfather's hand. His keen awareness and strong hearing felt the old man's heart beating slowly and persistently. Slowly there was no sound. Add more support for signing and rewarding partners, as well as various monthly ticket recommendation tickets. Thanks guys, rub everyone. Chapter 20 Strange Sightings in the White House. Dear Mr. Howlet, this is my first personal letter since I took office. Yes, as I mentioned in our previous correspondence, you and I need to have a face-to-face conversation and get to know each other formally. As the biggest funders and even the most important capital partners since the founding of the Republican Party, you have the right and more obligation to put forward your own political inclinations and demands. Looking forward to our meeting, your friend, Abraham Lincoln. It's been almost 3 years since Mr. Howlet Sr. passed away, and it's been another cold winter, and the snow in Canada never disappoints. The sound seemed to be confiscated by the snow, and there were a few faint snorting sounds from the stables, and under the snow, through the nearly 20 meters of dirt, the screaming and roaring became more and more intense. A huge figure over meters was panting up and down. His arms were as long as his knees. His arms were tangled like old tree roots, hanging slightly bent by his side, and the sharp claws on his fingertips were stained with blood. Well, very good, Victor, really good. I have made great progress, and it actually hurt me. James Howlet said a little surprised. Looking at the 3 shallow scars on his shoulders like cat scratches, he turned sideways, not letting Victor see the scars heal quickly. James then continued, it seems that Tiger Fist is really suitable for you. Victor Logan didn't feel any joy when he heard these words, but he was humiliated and roared with his neck raised. His 4 canine teeth protruded, and a cloud of smoke and dust floated from where he was standing, without a sound, without a shadow. It's still the same old problem. James shook his head, stopped, twisted his hips, turned around, and punched. The air from this punch crackled and hit the cheek of Victor, who rushed forward, accompanied by the flying of 2 teeth and a slightly twisted head. Boom! Victor fell heavily to the ground, his lower half raised high, and this horizontal fist nailed the giant man to the ground. Come here today. James put on the robe hanging next to him and motioned for Victor to go up together. The latter ignored it. He got up and spit out the blood froth in his mouth, accompanied by foreign objects such as broken teeth, cracked, twisted his somewhat dislocated neck, and strode to the giant spike iron pile, crazy attack training up. Seeing Victor's familiar and obsessive use of the tiger-shaped fist to catch the sparks on the iron pile, he didn't care even if his fingers burst and bleed. He shook his head helplessly, and walked slowly along the stairs. Superior. One night about 2 years ago, James once again found Victor, who was relaxing in the woods. He suggested that there was a good place for him to vent, so he took him to the underground palace. On the day they officially met each other, James admitted frankly that he also had a similar atavism situation to him, and Victor was not surprised at all, but quietly and silently stabbed the claws on his fingertips. James didn't show his claws, just raised his fist. That night he almost shattered all of Victor's bones and viscera. Facing the saber-toothed tiger, which had a super self-healing ability second only to himself, he didn't need to hold back the slightest, and completely moved his hands and feet. Victor didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, except for roaring, still roaring, and kept getting up, culling, being knocked down, recovering, until he was exhausted, and couldn't get up again. The two seemed to have a special tacit understanding. Neither of them explained anything. They just met every few days to fight in the practice room of the underground palace. No, seriously, Victor Logan is just one-sided masochism. In the days that followed, Victor would train with James in the underground palace every day, and James did not deliberately teach Victor boxing skills, but for a long time, he used the form that he thought was most suitable for Victor. Tiger-shaped fist fighting with him, Victor quickly learned the combination of form and spirit in the battle, which is very suitable. The saber-toothed tiger has indescribable adaptability to this set of killing boxing. Not long after James returned to the study from the secret passage, the housekeeper knocked lightly on the door. Butler Wayne knew very well what time of day he should never go to the study to disturb his young master, so the time of arrival was particularly suitable. Master, a letter from Washington. Butler Wayne still used to call James master. After taking the letter and looking at it for a while, he joked to Butler Wayne with a smile, "Someone can't stretch it anymore. Get ready, I'm going to Washington tomorrow." "Yes, master. Who do you need to arrange to go with you? The American Civil War is imminent, let Victor accompany you," Butler Wayne suggested with a little worry. James waved his hand. "He doesn't have such thoughts now, just send a telegram and ask someone from the family in Washington to pick me up, and I will go there by myself." Mr. Abraham Lincoln was just elected as the number 16 President of the United States of America in November last year, and just took office this year. He is a very charismatic person. Although he came from the bottom of the civilian class, he swept the American political arena like a storm and was pushed into the presidential chair. In addition to personal political skills, ability, and extremely deep campaign finances are also one of the reasons for his election. What disturbs Mr. President is that Mr. James Howlet from Canada supported him for nearly 3 years, never showed up, and did not even hint at any of his interests. According to the survey he got, the Howlet family has 3 generations so far. In recent years, the industrial and real estate fields in the northern United States have risen rapidly. The predecessor was an out-and-out manor owner and landlord. Mr. President is never afraid to know how big a person's desires are. Most of the time, free ones are the most expensive. The White House will hold a small banquet for an unknown number of guests tonight, and several maids in standard black dresses, white headdresses, and white bibs are busy back and forth. The president's wife, Mary, took a few glances at the tall and thin maid who was passing by carrying the utensils. She walked through the hall and gently pushed open the door of Lincoln's room. "Is anyone here for dinner today?" Mrs. Mary is a decent and simple good woman. She was born much higher than Lincoln. The suitor in his youth was a city councilman, and at that time President Lincoln was still teaching himself law while working as a clerk in a grocery store. I don't know what happened between the two of them that made this rich daughter fall in love with the tall, shy Mr. Lincoln. Even though she is now in the White House and is the First Lady, Mary still speaks like an ordinary person treating guests to dinner. "Ah, yes, that Mr. Howlet, I told you." While looking at the documents on the table, Mr. President pushed the mirror, looked up and said to his wife, "It's the young man, I remember, I haven't seen it all the time. Well, just by himself, the 3 of us have a meal together." Mary nodded, and left the room, wondering who the maid was again, thinking that her memory was a bit bad. Evening. James was still in a daze when he stood in front of the White House. This is the White House, and it was the White House when Abraham Lincoln was there. He smiled inexplicably, and strode in following the guidance of the reception officer. "Mr. President, I have to say, I never thought you would be so tall and heroic." During the greeting after sitting down, James' first sentence was really a little rude, but it was because he was too surprised. President Lincoln has a height of 193 centimeters, only a little shorter than the current James, with wide shoulders and a back as wide as 2 big cattail fans. When shaking hands, he can feel the thickness and toughness between his palms. He must have been full of cocoons in his early years. In addition to the iconic deep facial features and beard, the image of Mr. President really surprised James. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect the legendary Mr. Howlet to be so young." President Lincoln was as humorous as rumored. Mrs. Mary also agreed with a smile, and asked Mr. Howlet if he had a wife and what kind of lady he liked. "The host and guest should have a good time. Try this dessert." After eating it, one of my staff exclaimed, "Even if I want to eat this cake often, I have to run for president." A tall, thin maid with a narrow face came in and put the last dessert on the table. James twitched his nose a few times, and a look of disgust flashed across his brows, as if he smelled something disgusting. After regaining consciousness, he quickly adjusted his state, responding to Mr. President's words, but thinking about something from time to time. After dinner, James was invited to come to the rotunda of the president's office with Lincoln to taste cigars, and when he was about to sit down, the president mentioned as if chatting, "Mr. Howlet, your respect for America." "Sorry, Mr. President, let me be rude again. May I ask what room is about 10 meters away?" Lincoln was a little taken aback, looked at the direction the handsome young Mr. Howlet was pointing at and said hesitantly, "It's the youngest son's playroom." Mr. President thought to himself, maybe he wanted to find the bathroom? "I'm sorry, Mr. President." James dodged to open the door and went out, walked more than 10 meters in one step, and opened the door. The tall and thin maid just now lay prone on the ground, her face turned black, her blood vessels bulged, and she was biting a white and cute little boy with her fangs full of sticky liquid. Wow! Still holding a soldier toy and a small silver dagger in his hands, Lincoln's young son cried out in fright at the ghost-like thing in front of him. At the same time as the sound of crying resounded, James strode forward. The elegant carpet was stabbed and cracked with a sound. When the tip of the tall and thin maid's nose was about to touch the child's white and sweet skin, his vision was suddenly pulled away, and the ceilings the Revolutionary War murals filled the eyes and suddenly turned scarlet. Boom! James grabbed the back of the maid's head and poured it down to the ground. The huge impact caused the entire cranial cavity to bleed, staining the retina red. She twitched twice and became silent. President Lincoln rushed into the room, followed by shouts and footsteps. Seeing the maid on the ground who was still looking like a ghost, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her face was filled with relief. James crouched in front of little Lincoln, covered the child's tear-filled eyes to prevent him from seeing this terrible scene, picked him up, and sent him to Lincoln's arms. Mr. Xiao is fine. Judging by your appearance, you must. Behind. The maid behind James rushed up like a dead body. President Lincoln saw the yelling reminder, and the guards who arrived afterward were all holding guns, but they were worried that the shooting would hurt the president and the guests, so they were stunned for a while. There. James still smiled gently, as if he didn't realize that the sharp teeth were approaching his neck. In a blink of an eye, the body turned around, and the figure with a height of nearly centimeters between the two steps disappeared like an illusion, avoiding the bite, slashing the maid's neck with the palm knife, and flipping the wrist under the armpit. Arms tightened. Crack. The tall and thin maid's neck was snapped. James lightly tapped the maid's back with his right hand, and there was another muffled toothache, which broke the spine. Even though the maid who was thrown on the ground had a broken neck and cervical spine, she still screamed and cursed with her mouth open, but she couldn't move her body. James raised his foot to step on her face to prevent the unknown creature from bursting out again, and continued what he said just now. Looking at your appearance, you must have some stories to tell me. Two tall men were smoking cigars in a somewhat cramped storage room. James rubbed the bright silver blade of a long-handled sharp axe with his fingertips. Enamel, some black and silver blade daggers, spikes, glass bottles, etc. are stacked in the box beside him. Can only silver work? I mean wood thorns and sunlight. According to legend, these are fatal to vampires. James asked seriously the Mr. President who was sitting on the wooden box. The legend is not true. Wood has no effect at all. They hate sunlight. The sun will affect and weaken them. Exposure for a long time will also hurt, so they will cover it with something like sunscreen, but it is not fatal. Oh, by the way, fire can also be used. Lincoln stood up and took the long axe in James' hands, flipped it around, switched hands skillfully, made a few false chops, and added at the same time. They can deceive your vision and cause a certain degree of invisibility, especially in shadows and dark nights. They are as fast as galloping horses and as powerful as cattle. In addition to silver, injuries caused by other weapons or methods can be quickly healed. James tilted his head and asked, "Can you live if you cut off your head?" That's not possible. It's okay to cut off the head, but it's very difficult to do, Mr. President said hesitantly, as if he was wondering why he hadn't thought of this method before. The truth of history is so unbelievable. The great Mr. Abraham Lincoln was once an excellent vampire hunter, and the slave owners in the South were the direct or indirect identities of the vampire family. Mr. President, you are really too kind. People are surprised. After James finished speaking, he slightly bowed his head and gave a salute. How can I be considered great? President Lincoln shook his head and continued, there are too many so-called truths that have been buried, and only a few people can know them. American vampires came to this continent with European pioneers. They have become deeply rooted to this day, and you should remember the death of Governor Smith and his niece some years ago, James said with an unnatural expression on his face. Of course. I heard it was food poisoning. No, there is a high probability that these blood-sucking beasts did it. At that time, the Holy See in England was alarmed to investigate the incident. James said with some non-committal, Mr. President, I think dash. Call me Abel, no matter what you saved my son, I will never forget this love. Mr. Howlet. President Lincoln said solemnly and solemnly. Call me James. He softened his tone. The two exhaled smoke rings and smiled at each other. And you, James, it's time to tell your story. Like, how old are you? James froze for a moment, and said a little strangely, you are in your 20s. Mr. President asked with some surprise and hesitation, isn't it more than 120 years old? 220 years old. James secretly slandered that he was indeed not an ordinary human being, and this question was really a headache. Then how did you find out? How did you know that something would happen to that room after being so far away? President Lincoln looked even more puzzled. Smell. Since I came to the White House tonight, I have smelled the smell of blood. I didn't think much about it at first. After all, there are many guards here, and professional soldiers often come and go. Of course, you also have a strong smell. I just wonder if you've ever been on a battlefield. James took another sip of his cigar, and continued with a puff of smoke, but after that thing approached, I knew it must be not a normal person. The strong smell of blood, like a mountain of piled corpses, exudes people the stench of fainting. My nose has always been sharp, and the smell made me nauseous. So I kept paying attention until I felt a strong burst of killing intent. At that time, the matter was urgent and I couldn't explain it to you. President Lincoln looked at James seriously but a little playfully, and fell silent for a while. I believe you can also see that I can't be considered an ordinary person, but I can promise you that I must be a human being, and I don't need to gain power in a way like this dark creature. James continued after a while. I believe in you, it doesn't matter if you are a vampire. The person who led and trained me is a vampire with a bottom line of conscience. Some people are forced to become like this, and they also became the trainers of the first batch of vampire hunters. The eyes of Mr. President flashed with the brilliance of memories, leisurely telling the story of witnessing his mother being killed by a vampire when he was a child, and then becoming a hunter by chance to take revenge. It was already early the next morning when James left the White House, and he talked with Mr. President all night. How to deal with vampire slave owners, problems with the American regime, the need to abolish slavery, and more. President Lincoln was deeply moved by this young and mysterious Mr. Howlet's insight and deep understanding. With nearly 200 years of insight and forward-looking future generations, James is full of unique wisdom about the country and the world's thoughts and views. Mr. President expressed the hope that James could stay in Washington and help him to defeat the slave owner system in the South and the vampire group that was raging on this continent. James did not immediately agree. He still has some things to do, and now is not the time for him to appear. This is a war that has engulfed such a huge country and involves tens of millions of people. It cannot be resolved by an individual. Even in the current world of ordinary humans, James can no longer find a threat. On the way back, he fell into deep doubts. When the book was used, he hated it. At this moment, James was very annoyed why he didn't watch more movies or related stories in the Marvel universe in his previous life. As far as he knew, there should be no creatures like vampires in this world, but now not only the entire southern United States has become the world's largest vampire gathering place, even the famous President Abraham Lincoln has become a vampire hunter. The world is getting more and more complicated. How useful is a little memory from the previous life? When approaching the manor, James finally made up his mind that no matter how complicated and dangerous the world is, his fists and strength are the foundation to deal with everything. It's been almost 5 years since Kung Fu entered the dark energy, and these days, he has gradually felt that the energy penetrated to the face. It's almost time to step into the Huajin level that has been reached. So, another hunter trained by Henry. Lord, Master, I don't know, do not know. On the high-backed chair opposite the long table, the trembling candlelight reflected the uncertain weather on the man's face. His complexion was very poor, as pale as a floating corpse soaked in water for a long time, with a hooked nose, many white eyes, small pupils, and well-dressed. His double-breasted black woolen coat, and the raised leather boots seemed to have some dull reddish-brown traces, which looked very uncomfortable. Wadama, is he still alive? The man suppressed his emotions, and the thin black blood vessels gradually climbed up on his forehead and the corners of his eyes. Alive? Alive. The fat man who had been hunched over and dared not stand up hurriedly agreed. Miss Wadama was imprisoned by the White House. We don't know the exact location for the time being, but it is certain that she is still alive. Lincoln wants to get our information from Miss Howlet. Howlet. The owner on the high-back chair played with the ring on his finger with the shape of fangs, muttered in his mouth, and said slowly, I will deal with Wadama's place myself, and as for the kid in Canada, you can go and go. Bring more people, regardless of life or death. Yes, Master Adam. I said, Master, you spend most of the day in the basement with 2 big men, Victor, every day, you can't. O'Hara rested his cheeks, looked at James with strange eyes, and his mouth was about to speak. And James was stunned for a moment, then squeezed the soft flesh on her cheek in a bad mood, and O'Hara complained in pain. Then why didn't you go to a picnic with me for afternoon tea? When was a beauty like me rejected like this? He turned his back and sat by James' desk, crossing his arms and not saying anything. Well then. James said helplessly, with a little apology in his eyes. O'Hara turned her head sharply. Really? Before James could speak, she immediately said, Don't go back on your word, I'll go get ready. Picking up her skirt, striding her long legs, she ran out of the room in a hurry, without giving James a chance to speak. He was hesitant to speak because of a headache, looking at O'Hara's pretty back. His eyes were like streams flowing gently. James couldn't help thinking of the words of the old Mr. Howlet when he was dying, and he was stunned for a while. At night, before going to bed. Boom, boom, boom. The neatly stacked giant barbell plates collided rhythmically with a giant man with a naked body and disheveled hair squatting down. This terrifying figure was meters tall, with an unbelievably generous body. Sweat trickled down the undulating muscles of the gully. His bare feet were tightly gripping the floor tiles. His heavy body and extremely exaggerated, there were some cracks on the brick surface under the weight of the barbell. Panting heavily, Victor finally finished today's training. He felt the strange pain and itching in his legs. It turned out that the weight was too heavy, which exceeded the current load of his body, damaged and slowly healing. The frenzied torment also caused traces of blood to ooze from his skin, mixed with the sweat on his body. Victor slowly lowered his body, put his palms on the ground, lying on the ground like a tiger. His body gradually heard a rhythmic roar from his abdominal cavity, and gradually the roar seemed to spread to his whole body, as if the sound came from every part of his body, general from the bones. After James practiced tiger leopard several times in front of Victor without any shyness, this giant man who seemed to have only reckless in his mind slowly mastered this forceful vocal technique and began to practice it. Up. Lay-in, a tiger and leopard trained in form and meaning, fits James and Victor very well. After practicing lay-in, their bones have the characteristics of secondary development, and their bodies have become thicker and taller, and Victor is especially exaggerated. After a long time, Victor finally finished today's training. He grabbed the wooden barrel, took a bucket of water from the pool in the corner, and poured it over his head. The holes were quickly lined up, and the details of the design of this underground palace are still in place. Victor shook his wild hair, grabbed his clothes and walked up. The fragrance of this flower has faded, like the breath your kiss gave me. The color of this flower has withered, it once shone with your own brilliance. A shriveled, dead, empty form resting on. So you've been talking about these things all night, little girl Jamie. Victor's rough face was full of jokes and looked at James, who was holding a book and reading to O'Hara. This scene was so ridiculous in his eyes that he mentioned the mocking nickname for James when he was young. O'Hara looked angrily at Victor, who barged in without even knocking on the door. Her face was flushed with embarrassment and anger, almost as bright red as her hair. She was about to attack Victor, but James closed the book naturally and said in a relaxed manner, "It's Shelley, a withered violet, a poet I'm very fond of." Victor sneered a few times with disdain. "If you have time to read pickled cabbage and purple radish here, why not fight with me?" O'Hara let out a putchy laugh, clutching her stomach and clucking like a little hen, her body shaking non-stop. James also shook his head, looking at O'Hara helplessly. "Victor, you big idiot, it's violets and purple radishes. You two practice those weird things every day, and you fight every day. What's the use of it? No matter how hard you fight, is it better than a shotgun?" O'Hara glanced at James and Victor with somewhat dissatisfied eyes while complaining. Victor smiled cunningly, and said softly and meaningfully, "The gun is really useless." Okay, O'Hara, I'll read poetry to you tomorrow," James said to smooth things over, and little O'Hara snorted softly with her nose up. He turned to Victor and said, "You can still read some books when you have time, every day is just crazy training, and the spirit will." James stopped suddenly, frowned, and sucked his nose a few times. Victor also seemed to feel something. His nose moved, and he licked his lips unconsciously, with a ferocious excitement on his face. "O'Hara, close the doors and windows and don't go out. If anyone wants to break in, just enter the basement through the secret door in the study," James said to O'Hara seriously. It was the first time for the little girl to see Master James' expression and attitude, and she stood there nervously. On the contrary, James said to Victor very relaxedly, "Come down with me to have a look, Victor, there are bad guests coming, we must entertain them." "I can't ask for it. Lord Marcus, this is it." A rider who was riding a black horse first came back and said to the leader of the rear team. They were all wearing denim wide-brimmed hats, black button-down trench coats, black gloves, black boots, and did not carry any weapons. It's just that under today's big and round moon, each of them looked pale like floating corpses. The man named Marcus was a little fat, with a beard and a broad face, but his cheeks were sunken. He looked at the tall and majestic Howlet family manor castle in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure this is not the residence of the Governor-General of Canada?" The rider nodded, and Marcus sneered slowly. A manor owner, he made his home like a military base, surrounded tightly, with turrets and bunkers everywhere. "Be careful, I'm afraid the gunman will not be here." Phew. The crowd behind them laughed rustlingly. "My lord, it's useless to have more gunmen, ha 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 ha." Marcus also laughed. "Yes, what's the use of having more guns?" He flicked his whip, the horse neighed and galloped forward, and the team quickly approached the castle, but just as they were approaching, the torches that were still visible on the wall disappeared, as if the sentries had also withdrawn. The gate of the castle opened slowly and strangely, and two figures could be vaguely seen in the wide open space inside. Marcus hesitated a little, but the people around him and the fierce horse under his crotch were not there. They rushed through the gate quickly, but no one turned around to notice that the door was slowly closed again. "Call law." The horse team tightened the reins one after another, and Marcus rode on the horse, looking at the two people in front of him, but he didn't feel condescending at all. Vampires have vision and perception abilities far superior to those of the day in the dark. He looked clearly at the handsome and somewhat handsome young man in front of him. He has a clean face, no beard, half-length black hair neatly combed, and an elegant velvet casual jacket on his upper body. There is only peace in his black pupils. This young man was tall and burly enough, but the giant man who was half a body behind him was even more exaggerated, making him seem a little ordinary. The giant man had wet long dark brown hair, protruding eyebrows, deep eye sockets, and a thick beard covering his cheeks. He was casually wearing a large linen shirt, his chest was exposed, and his shoulders were broad like the blacksmith-made iron blocks, the arms were as long as the knees, and they were as thick as a mast. Even when Marcus was riding a horse, he could vaguely feel that the giant man was looking into his eyes. "I'm James Howlet, you must have come to find me." James broke the calm and spoke up. Hearing this, Marcus' team slowly applauded and surrounded the two in the middle. "Mr. Howlet, since you... Is it just these people? Are they all here?" James interrupted, looking around at a dozen pale riders with scarlet eyes. "It's all here. What are you talking about?" Marcus subconsciously agreed, feeling more and more strange. He tugged at the rein awkwardly, and the horse shook its head in pain, stepped back a few steps, and stamped its hooves. James suddenly suppressed his excitement and said to Victor next to him, "Half for one person? The fatter ones are left here. These guys are not easy to kill. Destroy their heads. Be careful not to be bitten." TCH? Who and you are half of each other, it's up to you. Victor grinned, revealing some two long canine teeth. He walked forward slowly while talking, and all the knights around looked at each other in blank dismay. Hurrah, what? The sad neighing of the horse sounded, and Victor stepped towards a tall and thin knight beside Marcus, slapped the horse's head with his palm, and immediately hit the ground. The vampire knight, who had no time to react, was crushed under the horse. The huge foot stepped on his sternum, and just as he choked a mouthful of black blood into his throat, he felt that his neck was pierced through by a few iron rods. Pfft. A large head fell to the side, with a string of black and red things rolling around twice, and the eyes blinked. Victor stuck his hands into the vampire's neck, his arms struggled, and he pulled his head out abruptly, connecting a section of bloody spine with various veins. In the blink of an eye, a group of vampire riders were still on the saddle, looking at the giant man whose arms and chest were splattered with black blood, who was roaring up to the sky, and let out a roar that was completely inhuman. There was a chaotic sound of cursing and screaming, and the vampires jumped off their horses, pounced down with afterimages, and some of their figures gradually blurred, blending into the night, and completely disappeared from sight. Rough. James grunted, and faced the vampire that was rushing at him. It was extremely fast, and in an instant, the ferocious cracked corners of its mouth came in front of him with foul-smelling mucus and sharp teeth. James didn't show his bone claws, and advanced his cannon punch, which exploded in the vampire's chest. The abundant dark fist force opened a bowl-shaped hole, and he retreated and twisted his hips. On the head, the vampire collapsed into slag from the cheekbones upwards, and a body whose head was smashed into two halves collapsed on the ground. The scene was chaotic. I thought that James was more like an ordinary person than that giant man. Most of the vampires rushed towards Victor. As a result, this man with a bit of aristocratic elegance made his shots even more terrifying. The movement trajectory of the fist is so weird, it opened the eyes of the vampires who are used to jumping and biting. James felt the strength of vampires with his hands. With his confidence in mind, he relaxed a little and started practicing with these disgusting creatures. He walked around with gossip, coupled with his master-level martial arts experience and the ability to perceive beasts. Among the 4 or 5 vampires, no matter whether they were invisible or as fast as an afterimage, they couldn't hurt James at all. He used all kinds of boxing skills freely, and every time his fists and feet crisscrossed, he could see a part of a vampire's body burst out, but he was a little careful not to attack their heads. While fighting, James weighed the gap in strength between himself and these vampires. This dark creature that made him smell sick was almost the same in terms of basic physical fitness as the current self, who was only one step away from entering boxing power, even in terms of speed. A few minutes faster. Coupled with the ability to hide the body shape, the special ability to cause hallucinations, and the body that also heals quickly and is difficult to kill, it is very difficult to deal with. James has been in this world for more than 10 years, and he is diligent in training every day. The knowledge and accumulation of a martial arts master coupled with the mutant talent of Wolverine has the strength he has today. It would be an extremely terrifying thing if there were hundreds or even thousands of such vampires, or even formed an army. Fortunately, apart from being able to pounce and bite, they basically don't have decent fighting skills, and they don't have much coordination and cooperation. It was as if ordinary people were fighting. One was a professional fighter with superb fighting skills, and the other few were just street hooligans who could swing their fists. Although it was a one-to-many fight, it was actually a one-sided massacre. Often those who have great strength themselves will get used to the simplest way of winning with strength, and will not pay much attention to the so-called skills. The condition of Victor on the other side is not so good, even a bit tragic, but this saber-toothed tiger seems to enjoy it extraordinarily. Deep or shallow scars, but they dare not pounce on them and bite them, they can only keep swimming away. Because Victor's strength is too great, and his fighting style is too terrifying, as long as the vampire jumps up, he will be firmly choked by the thick tiger paw, and the next moment he will be caught and exploded by this beast-like giant head. He didn't care about the attacks of the vampires at all, and he simply exchanged injuries for death. The pain of the injury made Victor more excited. The vampire Marcus watched his companion being ridiculed and slaughtered, and had no intention of going forward to fight. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: is this another blood compatriot? The vampires who surrounded James and Victor on both sides also began to try to escape. James felt the change in the battle situation and stopped holding back. After understanding the opponent's movements and battle logic, he danced with the Tai Chi hammer, which is most suitable for headshots. Get up, move the block to beat, turn the body to beat, cannon hammer, and the afterimages thrown by the two arms immediately smashed several vampires around him. He rushed to Victor's side like an arrow, and grabbed the human head. Go away. Victor yelled at James angrily, turned around and caught a vampire pounced from behind with his beast sense in a hurry, pulled out his heart like a tiger, and came out through his back, but failed to destroy the brain immediately. The vampire rushed forward and bit his shoulder. Roar! Victor slapped the head with his backhand in pain, ignoring the bite on his shoulder. The 4 blood holes leaked black blood and healed immediately. He fell to the ground, like a tiger, with 4 paws on the ground, and jumped towards the remaining vampires. Marcus completely lost the courage to stay behind. As a vampire, he has not faced the fear of death for hundreds of years. Even those vampire hunters who use silver weapons can only set up an ambush to kill the lone vampire. No one or any creature could fight in and out so vigorously in the face of the siege of multiple blood clans. Apart from his ancestor Adam, there shouldn't be such a powerful individual in the world. At this moment, he had a vague feeling of sympathy. Those human beings who were abused and killed by the vampires must be so powerless and desperate at this moment. The fierce horse Marcus was riding couldn't wait to escape from this terrifying place, and quickly turned and ran away without the urging of the owner. After running a few steps, Marcus saw that the gate of the castle had already been firmly closed. It hurriedly looked around, jumped off the horse with agility that didn't fit at all, ran up the city wall, and crawled towards the main building like a spider. James has been paying attention to the whole battle from the corner of his eye, and immediately stopped fighting and chased after Marcus. The place where the vampire fled was the study where O'Hara was hiding. End of this chapter. Rose O'Hara has been obediently staying in James' study room. She is a smart girl. Although her lips turn white in fright when she hears all kinds of ghosts crying and howling in the manor square outside the window, she is very good. Controlled my curiosity. She even took out a shotgun in the study, inspected it skillfully, loaded the bullet, and loaded it. There are not many daily entertainment activities in the manor, and James is very open-minded and dotes on O'Hara, so she often goes out hunting on horseback. At this moment, O'Hara was leaning against the secret door leading to the basement, nervously listening to the movement outside. Boom! The window was suddenly smashed by a disconsolate figure. A small but fat ugly man fell on the floor of the study. Dusty dust covered the man's pale, black, and bloodshot face. He hurriedly got up in a blink of an eye. He saw a tall girl trembling nervously. Hiss! Marcus's brains have never been spinning so fast. In fact, he has no other choice at this moment. This monster like Mr. Howlet runs on the walls of the manor, as if walking on the ground, no slower than him. After James punched him, he was blasted into the room. Apart from taking a human as a hostage, he couldn't think of any way to delay and save his life. Boom, boom, the shotgun in the girl's hand blasted at him resolutely. The impact on his chest slowed down his killing speed. He only paused for a moment. The fangs in his mouth grew a little longer, and rushed towards the man who dared to shoot at him even faster. Woman. At this moment, the wall of the room seemed to be blown up by a shell, earth, and rocks splashed, and a hole a person's height was broken, and these bricks and rocks hit Marcus as if they had eyes, and he was rumbled and buried in the ground. Over the wall. James rushed in right after. Seeing that O'Hara was fine, he was relieved. Looking at the vampire buried in the mound, he raised his palm slowly, and pressed it down slowly. The vampire Marcus wanted to scream in pain, but his throat was only bleeding. James covered it with his palm, using his own limit ability to arouse the dark energy, but avoided the head. Almost it destroyed the whole body of the vampire's bones and tissues. Stubble protruded from all limbs, all internal organs were shattered, and some foul-smelling black blood slowly emerged from below. After a while, even relying on the vampire's self-healing ability, it would be difficult to regain mobility. Late at night, little O'Hara whimpered and leaned on James' shoulder. She looked good, with a smile on her lips. There were not many opportunities to be by James' side like this. She was a big-hearted girl, and after going through this night, she didn't nothing serious, just chanting from time to time, "It's so scary, thanks to the young master, you are so amazing. Gun, is it useful?" Victor was leaning against the door, still smiling obnoxiously. Although his figure was becoming more and more exaggerated now, he walked silently as if he had grown a meat pad. Except for James, it is difficult for ordinary people to notice. O'Hara glanced up at Victor, rolled her eyes greatly, and ignored him. "Is it closed, Victor?" James asked softly. Victor snorted haughtily as an answer, and then said, "Don't snatch my prey from now on. If you can manage it." James' unsalty answer made Victor grit his teeth. He turned and left without saying a word. Helena is a newly emerging town. Just recently, people have been rumored to have found gold here. Many cowboys, explorers, gold diggers, and criminals gathered in this way. Of course, they also brought bars and restaurants. Hotel people. Gold mining fever is like the industrialization drives urbanization of this era. A group of black-clothed riders has been staying in the largest and only hotel in the town for 2 or 3 days. None of them could come out again. "How many days?" Adam said lazily, as if he had just woken up. "He has a long and narrow complexion and a narrow nose. He looks like a snake, but he has a strange and charming beauty." Leaning against the back of the chair, he kept drinking the bright red liquid in the goblet. "It's been 3 days, master." Responding to the words, he looked at the sky outside, and it was already evening. Marcus was too late. If Valdoma hadn't lied, they shouldn't be able to come back. "You do not believe me? Ha, my lovely sister." Adam shook his head and continued. "I didn't believe it at first. I thought that was a stupid excuse you made for your own failure. But Marcus is a cunning and fearful guy, and he brought 18 saints, even the Holy Sea's hunter lair. It shouldn't be that none of them came to meet up." "But master, how could?" The Blood Clan, who had been bowing and waiting by the side, said in disbelief. "How can there be someone who can defeat and kill my saints with bare hands, man? Is that right?" "Pfft, don't dare. This subordinate doesn't mean that." This subordinate does not dare to doubt the master's strength at all. The blood servant who stood by immediately knelt down on one knee, his head sank deeply, and he explained in a panic. Adam ignored the servant's confession, his pupils shrank even sharper, and he remained silent for a while Wadama on the side hesitated to speak, and did not dare to speak. "Wait no more, the war has already begun. Davis, an idiot, still wants to defeat Lincoln by himself. Go back to Cedar Mountain and call all the saints on the mainland. Yes, Master Adam. The servant hurriedly got up to arrange things. Wadama, who was holding a wine glass, looked a bit bitter, and she looked even more disgusting when she looked mean. That Canadian Howlet doesn't care. She still couldn't help asking Adam, let your human servants check it out carefully. Then he said, as if explaining to himself, it won't be an ordinary human being, and it can't be a human being. It's very likely to be the same as us. Adam seemed to be recalling something in his eyes. He had lived for a long time, and he had a glimpse of the reality of the world. Howlet Manor, underground palace practice room. James picked up a giant hollow lead ball with a diameter of 1 meter. This is a special shot put weighing kilograms. The shot put infused with a certain amount of mercury made a low and heavy roar under his vigorous rotation. Non-stop, with no fixed direction, or sliding, or striding, or stepping, the shot put was rubbed on his shoulder from time to time, and then shook up and held by the palm of his hand. No matter how exaggerated or weird the movement, the ball moved smoothly and freely, not stagnant. The battle that the vampires attacked was the first time he had the opportunity to really let go of his fists and kicks to kill the enemy after he came to this world. However, the real feeling of the body cannot be brought by memory. These years, James has been stuck at the peak of the dark energy, only a little short of the strength at the top of his head. Although he often fights with Victor, he is always short of a real murderous aura. None of the martial arts masters can rely on ease. Made it through hard work alone. Clang! James suddenly punched the giant shot put. The lead, mercury that had been rotating at high speed in the ball were forced to break immediately by the force of the punch. For a moment, it seemed that all the force disappeared, and the shot put no longer rotated. Even the inertia disappeared, and it just stopped there steadfastly, but the long sound like a morning bell echoed in the practice room. He felt a chill on the top of his head, shrank his scalp, and rushed out with a little strength. That's how it works. 3 days? Uncle Wayne, the young master hasn't come out for 3 days. O'Hara yelled at the housekeeper, Wayne, with his hands on his hips, in a somewhat exasperated tone. Mr. Wayne rubbed his brow bones with some headaches. His spirit and ears have been tortured by Rose O'Hara these 2 days. I didn't realize this girl was so noisy before. Wayne complained in his heart. The young master is so edible. He usually eats 7 to 8 caddies of steak and lamb chops every day, as well as vegetables, fruits, desserts, iced drinks. Let's not talk about him. He is locked up alone for 3 days without eating or drinking. How can you survive? Ahem, I asked Victor a long time ago, and he just said don't worry about him. Victor will go to the basement every day, so you don't have to worry too much. Mr. Wayne continued to comfort O'Hara. You believe Victor's words? O'Hara raised his eyebrows, and his high-pitched voice made Butler Wayne startled. Victor, that stupid guy who only has muscles but no brains, he knows nothing? The young master still reads to me every night, and he says he won't read to me, and he can't sleep well. I think you can't sleep well. Butler Wayne muttered in a low voice, and continued to deal with O'Hara. Mr. Butler really didn't worry about his young master at all. It seemed that the whole manor was not worried about James except for O'Hara. Thinking about what happened that night, up to now, Wayne still seems like a nightmare. Boom boom boom. Victor has tortured himself more excessively these days, which is related to the battle that night. He has become more and more aware of the gap between himself and James. He cannot tolerate being weaker than James. This obsession seems to be in his genes. Inherent in general. Another reason is that since James entered a smaller quiet room 3 days ago and sealed the stone door, there was an increasingly terrifying breath and vibration. Victor was familiar with the movement, and he also practiced lying on the ground every day. A kind of state, James mentioned, what is called habeoleian, a very awkward word. But the amplitude and strength of the vibrations coming out of the stone chamber are many times higher than Victor's own practice, and there is no comparison at all. Those rhythmic, low-pitched sounds like a liger's throat made the entire underground training space tremble faintly, with dust and debris falling from the top from time to time. Several giant lead mercury balls infused with mercury continue to hum. To this day, even for the smallest lead mercury sphere, Victor cannot use various parts of his body to move freely like James did. Caca. Caca. There was a bit of teeth-stinging sound of joints rubbing from inside, and it didn't take long for it to become quiet. What's even more strange was that Victor suddenly couldn't feel James' presence. The door of the stone room trembled and was slowly pushed open. It seemed that because of the circulation of air, Victor smelled James. He squinted his eyes and stared at the figure walking out of it. Ah, Victor, how many days have passed? James didn't feel tired like he didn't drink water for 3 days. His skin looked better, with a jade-like luster. There were some stone chips and dust falling in the basement, but there was no dust on James' body at all. Mark of. Victor ignored James' question, and still stared at him, his nose panting a little shortly. Seeing this, James smiled, and asked indifferently, why, do you want to fight? Snort? Victor did not challenge for the first time, and strode towards another area where special equipment was placed, training desperately. It's just 2 people, but it's so messed up. James shook his head, and quickly walked up the corridor of the underground palace. He hadn't gone out for several days, so everyone must be worried. August 1862. The war in the United States officially started in April last year, but the situation of the Northern Army's war is not optimistic. Thanks to the Mexican-American War, the combat effectiveness of the Confederate Army is very strong. This is a group of veterans who have just experienced the baptism of war. The commander of the Southern Army is the outstanding military strategist Robert Lee. The strategy of attacking as defense, concentrating forces to find and annihilate the main force of the Northern Army, forcing the North to sign an alliance under the city. However, the North was insufficiently prepared for the war, and adopted the so-called Iroquois plan to disperse its forces on an 8,000-mile-long front. In addition, McClellan, a commander who sympathized with the slave owners, adopted passive tactics, which caused the Northern Army to suffer repeated setbacks. If this continues, Lincoln Beard will lose. O'Hara looked at the newspaper on James's desk and said worriedly, "It's President Lincoln. Don't get used to it. If you see him yelling in the future, I will lose face." James tapped O'Hara's head with the letter in his hand, and continued. Lincoln's current goal is to restore the unity of the North and the South. He has not yet made up his mind to completely abolish slavery. He is worried that touching the slave system will push some border slave states to the side of the Southern rebels, thus losing the important strategic region of the border states. O'Hara listened half understood, and James continued while writing the letter, "But this Mr. President is not an indecisive person. He will abolish slavery. This is the choice of the times." After finishing speaking, James stopped writing, sealed the envelope, and stamped it with a wax seal, which was the family crest of the Howlet family, a simple letter H, with some scratches like sharp claws on it. "Send the letter to Washington." O'Hara took the envelope, looked at James holding everything in his hands, giggled and smiled, his eyes were full of cuteness, twisted his waist, and walked out of the study brightly red. Compared to the Southern Army, James was more worried about the creature kept in the dungeon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A tattered, haggard figure was bending over to hold a rooster. The rooster's paws twitched from time to time. The figure's face was deeply buried in the rooster's neck, sucking from time to time. Within a few seconds, the rooster was motionless, and fell to the ground with a few other carcasses that looked like rabbits and mice. Marcus, who used to be a bit fat and big, now looks like a mummy blown up in a cemetery, carefully licking a little blood on the corner of his mouth. "Tell me, what else I don't know, think about it carefully." James sat on the chair, looking at the iron cages as thick as forearms, and the foul-smelling vampire inside, holding a silk scarf in his hand covering his mouth and nose. He said disgustedly, "Return to your lord. It's gone, it's really gone? I've lived for more than 100 years, and I've searched out everything I can remember in my mind." Marcus hurriedly pulled the iron cage, revealing his greasy and messy long hair. Half of his face was as pale as lime, his eyes were red as if dripping blood, and the corners of his mouth were drooling, like a stray dog who was very hungry. Since being caught and locked up, Marcus had been stubborn for a few days at first, and even taunted James, claiming that the ancestor would come to taste his blood. But in the next few months, Marcus deeply hated why he was a blood race, and he couldn't even commit suicide. That giant man named Victor would come to torture him like a plaything from time to time, let him attack, ask him if he was hungry, and would drink blood when he hurt himself, but not a few times. He completely lost his dignity. Marcus would be beaten like a sieve by that monster every time, and the sharp claws played with him like a rag doll. It was difficult for the vampire to recover for a long time without enough blood, but he wanted to die but couldn't die. Boundless hunger and the pain tortured him endlessly. When he saw James, he shouted that he would do anything for him, but begged him to keep that monster away from him. "Let's talk about your ancestor again." James pinched his nose and said, his sense of smell is so good that sometimes it is really a pain. "Yes, my lord. Adam is the saint of all the American continents. Oh no, the ancestor of vampires. He created us. We have never measured his power, because all the vampires he created have no way to resist him. Even how much I want to hurt and kill him in my heart, in front of him, I will only be controlled by the fear deep in my blood, which is why some vampires who hate Adam will secretly cultivate human hunters." Marcus swallowed a few times, looked greedily at the cock tied to James' feet, and continued, "So I really don't know how his strength compares to yours, but your supreme strength makes me look up, and never in ages have a mortal man been as mighty as the gods. You." Okay. James waved his hand impatiently, and then asked, "You said, he is the ancestor of all vampires in the American continent. Could it be that he is not the only so-called ancestor?" The cock bound by James' feet subconsciously spread its wings, as if it wanted to resist. Marcus hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly, "This is my guess." Adam didn't say it explicitly, but he once vaguely mentioned that since his birth, all the saints have fallen in the long years. He is immortal to this day, I think. Adam may have brothers, or he is also transformed into a vampire. Isn't that his sister, Valdoma? No, Wadoma was also transformed by Adam, but Adam likes her very much, and she is commensurate with her siblings. Cluck, cluck. The rooster was thrown into the iron cage, and Marcus climbed up anxiously, rattling the heavy iron chains on his feet, and bit down without raising his head. Numb left. In the past few months, James has repeatedly interrogated the vampire Marcus. Sometimes the same question will be asked repeatedly at intervals, and even an opposite answer is given to see if the vampire will refute. At first, this cunning Marcus James tried to deceive him, and after being found out, James didn't show up for a long time, but let Victor occasionally accompany this silly little bat. James' letter to President Lincoln had made clear the importance of the abolition of slavery, and he knew that Lincoln would have made the right choice even if he hadn't mentioned it. The North American factories of the Howlet family are already doing their best to produce military equipment for the Northern Army, and he is sending people around to collect a large amount of pure silver and try to make silver ammunition and weapons. The living specimen of Marcus made him roughly understand the extent of silver's damage to vampires. Washington, the White House. The Confederate Army will become vulnerable after the abolition of slavery. You must know this better than me. It's just that the choice of history is ultimately up to you. What we really need to worry about is Adam and his vampire army. For the current, I have corresponded with you about the size of vampires before, but I am worried that once the Confederate army is defeated, Jefferson Davis will jump over the wall and ask Adam for help, which may cause him to recklessly create a large number of low-level blood slaves. William Johnson read James' letters for President Lincoln, and he was Mr. Lincoln's trusted companion and assisted him, as was Lincoln's boss in his youth, Joshua Speed. Look at the words used by this Mr. Howlet. The dog jumps over the wall? God, how did he come up with such an adjective? It's amazing. Mr. President joked with great interest, and continued, I have to say, his wisdom and vision made me feel like I've lived so long. So you've decided? Johnson asked President Lincoln hastily. Yes. Abraham Lincoln said solemnly, the complete abolition of slavery is something I have thought about for a long time, but I have not been able to make up my mind. The victory on the Western Front was wiped out by the disastrous defeat on the Eastern Front. Come to Washington, don't hesitate any longer. Joshua, I need you to be responsible for collecting sterling silver. James is right. We must be prepared to fight a massive army of vampires. His factory is already doing this, but only the entire North. Only by mobilizing all of them can we reach a sufficient scale. President Lincoln instructed Joshua Speed. Joshua seemed to be in a bad mood, and his spirit was a little tired. Johnson on the side continued. At the end of the letter, he mentioned that he would go to the North in the near future to help us solve Adam. Abraham, can you really trust this young Mr. Howlet on the matter of Adam? Lincoln didn't say much, but nodded firmly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, as a veteran vampire hunter, he would never have believed that human beings could completely defeat and kill vampires by themselves. James Howlet must have been sent by God to end the most evil race of vampires. September 1862. The number 16 President of the United States of America, Abraham Lincoln, issued the Emancipation Proclamation. After the news reached the South, thousands of slaves fled to the North. The Southern Army was drained of important logistics such as material transportation, supplies, and labor almost overnight. Power, followed by the North's policy of arming blacks, which made the Northern Army's military strength even more inflated. At this moment, James also got on the steam train to Washington, with only Victor on board, and nearly 100 members of the family who were fully armed, especially the gunners who were pre-equipped with silver weapons and ammunition, had arrived many days in advance. O'Hara had a tantrum for a week because James rejected his request to travel with him. This was the longest time O'Hara had ignored James since he was a child. It wasn't until the day of departure that she waited awkwardly beside the carriage with a box of homemade toast in her arms. James stepped forward and whispered a few words against her cheek. The beautiful girl blushed deeply, and then she spoke in a manner that was half reproachful and half exhorting, and finally looked at the engraved family name in the distance. The back of the four-wheeled box-shaped carriage with the emblem going away, stayed there for a long time. A man is about to go to the battlefield. No matter how powerful he is and how safe he looks, it will be the battlefield after all. Chancellorsville, Virginia. Jeremy rubbed a dull stain on the oak stock uneasily. He couldn't figure out what it was. After all, he had only received the long and narrow rifle 3 days ago. They set off early this morning and walked nearly 12 miles. They only stopped for a repair on the way, and they were constantly harassed by the Union Army. It was already dark, and he rubbed the gun stock more and more bored. The stain looked so awkward, and he felt a little nervous. Have you heard about Fredericksburg? The guy named Tommy next to him was talking to the people around him. Jeremy didn't like him very much. He was a big-mouthed kid, but he still didn't realize it. Slowed down the frequency in the hands, and raised the ears. It happened a few months ago. I haven't heard anything about it. It's rare for us to fail on the Eastern Front. There was a strange response from a few people nearby, and Jeremy couldn't tell the difference. Everyone is a team that was improvised. Hearing this, Tommy regained his energy. He stretched out his neck to look around, then retracted abruptly, and said in a low voice, "Do you know how you lost?" Something terrible happened. There are undead, things in it. Everyone around laughed faintly, and Tommy said anxiously, "What? I don't believe it. That thing Gatling can't kill him. He will jump up and bite people, and suck people into mummies." Everyone couldn't help it, laughed out loud, causing the Master Chief to stare a few times. Jeremy twitched the corners of his mouth, stopped caring, and continued to rub his hands vigorously. From the corner of his eyes, he casually glanced at the veteran diagonally across from him. He was leaning against the tree with dull eyes, tightly clutching the cross necklace hanging on his chest. The knuckles are a little whitish. Jeremy couldn't remember which unit the veteran was integrated from, and felt even more upset for no reason. "Assembly? Urgent assembly." The lieutenant of the company belonging to the 11th Army shouted sharply and kept blowing the military whistle. Everyone got up in a hurry, and several of them were still fumbling for their rifles all over the floor. The team blindly followed the crowd together. It was already dark. Everyone looked around nervously, as if they thought they could see something. The Master Chief had already whipped the teams to line up according to the training code. Jeremy had one knee kneeling down, half leaning against a stone, holding the gun. He kept checking to see if the bolt was pulled properly. After the embarrassing chaos, the whole team quieted down strangely, and raised their guns to stare at the woods on both sides as requested by the officer. Jeremy looked around. On one side was Tommy with a big mouth, and on the other side was the taciturn veteran. They were all as scared as he was, even the veteran. The woods really started to move gradually. No light spots could be seen, but the footsteps became more and more dense. The Master Chief raised his hand, and the team was organized, holding their guns and waiting to shoot. The silhouette of the enemy army became clearer, and their speed began to increase, as if they were going to rush forward instead of shooting at each other. Jeremy nervously glanced at the Master Chief in the corner. Fire! Finally, the commander's order lit up the night with flames, and at this moment illuminated the figures of the Union Army on the opposite side. Their military uniforms were loose, their faces were ugly, and they ran forward with their mouths wide open. What surprised everyone was that they were all empty-handed, and they didn't take any weapons. Jeremy clearly saw that he had hit the enemy's chest, and before he could be happy, the veteran beside him let out a wow cry, threw his gun and ran away. Just as he was wondering, someone scratched at his feet. It was Tommy, who was lying on the ground and scratching around randomly, with an allied soldier lying on his chest, biting his throat, blood gurgling to his throat. Breaking outside, Tommy's throat made a shishi sound. He was suffocated by his own blood. Boom! Before Jeremy could recover, he was thrown down by an alliance soldier. In desperation, he raised his gun in front of him, desperately pushing and shoving by instinct. Crunch! Jeremy finally saw the appearance of the enemy soldier, who was biting his rifle in front of him clearly. The corners of his mouth seemed to extend to the base of his ears. His teeth were as sharp as a wild beast. His skin was pale, covered with blue and black blood vessels, and his blood-red eyes stared at him. Looking at him, Jeremy felt the last of his strength drain from his body. What? With a sudden lightness, the monster in front of him screamed and hit a tree trunk 3 or 4 meters away. Jeremy clearly heard a dull sound of bones breaking. In the bushes, a very tall and burly man walked towards the monster crouching under the tree, picked up the monster's head with his feet, and nailed it to the tree in a daze. For a moment, it was red and white like a smashed watermelon. The man turned around and looked around. He was wearing a dark brown leather windbreaker and a black reflective silk mask. Only a pair of dark eyes were exposed, and his hair was neatly combed back. His body was clean and there was no splash to a speck of blood. Jack, take a team uphill and shoot freely. James gave orders to the family gunner captain on one side. Jack Pete quickly called out a few names, climbed up the mound, and 7 or 8 gunmen shot the vampires of the Union Army in 4 directions. What surprised the Federal soldiers was that these monsters, which could not be killed by bullets, screamed and fell to the ground under the shooting of these gunmen, and gradually became silent, and then the corpse quickly rotted, bleeding pus and blood. James continued to walk around the entire battlefield to support the Federal soldiers who encountered danger. His attacks were simple and rough, or punched or kicked to explode the heads of vampires. In addition to being well-equipped and well-trained, they are equipped with silver-encrusted warheads and daggers, and they are also the nemesis of vampires. The decline of the Northern Federation Army quickly reversed, and the first wave of vampires who charged were constantly eliminated. Victor? Damn it! James was a little angry and swearing. Victor turned into a wild horse after entering the battlefield. He jumped on all fours like a living tiger, ignoring any vampire bites and rifle shots. While killing and going deep, he did not have the precise strike of James in the battle, but used his sharp claws to tear through all obstacles in front of him. Seeing Victor go all the way into the depths of the Union Army, James had to follow. He was worried that Victor would not be able to control his wildness. Hiss! Victor dunked the vampire's shoulder blade with one claw, clamped the thigh with the other claw, and wrestled with his arms, tearing the whole body from the chest and abdomen. The vampire looked at his separated lower body and the black and red organs in his abdominal cavity, and squeaked howled, and within a few moments, Victor crushed his head. Bang bang, boom, bang bang. Victor roared, his body paused, and he was shot many times in the back. He shook his shoulders in pain and turned around slowly. 2 trembling ordinary Union soldiers manipulated the new Gatling 4-barreled machine gun, and the bullets they fired solidly shot into the back of this exaggerated and wild giant, but he seemed to be suffering from pain. Slowly walking in front of him, the giant man smiled ferociously, showing his long canine teeth, and grabbed the machine gun on the cart. The sharp claws on his fingertips grew a little longer, and he slashed open the barrel lightly, twisting them into twists like playing, and looked at the 2 soldiers who were no higher than his chest playfully. I surrender, we surrender. The 2 soldiers suddenly couldn't feel their legs, so they knelt on the ground trembling, raised their hands tremblingly, lowered their heads, and did not dare to look at the slowly walking monster. Victor walked up to them, and slowly stretched out his hand towards one of the heads. Come to ask for a ticket and collection, thank you everyone, rob everyone. Sudden. One hand grasped the wrist of the monstrous giant. James looked at Victor silently, his eyes were full of anger, and he competed with Victor, pinching his wrist and motionless. Why stop me? Victor murmured out a low voice, his eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous light. They're not vampires. They are the enemy. Victor finally shouted. He grabbed it with the other hand, flipped the clasp with both hands, and barely broke free from James' restraint. Then let them face the federal bullets and trial. James also raised his voice and said forcefully that he looked at the many blood holes on Victor's body bitten by vampires, slowly oozing black blood, and the wounds were healing slowly. His eyes were even more terrifying. The federal troops also arrived gradually, shouting for the enemy to surrender. The Union Army saw that the situation was over and surrendered. Mr. Howlet, on behalf of the entire Army of the Potomac, I would like to extend my highest respect and thanks for your assistance. You are the entire American Union Army, and I love you the most. Commander Hook took off his hat and stroked his chest. Hats off to James. If it wasn't for your support this time, we wouldn't have won such a complete victory and captured Thomas Jackson Stonewall, the left-wing commander of the Army of Northern Virginia. This is the biggest victory on the Eastern Front since the start of the war. Hook continued to speak excitedly. James gently removed his mask and said calmly, "This is our common victory, Your Excellency Commander. Sorry, I couldn't make it to Fredericksburg." Commander Hook waved his hand. "The front line is so long, it is not easy for you to support a few places. This is His Excellency Saber-Tooth Tiger Victor. He is taller and more majestic than the rumors say." Hook continued to speak enthusiastically, but Victor turned and left without saying a word. The commander didn't care when he saw this. He seemed to have expected it, but changed his excitement just now, and continued to say to James with some worry, "There are more and more monster troops in the south. We can't rely on you and your team alone to fight the fire. We must find a way to arm a large number of federal soldiers as soon as possible." Since President Lincoln announced a series of orders such as the abolition of slavery and the policy of arming blacks, the Confederate Army has been fatally disintegrated, but soon, unkillable Union monster troops appeared on various battlefields, causing the Federation to fall into crisis again. This also seriously hit the morale of the army. Fortunately, James and Victor led the Howlet family's team to appear on various battlefields, killing vampires and stabilizing the Federation. As the battles increased, James' team gradually became a member of the Northern Army. According to legend, Victor was also called Saber-Toothed Tiger by the soldiers because of his fierce appearance and tiger-like killing style. On the contrary, James has always paid attention to hiding his appearance and attacking accurately and quickly, not as famous as Victor. But with more and more battles, the wildness deep in Victor's blood became more and more uncontrollable. In addition to hunting vampires, he also attacked ordinary soldiers and even prisoners of the Southern Army. If you were someone else, James would not say much about life and death on the battlefield, but Victor was different. He hoped to control the bloodthirsty desire of the saber-toothed tiger as much as possible. Victor has been bitten by vampires so many times that James suspects he has been affected by vampire blood. Silverized bullets and silver-containing split artillery shells are already being prepared to be shipped to various theaters. As long as the Federal Army is fully equipped, vampires will not be afraid. Most of them are inferior blood slaves mass-produced in a hurry. As long as a little pure silver is the body will die quickly. James said to Commander Hook, indeed relying on his own manpower, no matter how strong he is powerless in the overall situation. Well, I'm just worried about whether the troops can be assembled in time. The rebels continue to gather at Gettysburg, which will become the most important node in the entire war. If it can't be, Commander Hook did not go on. Don't worry, Mr. President, and I will do our best to do this well. You don't know. Adam's eyes shrank, and he stared at the skinny, dirty, long-haired man in front of him for a moment, speaking very dissatisfied. The man trembled with fear and said, "Yes, Master Adam, there may be 2 trains for the silver ammunition train to Gettysburg, and no one knows which train is loaded except James Howlet and Lincoln himself." Ammunition. He was a little worried that Adam would not believe it, and continued to add, all the ammunition was secretly packaged in Howlet's factory. The factory was surrounded and guarded by his own family armed forces, and the workers who carried it didn't know what was in the box. "Oh, that's all you need." Adam glanced disgustedly and pondered for a moment. Slowly said, "Then at least you know who escorts each train." His eyes became extraordinarily fierce, as if the man couldn't even do this, he would become a drink in today's wine glass. I know, I'll be able to find out this when the time comes." The long-haired man nodded repeatedly, showing his role. Send the information as soon as possible. If you do well, I will reward you with a chance to become a saint. Adam became lazy again, and said indifferently. The man's face was a little flushed, and he couldn't stop saying praises to Adam. His body was dying, and he still wanted to live. "Aren't there too few people, just you and Victor?" Abraham Lincoln said worriedly. Since he took office, the war has never stopped, and Lincoln's beard has become a little gray in recent years. James said indifferently, "Victor and I are enough. If you have someone else, you will be at a loss. But you, a dignified president of the United States, has even sent the White House Guard to the front line when the war has reached this point. I don't care. Let these people around you follow you. How dare you ask an old man to personally escort the ammunition? You underestimated me. Now I can still dance with that axe, and I was number 1 in the hunter circle back then." What he said just now, Mr. President couldn't help but smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, as a president, I am afraid that he is the worst mess in the history of the United States. Lincoln pondered for a moment, then continued, "I agree with you. At this stage of the war, Gettysburg will become a decisive battlefield. As long as Adam wants to win, he will definitely stop the shipment of ammunition. It will definitely come out on its own. If it doesn't come, it will disappoint me, James said quietly. In this world, there finally appeared an opponent that he was looking forward to. The carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and ate the grain in the window in a hurry. Wadama took off the letterhead on the pigeon's leg, took a look at it, walked quickly into the hall, and handed it to Adam. Which column do you think it will be? Wadama's harsh voice sounded. Adam smiled. His eyes were a little red, and he said in a low voice, a powerful person will only believe in himself. End of this chapter. Kenyera, why are you helping us? Daniel Ferrand held a water bag handed over by a black man and drank it with difficulty. His throat was still sore and smoked, and his voice was hoarse. Two white men in ragged clothes took turns taking the water bag, pouring it into his mouth indiscriminately. It is hard to find water that can be safely entered in this ghost place. Kenyela was a skinny black man in his 40s, with little flesh on his body, not tall, but with bright eyes. He hesitated for a moment, as if trying to organize his words, but he was still peeling the unknown fruit deftly in his hand. I was only in my teens when I was sold to the manor. I had a difficult time at the beginning. Old Mr. Howlet. No, I'm not saying he's not good, Kenyela said anxiously, hurriedly explained to a few people indiscriminately. Daniel waved his hand, his eyes comforting him gently. Kenyela relaxed a little bit, and continued to stutter, talking not so neatly. Mr. Howlet is a good man. He was good when he was young. He was very kind to us, very good. After he became the master, everyone's life is like a dream. Kenyela, the vocabulary is very limited, and the adjectives are basically only good and bad. He asked me if I would help him and accompany you here. He also said that he would give me a large piece of land when I go back. I can cultivate freely and plant whatever I want. The crops I plant are all my own. Yes, and he told me that at that time, all people like me can be human. After speaking, Kenyela raised her head, smiled shyly, bared her white teeth and finally said, I believe him. Daniel heaved a long sigh, took the fruit from Kenyela, and took 2 bites. The fruit was sweet and the juice was cool. He calmed down and continued to ask, but they are your compatriots, right? This is your hometown. Why do you still want to go back to the manor, and even risk your life to escape with us? They are not my compatriots. Kenyela also ate the fruit, lowered her head and said dully, they only think we are thieves, no matter whether we look the same, or even worse. This is my hometown. I am a Kikuyu, but it is so difficult to live here, so difficult. Kenyela seemed unwilling to talk anymore, and ate the fruit in silence. Daniel on the side didn't ask any more questions when he saw this, and said to the 2 white men next to him, it takes another day's journey to get to Mongolia. Barcelona is here, there is a British resource port. We can contact the manor, and find a way to go back. Alas, it's a pity that only a few of us escaped, Black, Jason and the others. The younger one couldn't help crying. They never expected that this exploration mission would become like this. In addition to the local guides and porters, there were more than 20 people in total, and finally 4 escaped. There still exists in the world such a mysterious and terrifying tribe. It was my fault. If we hadn't gone that deep. Don't cry, David. It would be the happiest thing to be able to escape. As long as we go back, James might still have a way to save them. Daniel shot. He patted David on the shoulder, revealing the strange symbols branded on his arm. It seems that this weird brand of some kind of writing has been around for a long time. I don't know what James is doing at this time. Daniel murmured in his heart, reached out to touch a dark flat long ornament in his arms, and slowly stroked it. He actually knew that there was such a terrible person the guarded place. How could James save them? Maybe he was choked by soot. James couldn't help but sneezed. He rubbed his nose and stood by the boiler leaning on a shovel. Compared with the delicate stretching in the past, he looks more like a cowboy at the moment. This is not the place for you, Miss Jamie. Victor was naked, his whole body was shiny with sweat, and the fire of the steam boiler illuminated his granite-like muscles, shining bright red. While talking about the stocks he likes to tease James most, he kept adding coal to the boiler with a shovel that looked like a small wooden stick in his hand. James was not annoyed, and replied calmly, if you can use your brain and think about what I teach you, you won't look like a chicken that fell into the water. Compared to Victor sweating profusely from being steamed by the boiler, James didn't sweat a drop. Except for a little soot rubbed on his clothes, he was still very refreshed. After reaching the level of strength in his practice, James' control over his body has improved to a higher level. The opening and closing of his own pores is as easy as instinct. The regulation of body temperature, and the peristalsis of internal organs have become abilities that can be controlled by himself. Victor paused, and said disdainfully, who cares about practicing those strange things? James took out the exquisite copper cigar box he had made in his pocket, lit it next to the fire, smoked it after thinking about it for a while, and tentatively said, maybe you can beat me if you practice well. Victor stopped suddenly, did not speak again, and continued to add coal to the boiler after a while. For the sake of convenience, the steam train escorted by James and Victor did not even bring the conductors and workers with them, in case Adam's attack would cause harm to these ordinary people. As for the basic operation of the steam train, it is not difficult. Work hard to add coal to the boiler yourself. More than half of the journey has passed, and the sky is gradually darkening. At the current speed, we can arrive at the cargo terminal near Gettysburg at dawn. Tonight, we can finally meet the so-called ancestors of the blood race. James and Victor, both very excited. Night fell, miles ahead. Adam and Wadama stood aside, watching a few blood races prying the rails with iron bars, and others lifting boulders and stacking them in the middle of the road. Wadama waved his hand to disperse the dust in the air. He asked without end, "Do you have to wait? Do you really think you can stop it with just a few stones?" Adam looked very serious, and Wadama couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen him look serious. "My innocent sister, you must not escape when it is time to face it. Are you worried that I will lose?" Wadama lowered his eyebrows and said tremblingly, "He and his brothers have killed too many of our compatriots. There has never been such a human being, never. It's your compatriots." Adam gently lifted the hair near Wadama's ears, stroked her long and narrow cheeks, and said softly, "Is it because it's been too long? Have you forgotten? Forgot that you are all just mine creation?" Woohoo, woo. The sharp whistle of the steam train came from not far away, and the rhythmic sound of the rails hitting was getting closer. The high beams in front of the train shone on Adam's pale face. He licked the corners of his mouth and smiled happily. James changed into a black button-down coat, as if he had expected it. He stood firmly on the front of the car, and the train was coming towards Adam. Victor leaned out and looked ahead, and pulled the brakes. When the train stopped abruptly and rubbed against the rails, clusters of sparks were produced, which was jaw-dropping. Slowly stopped in the sour sound. Victor also jumped onto the roof of the car, naked to the waist, with a huge body and a ferocious physique, looking down at the vampire below with a strong oppressive force. Huh? Interesting. Adam stared at Victor closely, took a deep breath, and seemed to notice something. His eyes were strange. Except for Vedoma, the other vampires slowly dispersed and surrounded the train. Some jumped onto the roof and some got into the carriage. She retreated a little distance, hid in the woods beside the road, and watched secretly. James didn't say a word, but just stared at Adam condescendingly, his whole body locked on the ancestor of the vampire. He could feel that Adam was different from all the vampires he had encountered before. There has been a qualitative change in the body, and it is possible to completely abuse the blood clan with only the flesh, without relying on the mysteries of boxing techniques, but Adam made him unsure. Boom! Adam shot at James from the bottom up. He was deeply disgusted by James' arrogance. In an instant, his face turned into that of a ghost, with fangs and dark complexion. The right hand clawed at James' head. There was a muffled sound, and as soon as the two touched the point, James punched his fist in a steady manner, and put it on the palm of Adam's sharp claws. What he didn't expect was that Adam looked a little slender but had extremely strong strength. James was knocked back a few meters by the blow, lost his strength, and landed on the rear compartment, while Adam stood upright on the front of the car where he was standing just now, and changed back to the elegant and noble appearance earlier in just this moment, like that ghost. Has nothing to do with him. Seeing Adam easily repelling James, the blood races have greatly increased their confidence. Many of them have witnessed the massacre of the blood race by James and Victor these days. Strength. At this moment, Adam's casual display of strength made them grin cruelly and look excited. Victor also shrank his pupils. He knew very well how strong James is. No matter how much he has improved over the years, no matter how exaggerated his physical training, James can firmly suppress him, and even make him less and less visible. Hope of winning. And Adam was able to easily repel James, which made Victor's desire for strength even more ignited. Only Adam himself was not so optimistic. He maintained a confident and elegant appearance, and secretly quickly repaired the bones and muscles that were twisted and broken from the wrist to the elbow by that strange punch. This Mr. Howlet, who looked less than 30 years old, had a spiral force in his fist, which twisted and exploded his forearm. Adam kept thinking in his mind, what is the origin of this kid? Mr. First Ancestor, you have already lost. James said quietly to Adam. Oh, didn't you deliver real ammunition? Adam asked in surprise. He glanced at the blood race who jumped out of the cargo box, and the other party gave him an affirmative response. It's true. James continued, but both sides are true. Adam's eyes suddenly became terrible, and he realized that he had been tricked. I reminded Mr. President about the situation of Joshua Speed. It didn't take him much effort to discover that Speed was secretly contacting the South. We took advantage of him and made him think that the entire North was only capable of catching a train, armed. James smiled, looked at Adam's face that was gradually turning black and continued to say indifferently, in fact, my factory has sufficient productivity, and silverized ammunition will continue to be sent to various theaters. It was doomed from the start. Huh? You guys? Adam seemed to have heard something extremely absurd, looked at James and Victor with playful eyes and said, do you think you are different from us? Young Mr. Howlet, you and Victor, the one next to you is the same as Lincoln and the others. Of course, I'm different from you. James replied calmly. Because you don't need to drink blood? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Howlet, you haven't seen the essence of the problem at all. Adam's face became more and more crazy. He waved his arms a little excitedly, and continued in a high-pitched voice. Our existence itself is a problem? Our strength, longevity, strength, everything that mortals can't touch. They are the root of their inability to coexist. Human beings, they will have different status, wealth, appearance, knowledge, etc. differences, but they cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Adam almost howled and uttered the last 4 words. James was also a little dazed when he heard this impassioned singing, not knowing what he was thinking. But we can't even give them these equality, and we don't even have the qualifications to be human beings. Adam was inexplicably depressed, and his tone was also very desolate. He became very calm, and it was natural for him to be calm, and finally said, "So we are God. God's destiny is to rule over mortals, God must do what he should do." Adam finally finishes his monologue, and it looks like he's not going to say anything more, seemingly throwing some sort of option to James. "So this is the God in your heart." James suddenly looked at Adam with compassion. "As long as it is strong enough, it is a God. Then tonight, are you ready to become a mortal?" Adam. James' expression became more determined. He looked at Adam's extremely indifferent eyes and slowly clenched his fists. Boom! The two rushed towards each other at the same time, and the iron sheets of the train under each other's feet were dented. Adam seemed to be faster, with one claw stabbing at James' chest and the other clawing at James' throat. James came later, and his boxing skills have become increasingly invisible to the shadow of the so-called national boxing techniques of his previous life. A fist is a fist, and a palm is a palm. The offensive trajectory is simple and direct, but every contact can cause headaches for opponents. Adam watched James punch to the forehead, and his body moved sideways out of thin air for a period of time as if it did not conform to the laws of physics. He was dodging left and right in midair without using force, and his bright red claws stabbed more quickly. Although Adam didn't have any systematic fighting skills like other blood races, but with his speed and strange body movement ability at a completely different level, as well as thousands of years of combat experience, James couldn't hold his head up for a while. And even if he is like a ship under a storm, James is as calm as a giant ship of tons. No matter how fast Adam is or how strange the angle is, he can always use the smallest physical adjustment to cut off Adam's attack route in advance. Even if the hurricane rages and the waves roll back, this giant ship can also break through the waves. On the other side, Victor was facing the attack of more than a dozen vampires. After killing a few of them with injuries as usual, the vampires turned to rely on their own speed and number advantages to hoist the kite. All attacks are retreated with one blow, regardless of whether they kill or not, they quickly move away after 1 pounce. Victor became a target who could only roar and let blood, and the battle situation on both sides immediately became stalemate. It seems that Adam still chose the other side. "Mr. Pete, is James really okay?" The creases on Lincoln's face were intertwined and crowded, and he was very worried about James, who was facing Adam. Soon the steam train loaded with silverized ammunition will arrive at the station. The result of this somewhat magical civil war is doomed, but the battle on James Howlet's side has just begun. "I don't know, but I believe in you, Mr. President." Jack Pete's words were calm, but extremely firm. The old people in Howlet Manor still used to call James Master, and most of them watched him grow up. Well, Jack said he was the same generation as John Howlet, but he was only less than 10 years older than James. "Yeah, I believe him too, but, after all, he is a vampire ancestor who may have lived for thousands of years. We really know too little about him." Listening to President Lincoln's words, Jack couldn't help but recall the scene of James training the family team himself a few years ago. He didn't know how strong the so-called ancestor of vampires was. He just deeply, from that moment on, turned James into a belief, the belief of the Howlet family. After the mastery of Kung Fu, James felt that the strength that completely penetrated the whole body was constantly stimulating the further transformation of the body. After 3 days of non-stop sleepless training, James' body showed some signs of bone transformation, but it did not. He has not reached the level of a real bone change, and his basic physical fitness has also increased by nearly 3 times. The moment Victor saw James leave the customs, he understood that at this moment, he had absolutely no possibility of competing with James. He can see James' daily training and practice, and James has consciously guided and taught Victor to use the power of boxing many times. He has also tried to find that kind of power himself, but Victor's saber-toothed tiger factor has always seriously affected him. For him, anger always filled his spirit, and he couldn't calm down at all. Adam is constantly improving his destructive power. His speed, strength, and offensive rhythm are getting stronger and stronger, while James has been adapting to all changes. His combat power at the basic physical level is still some distance from Adam, but his combat skill can also smooth out this gap. He is waiting for Adam to reach the limit and show his whole card. Victor seems to have consumed too much physical strength by the siege tactics of the group of ghosts. Even with the power of a saber-toothed tiger, it is impossible to become a perpetual motion machine. At this moment, he is covered in blood, and his giant body is covered with constant trauma. Blood, his wounds healed slowly one by one, but the outflowing blood condensed into patches of dark red background on the skin. Victor lost too much blood. His speed is getting slower and slower, and he seems a little tired. Fatigue is something Victor has never felt before. He has been energetic and strong since he was a child, and he seems to have endless energy. After training with James, he can feel himself getting stronger almost every day. The feeling of fatigue at this moment is so strange, which actually calms down Victor's heart, as if the saber-toothed tiger that is always roaring and roaring in his mind is tired. Victor seemed to understand something. "Your brother can't hold on anymore. How long can you hold on?" Howlet. Under the continuous high-speed attack, Adam stimulated James with a sharp voice. With a hand that seemed to be closed, he thumped away Adam's pounce behind him. James ignored Adam's provocation, but he was indeed more and more worried about Victor in his heart, and the attack in his hand was a bit hasty. Looks like we're going to try that state. James thought to himself, and suddenly the besieging vampires on the other side screamed strangely. Victor is no longer like a tiger that bites birds in vain. He seems to have mastered the trajectory of his opponent's attack like James. When a vampire rushed up from the side, Victor held his head strangely, but seeing no movement by Victor, the vampire's head trembled, and black blood slowly flowed from the eyes, ears, and nose. He was held upright in the air by Victor with one paw, and his body drooped, dead. It seemed that at the moment of contact, a burst of force spewed out from Victor's palm, penetrating into the head of this unlucky vampire, and the brain tissue was immediately destroyed into a ball. Victor felt that more and more parts of his body could punch. As soon as the vampires who rushed over from behind and from the sides touched the body of this giant, he would feel a strange and tyrannical force coming from his hands. It seems that the whole body is covered with spikes. Soon the vampires who besieged Victor were smashed to death one after another. Your brother can't hold it anymore, Adam. James raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and after sensing the change in the battle situation, he returned the original words to Adam. Seeing that he still couldn't take down Howlet, who was as difficult as a tortoise shell, Adam stepped back a few meters abruptly, stopped attacking, and looked at James playfully. The color of his pupils began to change, and the blackness of his pupils gradually faded. The tears spread to the whites of the eyes, and he said jokingly, "They are not my brothers, they are just playthings I created to stop being lonely." Adam suddenly howled sharply, scratching his body in pain. His eyes have completely turned black, his ears have become pointed and long, the skin of his whole body has a blue-black metallic texture, his body shape has rapidly expanded from his originally thin appearance, 2 bulges protrude from his shoulder blades behind him, and his whole body is rattling. Boom. Puff. A pair of wings with thick fleshy membrane protruded from Adam's back. The wingspan on both sides exceeded 5 meters. There were thick black hairs on the chest and back. During the movement, it floated into the air. Wadama, who had been watching in the woods, tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Even as Adam's favorite sister, she had never seen Adam like this. At this moment, she and all the blood races felt the extraordinarily deep terror deep in her blood was suppressing herself, and she even wanted to lie on the ground unconsciously. A sense of strangeness, as if there was some will driving him to obey. I have forgotten how long it has been since I became like this. Adam's voice became harsh, like fingernails scratched on the wall. His face was completely devoid of human appearance. His dark pupils turned up like bat's nose, with thick, long and sharp teeth. Just from his tone, he can vaguely feel that he is remembering something. Even the creatures around me have never seen me like this, because it's so ugly. Adam suddenly became extremely angry. He swooped down on James in an instant, and killed him with the anger that was forced out of the prototype. Puff. James was pierced by Adam's green and black sharp claws. I have made many new friends recently. Thank you for your support. For some questions about the worldview of this book, please read the relevant works. The first volume is coming to an end, and the story will have a big change. In one corner, the plate will show everyone this gradually expanding world carefully. Thanks again to every reader. Rub everyone. James looked at the blue and black arm piercing through his chest, choked up a mouthful of blood from his throat, and sprayed it on Adam. At this moment, he smelled Adam's unique stench and felt nauseous. It tastes so good. It's never been better. Adam sipped the finger that was pulled out from James' chest, and said intoxicated. At the same time, he suddenly looked at James in astonishment. He opened a hole the size of a punch in the opponent's chest, and it began to heal slowly as it was visible to the naked eye. Adam said with extreme resentment, "You are indeed the same as me. You are so stupid to give up the chance to become a god with me." Victor on the other side was both relieved and surprised, and his eyes were very complicated. Of course, he knew in his heart that James must be different from ordinary humans. It is possible to achieve such exaggerated strength, speed, and physical toughness. He has never seen James injured before. Even in the face of a large number of vampires, James can still be unscathed. But seeing him heal faster than himself, Victor couldn't help thinking about the connection between the two again. In just over 10 seconds, everything returned to normal for James. He also felt a little emotional. Whether in this life or in his previous life, just now was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. Wolverine's self-healing power is indeed strong, and Adam's real strength behind him also made him deeply jealous. James really didn't keep up with the attack at that moment. If he wants to beat Adam, it seems that he can only try the boxing skills brought by him. That kind of power. Adam's scarlet tongue licked the blood on his arm for the last time, as if he didn't intend to give James a chance to breathe. He swung his bat wings and swooped down again. Other blood races also continued to attack Victor. Looking at the terrifying form and power of the ancestor, more and more desperate onslaught. Compared with Victor's current state of dominance, James is completely suppressed by Adam. Adam no longer needs to rely on speed to attack left and right. Even if they scuffle together, they still have the upper hand. All physical abilities are significantly better than James. Bang bang, poo, boom. James struggled to resist Adam's direct attack. Although the strength he counterattacked from time to time could still cause damage to Adam, it was much lighter than before. After Adam turned into a prototype, his physical strength and toughness improved significantly. Facing James' strange attack, he would no longer break his bones and tendons. With the vampire's self-healing speed, it had no effect. and James' body was torn apart crazily by Adam. His chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back were constantly pierced, and his face was scratched and torn many times. The ability to heal quickly made this battle extremely long-lasting and boring. Boom! Taking advantage of Adam's sharp claws stuck in his shoulder bones, James squatted forward, picked up Adam's armpit, and threw him into the carriage like a shoulder throw. The roof of the train was completely knocked open. The train was completely destroyed. Whoosh! Adam flapped his wings and flew into the air, flapping his bat wings, and looked at James arrogantly. Howlet, you have no chance. No matter how fast you heal, you can't change the gap between us. You are a hard target now. I will tear you apart and bite off your head. Let's see if you can grow another one. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of dull sounds came faintly, the rhythm became faster and faster, and the sound became clearer and clearer. James ignored Adam. He stood on a rare piece of car roof, his eyes were stern, and his fists were clenched tightly. Sound. After the boxing method is perfected, the human body will enter a new state. The so-called strength will circulate in the body, and the stimulation of the dark strength will be easier. It has the effect that even flies and insects cannot lie close to the body, and the physical fitness will be greatly increased, which is qualitatively different from ordinary people. And after James' kung fu practiced into the realm of perfection, he was so full of energy and blood that he couldn't believe it. He had never fully stimulated it. The air seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. James' figure became a little swaying under the moonlight, as if swinging in a hot flame. Transparent air waves that are invisible to the naked eye are continuously produced all over his body, spraying out from every inch of his skin and every pore. The exaggerated beating speed and frequency of the heart sent the majestic energy and blood to the limbs and bones, and the half-length black hair fluttered faintly. Adam also had an instinctive sense of danger to James' state at the moment. He didn't wait any longer, and he didn't have any spare energy left, and attacked with all his strength. Hiss! With his hands in the shape of a palm knife, James turned slightly sideways, slashed across Adam's bat wing, and cut off the fleshy wing neatly. Ah! Adam howled in pain. Thick black blood gushed out from the severed wound, and half of the severed wing fell to the ground, quickly turning into a corrupt tissue. Damn! Adam started a frenzied attack. This state of James seems to have improved his physical ability to a certain extent, with faster speed and stronger strength, but he has not reached or even surpassed Adam's level, but his body is full of needles, radiant strength, and the intensity is far higher than before. His attack can still hurt James, but every time he touches it, his claws will feel as painful as reaching into a flame. The power that wraps James' whole body penetrates every piece of Adam's skin, and even the current prototype body feels unbearable. And the damage caused by every counterattack of James is explosive. Drilling punches, punching punches, pendulums, and whip legs, Adam's body was gradually destroyed by various blows. He can still heal quickly, but he can't achieve rapid organ tissue and limb regeneration, and a large area of penetrating wounds healing with damage to internal organs is particularly difficult. Bang! James used a loophole to eat Adam's claws, but took advantage of the opportunity to punch him on the shoulder. The entire rotator cuff was smashed by the punch, and Adam's left arm was severed. Taking this opportunity, he kicked and swung his elbow, piercing Adam's chest, kicked and broke his right knee, and his lower leg twisted and separated from his body. Adam was finally terrified. Since his birth, he had never been so terrified except facing his father. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he might die, at the hands of Howlet. On the other side, Victor also gradually killed the rest of the blood races. Seeing Adam's dilapidated body at the moment, the only two howled twice and fled quickly. Victor's body was stained with red and black blood, and he walked boldly like a red tiger. He has mastered a new kind of power, which seems to be the ability that James had earlier. At the cost of another chunk of flesh on his side, Adam fought James hard enough to gain a moment's respite. His arms, legs, and damaged tissues throughout his body are still growing slowly, and it may take a few days to recover completely, which means that he has lost his complete mobility at this moment. Victor, who was walking, made him stare. James decided to terminate Adam, completely destroying his head and body. Just use the simplest method to completely smash him, and Wadama, who has been hiding in the woods, suddenly rushed out crazily. Go! Wadama yelled sternly. She rushed towards James, and rushed over like suicide. James easily exploded her brain, but Wadama's headless body still hugged him tightly. It was just this moment of stagnation. Adam supported the ground with one hand, exerted strength with one leg, and rushed towards Victor. His body was affected by some kind of strange will, and he stopped moving for a while. Hey! Victor was bitten by Adam's shoulder fiercely. The unprecedented pain made this extremely fierce saber-toothed tiger unbearable. The moment Adam's fangs bit into his body, it seemed that a venom was injected into his body. Nerve pain is more severe than any serious injury. James shook his shoulders and exploded the female vampire's embraced arms. Relying on this mouthful, Adam's severed bat wings healed quickly. I can give you strength. Adam said fiercely in Victor's ear. He quickly flapped his wings, dragged his broken body, and under the reflection of the moon, he quickly flapped his wings and went away. July 1863. The Confederate Army and the Confederate Army fought a decisive battle at Gettysburg. The South was defeated and nearly 3 people were killed. The initiative of the war was completely transferred to the North, which has since become a turning point for the entire Civil War. The young master sent a telegram saying that he can't come to celebrate the victory with you for the time being. He has something important to go back to Edmund. The victory in Gettysburg almost laid the foundation for the entire war. If it doesn't have much effect, I will go to Washington to meet with you when the young master handles his affairs. Jack Pete said to President Lincoln. Is there anything wrong with James? Is he injured? Lincoln asked eagerly. Jack smiled, signaled Mr. President to feel at ease, and said relaxedly, the young master is very good. He has other problems that need to be solved, and I don't know the details. Also, the young master asked me to tell you that Adam escaped, and he suffered a lot. It may take a long time to fully recover from the injury, but be careful, it may do something secretly. Lincoln nodded slowly. There was no suspense in the war, but the revenge of the stubborn enemies and the remaining vampires still had to be guarded against. Give my regards to James, Abraham Lincoln said solemnly. The help to the Howlet family will not only be remembered by me personally, but by the entire United States. The history and people of the United States will never forget the hope and support you brought during these cruel years. Words to express my gratitude and look forward to meeting Mr. Howlet soon. Edmund, ground floor of Howlet Manor. Are you really okay? James looked at Victor, who was devouring himself with weird eyes, but couldn't help but say. After Victor swallowed the last bite of the steak, he growled annoyedly, what nonsense are you talking about? He carelessly picked up a tablecloth on the tray and wiped a few handfuls, and said bitterly, the war is not over yet. There are so many battles to fight, but you have to run back now? You want to come back to accompany the woman, why are you dragging me? You were bitten. James stared at Victor seriously, carefully looking at the whites of his eyes and skin. I've been bitten many times. Adam is different. TCH. Victor sneered disdainfully, and continued, so you locked me underground and sealed the stone gate. James put away Victor's finished tableware with a bit of apology, and said softly, it's not locking you up, it's a kind of partition. For the safety of you and everyone in the manor. Oh, who knows what kind of nonsense you are talking about? Victor cursed in a rough voice. He strode to the side of the clear water pool, grabbed the bucket and poured it. After the night of fighting, Adam barely escaped in a broken body. Judging from his state at the time, such injuries could no longer be easily recovered by the vampire's self-healing ability. After seeing Victor was bitten, James was extremely worried that his body and spirit would undergo unpredictable changes. He couldn't help but forcibly brought Victor back, and fought several times for this. Victor, who was beaten to the brink of death several times, finally couldn't turn him around, and returned to the manor, where he stayed underground for many days. What surprised James was that Victor was not unusual. He also asked the vampire Marcus, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, about the process of transforming blood after being bitten. But Victor had neither an aversion to normal food nor symptoms of extreme thirst for blood. There is no change in physical characteristics, no blood, red eyes, sharp teeth, and nails. Teeth and nails have always been there. Looking at the claw marks and torn steel training equipment everywhere in the training room, he couldn't help but sighed, and said with a relaxed look, it should be fine, let's go. Victor glanced at James in surprise, grunted a few times, and strode away. Victor, who turned his back, had a flash of red light in his eyes, which flickered away. Jack? Come? And O'Hara? O'Hara? Where has this girl gone? The butler, Wayne, held a telegram in his hand, and hurriedly buckled his monocle, anxiously calling out to Jack Pete and O'Hara. Jack, you organize your people now and send Lauren and Chris to Victoria Port O'Hara in Vancouver. Come on, Uncle Wayne. O'Hara yawned, and now James's daily life does not need O'Hara's care at all, mainly because of his unusual sleep habits and the fact that he often trains underground in the manor. So O'Hara is getting up later and later. Where is the young master? Hurry up and invite the young master. Mr. Wayne said to O'Hara angrily. Looking at her curious eyes with her head tilted, she said seriously, Daniel has a message. James looked at the telegram in his hand from the British resource port in Kenya, Africa. The content of the telegram was not long, but he read it carefully for a long time, then raised his head and asked butler Wayne, has anyone been sent to Victoria Harbour? Yes, when I saw the telegram, I arranged for Jack to take someone there first. James thought for a while, and said seriously, it's not enough, say hello to the governor's office, ask the British government to send a letter, send local people to protect them, and then send a telegram to the White House, directly to the government in my name. Mr. Lincoln asked for help to ask the U.S. government to strengthen contact with relevant local government organizations in Kenya through diplomatic channels, and if Washington has local resources in Africa, ask them to send someone to escort Daniel. Butler Wayne quickly left the room after hearing this. James glanced at O'Hara and said to himself, Mr. Daniel's return journey must not be missed. Mrs. Elizabeth has been in good health these years, but her mental state has been up and down. As the old lady of the Howlet family, she is just over -years old. But many outsiders don't even know that Mr. James Howlet's mother is still alive after staying in the inspection for many years. The Howlet family was originally one of the largest manor owners in Canada. Since James laid industry, manufacturing, and real estate and minerals in North America, and took advantage of the Civil War, this colonial land started from William Howlet. The rich family has faintly become a giant across North America. But the most honorable wife of such a family only goes in and out of churches and orphanages every now and then to do some charitable deeds. And when she is not in good spirits, she can only rely on a few maids to serve her and lock her in the room. Mrs. Elizabeth is not living with James and the others in the original old house of the manor. James built a separate house for her on the side of the newly expanded manor castle a few years ago. Since leaving the old house, her mood has stabilized a lot. It's raining a lot tonight. She hates rainy nights. It reminds her of bad things. Elizabeth did not sleep for a long time, tossing and turning in the velvet four-poster bed, faintly hearing some noises from the French windows on the balcony. She wondered if the maid hadn't closed the windows properly, so she lifted the quilt and looked sideways. A giant who was too tall, as if his head was about to touch the ceiling, stood on the balcony. He stepped into the room, wearing a coat, and the rain wet his messy long hair, dripping down from him. Boom, crackle, a flash of lightning flashed by, and that light illuminated the giant for a moment. It was Victor. Victor, why are you here, James? Mrs. Elizabeth said tremblingly. She didn't know if it was because the weather was getting colder, the cold wind from the rainy night was blowing in from the open balcony, or she was just frightened. Victor didn't speak. He stood there, in the dark night. Only the occasional flashes of lightning could illuminate his figure. Mrs. Elizabeth was even more frightened. She grabbed the bed sheet in a panic and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to shout, but she was afraid of angering Victor. What's the relationship between James and me? Finally, Victor's deep voice sounded, and the sound of the rain outside seemed to be quieter. What are you talking about? What is Victor going to do? Victor took 2 steps and got closer, almost touching the edge of the bed. Boom, there was another muffled thunder, rumbling brewing in the clouds, and Victor's voice became even more terrifying. What's the relationship between James and me? Kaka? Lightning strikes, illuminating Victor's face. The rough and deep facial features are very similar to Thomas. Lady Elizabeth screamed uncontrollably, scratching her hair hysterically, shouting Thomas Logan's name. Victor yelled again and asked, what's the relationship between James and me? James, you can't hurt him. Thomas, no, he's your son. Elizabeth was completely insane. She tore her hair and quilt desperately, howling with absent-minded eyes. Her words became more and more blurred, and finally turned into meaningless screams and roars. Victor stayed for a moment, as if the torrential rainy night and the crazy woman had nothing to do with him, as if they were not in the same world. He had already guessed in his heart, but he wanted a definite answer. Victor leaps into the rainy night and disappears. Have you found everything? James asked Jack. Victor was missing, and no one saw where he went. The family rider captain, Jack Pete, gathered in the surrounding towns and woods with all the manpower he could use. Searched for many days. I've searched all the places within 30 miles around, and I haven't found any strange deaths or injuries among nearby residents. Jack said a little tiredly. James nodded, said something hard, and urged Jack to go to rest. The torrential rain the night before made him gain nothing even with his special sense of smell. If there is no one near Edmund, then Victor must have gone to the United States. What he was most worried about at the beginning was that Victor was influenced by Adam, so people paid attention to searching the surrounding residents. As a result, there was no tragedy of people being attacked and killed by similar wild animals, which reassured James a lot. He thought Victor might be eager to return to the battlefield, so he left without saying goodbye. Some headaches reminded her mother Elizabeth that her old problem had recurred in the past few days. Although she had basically recovered after a few days of relief, she became more and more haggard. O'Hara, how many boxes do you have? James asked helplessly as O'Hara directed the servants to pile the suitcases into the carriage box. That's all. O'Hara narrowed her eyes with a smile. Her eyelashes were long, and her bright red eyebrows couldn't hide her joy. She took her beige pearl handbag, lifted her skirt, and leaned into the carriage. James has always been opposed to the tunic skirts worn by women in the current era, which are cumbersome, uncomfortable, and harmful to the body, so O'Hara has been wearing comfortable and convenient long skirts or trousers for many years. This is the first time I have traveled so far, and I will meet Mr. and Mrs. President, so why not prepare more? The war is not over yet. I will often go to the United States in the future, and we may even move there. James straightened his cuff buttons, habitually took out the cigar box, and put it back on second thought. O'Hara didn't like the smell of cigars or cigarettes. O'Hara happily asked about moving to the United States. Canada is too vast and sparsely populated. Although the natural scenery around the manor is excellent, growing up here has long lost the novelty. She also yearns for the bustling city and the crowd. On this trip to Washington, on the one hand, we need to meet Mr. President, many matters related to the war, and all kinds of troublesome things to discuss about the distribution of benefits after the war. In addition, the search for Adam, the ancestor of vampires, cannot be relaxed, even though he is currently dormant in a very weak state. But letting such a terrifying undead creature go, after all, there will be endless troubles. And the most important thing is to find Victor. In September 1863, the Northern Union Army captured Chattanooga, and the occupation of Hudson Harbor in July split the Confederate Army into 2 parts. From a strategic and tactical point of view, there was no suspense about the Union's victory. Mr. Howlet, madam, this way please. The White House waiter respectfully led James and O'Hara into the banquet hall. This was a small celebration banquet proposed by the major capital tycoons and government dignitaries in the North. Although President Lincoln repeatedly stated that the war was not completely over and it was too early to hold a banquet at this moment, he finally relaxed under the enthusiasm and pressure from all sides. O'Hara was very satisfied with the address of the young waiter, and gave him a bright smile. While holding James' hand, he walked into the hall with a nervous and stiff expression on his face. James? James. President Lincoln waved and shouted enthusiastically when he saw James. He apologized to the people around him, and hurriedly took his wife Mary's hand to greet him. You're here. Mr. President looked at James with a questioning look in his eyes, as if to confirm whether he was all right. James nodded slightly, with a smile, and introduced O'Hara easily. Madam Mary held O'Hara's hand intimately, and said softly, "No wonder how Mr. Howlet was not moved by how Abe and I introduced the excellent lady to him. It turned out that he had known such a beautiful girl a long time ago." President Lincoln also patted James on the chest teasingly, and happily led them to the center of the banquet, where he introduced the two of them to tycoons, government officials, and members of Congress in the fields of northern industry and manufacturing. The name of the Howlet family has been familiar to the ears of the upper class in the United States over the years, and even some people with great powers and many sources of information in the military are not familiar with this seemingly young and excessive emerging industry. Predators also have an extraordinary sense of awe. The flashy and lively banquet quickly entered the next stage after President Lincoln's toast. The ladies still danced, tasted desserts, compared their jewelry, and talked seriously about some words about the war that they heard from their own men. O'Hara is not used to such an environment. She is a simple country girl. Although she yearns for the hustle and bustle of the city, she also deeply understands what it feels like to be out of place. Fortunately, the president's wife, Mary, has always brought her by her side, introduced O'Hara to others, and blocked a lot of questioning with bad words, which attracted many ladies with deep backgrounds to be interested in O'Hara. And the men, the real holders of these powers, moved to the side hall in 2s and 3s with a tacit understanding. This is not a big hall, but it is very comfortable. There are elegant leather chairs scattered here and there, and the middle is slightly empty. A place that there are not many waiters, but they are all very capable, and the service is particularly appropriate. President Lincoln patted the chair beside him, motioning for James to sit next to him, and chatted with him in a low voice while the crowd was still a little disturbed. I ordered all the troops in the theater to inspect. There was no news of Mr. Logan, and he did not appear on the battlefield. We have a trade office in Kenya. I personally asked the secretary to issue instructions at the White House's order level. I will take care of your friend, don't worry. James was silent for a moment, and sincerely said to Lincoln, "Thank you for your help, Abraham. I have to solve the matter of Victor by myself. You have to be more careful on Adam's side. According to the information from the mouth of the blood, sterling silver is not good for him. There is almost no damage. I have fought against him, and he is completely different from ordinary vampires, not to mention the large number of inferior vampires on the battlefield." Mr. President grinned, "Hee, don't worry. By the way, how is your factory doing recently? Although you are rising rapidly now, these old guys have been in the industrial field all their lives. It is said that the capital industry in the United States was developed by them, and it will not be easy to compete with them in the future." Lincoln pursed his lips and pointed to a group of bearded and red-faced tycoons. James seemed a lot more relaxed, and said casually, "The main energy and funds are put on the research of some new power machines. In the past 2 years, the French a scientist named Lenore and a scientist named Rocha have made great progress and research on this. On this basis, I have recruited a lot of talents in Germany and the United Kingdom. At present, my mechanical experiment factory is very lively. Is burning money. You are in a good direction. Modern industry relies on the continuous updating and progress of technology. There is. Mr. President, everyone is here." The secretary had no choice but to interrupt the conversation between President Lincoln and James, and this somewhat intimate small gathering was about to officially begin. James nodded at Lincoln, and then looked around the room. There were more than 30 people. Except for the high-level military, all the political and business dignitaries of the American Federation were here. President Lincoln walked to the open space in the middle, lightly supported a brown and black solid wood antique table with his fingers, and led out today's conversation. "Gentlemen, there is no need to go into too much detail about the specific developments in the aftermath of this war. At this moment, I would like to hear your views on the rights of black people after the abolition of slavery. Abraham, you know why all of us here are fighting this war. What we want in the North is development, and the strength of American industrial capital. South? Oh, those rich landowners only want to sell their own cotton. This tariff has been dragged on for more than 10 years. Can it be done without it? As for the matter of black slaves, hey." The fat, balding man took a sip of his cigar, shook his finger wearing the golden heraldry ring, and continued in a rough voice, "Everyone knows what's going on, so if you abolish slaves, we all support, but you want to say that the gang of niggers will eat with me in the room? Hey, don't think about it." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room was whispering left and right. From time to time, some people voiced their support, and some people frowned and shook their heads. James silently smoked his cigar, smelling the contagious smell, and looked at the somewhat helpless Mr. President. He was even surprised that Lincoln would bring up such a topic here, a very unpleasant topic. The Civil War in the United States seemed to be a just battle about the progress of civilization and civilization in human society, but in essence it was nothing more than a struggle between the fundamental interests of two capital groups. After the independence of the United States, the South and the North began to develop along two different paths. In the North, the capitalist economy developed rapidly. From the 20s, the northern states began the Industrial Revolution, while the South practiced plantation black slavery. It seriously suffocated the development of industry and commerce in the north. The newly included land in the west has become the soil for the growth of conflicts of interest between the north and the south. In addition, one side hopes to raise tariffs in order to compete with the British capital industry. And for the sale of cotton and various planting commodities, the South proposes free competition with low tariffs or even tariffs, completely making each other the biggest enemy. As for the original sin of black slavery in the South, it was just a nominal means for the North to flaunt its progress and the correctness of the war. These blacks fled to the free North, where they would face sweatshops as miserable as the plantations. In this way, the topic quickly turned into a question about the distribution of benefits after the war. It was nothing more than the easier access of capital from the north to the south, opening factories, selling goods, and the intensity of foreign tariffs. James also made a point of his own appeal, regarding the sale of land in the south. After his new type of power machine is successfully developed, the resources in the deep land of the south will become the blood of the world. As for the current rights and interests of black people, James has no idea. What he can do is to give them relatively better treatment in the factories or industries under his command. In such an era, modern attitudes towards racial equality are a big problem. In today's world, to be honest, there are all kinds of people, and in addition to the war, it is not uncommon for people with arms and legs to be broken up. But it was the first time for people in Jacksonville to see a human like a troll in a circus story. With a height of more than meters and a body like a water tower, the surrounding townspeople consciously made way for him. This man in a huge cloak covered his brows and eyes, only the long brown hair hanging down on both sides. His jaw was wide and his beard was wanton and bushy. Walked towards the edge of the town. A few clever people rushed to inform the mayor and the police chief that people often disappeared in the town these days, and those who were occasionally found turned into corpses, and they were mummies. Of course, people don't know who did these terrible disasters, but seeing such an outsider with a terrifying image, they naturally try to put all kinds of bad things on it. Victor didn't know where Adam was, but he had an instinctive, special sense of Adam's location. He walked southward in a general direction, and the closer he got, the stronger this feeling became. After arriving in this town, Victor could not only feel, but even clearly smell the scent he left behind. Adam, right here. In the past few days, everyone has had a very heated discussion, many of which are concerns about the plate and criticisms and suggestions. In fact, I am very happy. I am happy that everyone has been paying attention to the work, and I want to tell you, don't worry, in just a few chapters, you will be able to uncover all kinds of issues you care about, such as why you have not used wolf claws, developing power, and so on. It can be said that the current predictions for wolves and tigers are only a little bit close, but only a little bit. After the 2 chapters are published today, there will still be many speculations, which may be overturned tomorrow. The first volume is coming to an end soon, and a single chapter will be open to explain in detail. Finally, thank you all again, love you, Rub. Arkansas, Jack Wilson. In the northwest corner of Jack Wilson Town, there is a 3-story old house that has been deserted for many years, and few people usually dare to approach it. It is said that many people died in that house, and the original owner was one of the most famous manor owners in the town. In the north of the town, there was a vast cotton garden and hundreds of black slaves. However, the male owner of this family was extremely cruel to the black slaves, and he could often see the corpses of black slaves who had been tortured to death thrown nearby. But I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that the owner's family brutally killed a black slave man, and his wife was a shaman who cursed the male owner of the house. One night, the male owner shot and killed his wife and children as if possessed by a demon, and finally committed suicide by swallowing the gun. The terrified townspeople burned the female black slave to death, and the house was completely abandoned. No one dared to take over or take down the house. This neighborhood has become a taboo in Jacksonville. Whether the rumors are true or not is unknown, but if someone sees the scene in this old house at this moment, they may be haunted by nightmares for the rest of their lives. More than a dozen bluish-white mummified corpses were scattered in the hall and various rooms. There were men and women, even old people and children. They all looked extremely shriveled like flowers, as if they had been air-dried. At night, in the cellar of the old house, a coffin that was put in without knowing how, with dry soil and tree roots hanging on it, was slowly pushed away from the inside. A pale and slender finger supported the edge, and slowly got up. Adam looked like he hadn't bathed for a long time. The hair was entangled with mud and mottled dark brown blood clots, and a woolen jacket that came from nowhere was also so dirty that the background color could not be seen. His complexion was still as pale as ever, but it was covered with fine wrinkles as if he had aged, and his eyes also looked a little gray. He licked his chapped lips, as if he felt something. He grinned cruelly. Boom! Victor kicked open the door of the house, and the accumulated dust filled the room. The room was pitch black, and Victor didn't try to light an oil lamp or candle. His pupils became brighter in this dark environment, just like the bright eyeballs of cats at night, and his vision was not affected. He casually glanced at the corpses in the house, sniffed and looked disgusted. You made the right choice. Adam came out of the cellar, pulled up a high-backed chair fairly quickly, and sat in the center of the hall on the first floor. His expression seemed to be as relaxed as ever, but his obviously dry and wrinkled skin revealed that he was not in a good state. I don't think so, Victor said unabashedly with contempt. Adam's expression froze, and he suddenly smiled slyly. But you're still here, aren't you? You don't have any choice. He suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly, and continued, your brother, of course, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with him, and the strength of the two of you seems to be different. He really surprised me, for the first time in nearly a millennium, I was traumatized like this by the Force. Victor stood silently, without saying a word. But you long for power, don't you? You don't hide your desire for power. Then, let me add your strength. Adam's eyes shone with a strange red light, and he continued excitedly, it must be far better than him. Are you so confident that I will accept your so-called power? Victor looked around at the many sucked corpses, and continued with disdain, I killed hundreds of your servants. I am not qualified to accept the power. In Victor's eyes, even gaining the power of some ordinary vampires is useless, and he doesn't like those ridiculous semi-finished products at all. No, you are different from them, you will get my power, my blood, and that will make you the most terrifying existence in the world? Besides, Adam blinked, strangely staring at Victor. He slowly stood up. Why do you feel that you have the right to choose? Adam stretched out his palm to Victor, his 5 fingers stretched out, and the bloody light in his eyes seemed to be real. Kaka? Victor's knees seemed to be under some huge pressure, and they couldn't help twitching and shaking. He let out a low and muffled growl, but he didn't last long, plop, kneeling heavily in front of Adam. Ha 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 ha, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were destined to be my servant. You were too careless, you were bitten many times by my descendants, weren't you, and the last bite I gave you, so that you have no chance to resist. Victor's body kept shaking, as if he was resisting something. As Adam spoke, he took off his clothes. Blue-black bloodshots continued to emerge from his naked body. Adam cut open the skin on the left side of his chest with his black-red sharp nails. Come on, drink my blood and become my most powerful servant. I will let that bastard who dares to hurt me be killed by my own brother. Go and avenge me, and take back everything I lost, God glory. Adam opened his arms and raised his head high. Different from the black-red blood of the blood race in the past, his heart flowed out bright red blood that exudes a strange fragrance. This blood seemed to be extra thick, like jelly, and did not flow around at all, dripping on the ground. Victor seemed to be under complete control. He approached slowly, grabbed Adam's shoulder, bent down, and bit the wound in his heart. Gudong? The moment he drank the first sip of origin blood, Victor's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he drank hot spirits, with a hot and stimulating nerve touch. The moment the blood entered the body, it seemed as if it had penetrated into the flesh and blood instead of entering the stomach from the mouth. Victor felt a burst of fire from his chest, and then crazily flowed all over his body. His bones began to crackle, sharp claws on his fingertips grew out uncontrollably, a messy brown-black long hair fell to the ground, and the hair on his body began to fall off one after another, and the shiny and bright hair grew again. New hair, the skin is constantly chapped and regrown, and the new skin is tougher and stronger. Okay, Adam said, obviously a little weak, but Victor didn't seem to want to stop at all. His body was still changing, and the bones continued to grow in his body. Stop it, you, damn it, stop it. Hey. Adam let out a long howl, and his body quickly changed into the shape he had when he fought James before, pushing Victor away with all his strength. The sharp claws on Victor's fingertips became obviously thicker and longer. He scratched his head subconsciously. The original long hair was gone, and the new short hair made him a little uncomfortable. Adam was hunchbacked and panting heavily. His body looked like a human corpse that he had sucked blood from. It was far from being plump and strong as it was during the previous battle with James. The bat wings became a little smaller. The bristles are also faintly whitish. You? How could you disobey me? Victor licked his lips and looked at Adam with unfinished thoughts. James always thought that the vampire's bite would make Victor lose his mind and even transform into a vampire. He was not mistaken. Victor, who was constantly bitten by vampires, absorbed the blood venom bit by bit, which contributed to his tyranny and bloodthirsty, and when he saw Adam, he could indeed feel his bloodline had a certain influence on him. But he is not an ordinary human being after all, and the fanatical and savage genetic power of the saber-toothed tiger is strong enough. Even with Adam's own bite, his control over Victor is like a person's mind that pops up from time to time, lingering. The troubles and miscellaneous emotions are general. If it was a battle between Light and Flint, this momentary loss of consciousness would be enough, but if it is to completely control and make Victor obedient, it is still not enough. The saber-toothed tiger never gives in. You're right. Victor showed a rare happy state, and he continued to whisper, this kind of power can indeed make me stronger, but it's not enough. Adam's all-black pupils couldn't see any expression, but his ferocious and distorted face seemed to be full of anger. Bastard! Damn it! Boom! Adam stretched out both claws and rushed towards Victor. A huge crater was blasted into the floor of the deserted mansion, and pieces of wood shattered, splashing the whole room. Boom! Victor stood on the spot and also grabbed Adam's claws. His feet continued to crack, and his legs were pressed into the floor tiles under the plank. The two of them wrestled claw to claw like this. Your strength is far behind. Is it because you were injured too badly before, or blame me for eating you up? Roar! An unprecedented roar erupted from Victor's chest, and the sound wave oppressed Adam. His claws dug deep into Adam's palm, and instinctively used the power of the tiger-shaped fist to writhe his palms. Crack, crack, Victor twisted and exploded Adam's arms and shoulders. Adam screamed and wailed in pain, and frantically shook his body trying to get rid of Victor's restraint, but his arms had completely lost strength. Seeing that he couldn't escape, in front of Victor Duo's eyes became more and more dangerous and naked. Adam could only hiss. He broke his arms, blood spewed from his shoulders, flapped his bat wings frantically, and flew towards the roof above the stairs in the hall. Victor pulled out his feet suddenly, and jumped out. After a few leaps, he swooped to keep up with the fence of the steps that rotated up. He grabbed the sole of Adam's foot and pulled it off. Adam howled twice, and was smashed to the ground by Victor in a semicircle, causing a large mess. The huge leather boots broke Adam's sternum. Victor bent down, grabbed Adam's wings with both hands, tightened his back and exerted force, and Adam's wings were pulled out. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. If I'm useful, I'll help you. Adam couldn't stop murmuring. At this moment, both his arms and wings were lost, and he was as naked as a stick. Victor seemed to be listening to the annoying buzzing of mosquitoes, twisted his head, moved his feet, and lifted Adam by the neck. He looked up and down Adam's miserable appearance at the moment, and couldn't help but said, James is right, a bastard like you still pretends to be a god. He shook his head, grabbed Adam's hip bone with the other hand, and crossed his body. Adam in his prime was a bit taller than Victor when he appeared in his original form, and with his broad bat wings, he oppressed feeling full, and at this moment he seemed to have shrunk severely, like a lamb waiting to be eaten by a tiger in front of Victor. Adam shook his legs and struggled weakly for a few times. His throat was tightly gripped by Victor and he couldn't speak. Watching Victor opened his canine mouth and bit his heart. Cluck cluck. Victor swallowed the last source blood of Adam. His body continued to mutate. A powerful breath rose from Victor's body continuously, and Adam's dark pupils gradually turned gray. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Tell the truth. Today you will open your mouth to mention this matter. I am very surprised and even more admired. James and President Lincoln were talking at the entrance of the banquet hall. After the meeting, the Lincolns insisted on sending him and O'Hara off. Taking advantage of the time when the women were talking for the last time, the two walked aside for a final chat. No, James, I know my original intention in my heart. Lincoln looked at his toes a little lonely, and then said, from the very beginning, I was pushed into this position because of the will and needs of the capitalists in the North. Another aspect of fighting this war is the hatred of vampires. If you really worry about the lives and sufferings of those black slaves in the South. President Lincoln shook his head. He sighed and said, slavery has been abolished, and the war is about to end victoriously, but Southern manor owners can still do their own cotton business, and the black slaves they raise are no longer legally I'm a slave, but how much can my life change? And the blacks who work in these factories in the North. We almost wiped out the vampires on the North American continent, which made the slave owners in the South completely lose their support, directly or indirectly. We confirmed the freedom of black people in jurisprudence, and planted the seeds of true equality from then on. James looked at President Lincoln firmly, wanting to give him a kind of support. It is easier to flatten a mountain than to flatten people's prejudices. No matter what the original intention of what you do today, history will witness and tell people whether your choice today is correct. Hey, then I've already become a scumbag? Listen to you, leave everything to damn history. President Lincoln laughed heartily, and even began to swear. His heroic appeal, in this era, gathered the power of the country to the greatest extent. James took O'Hara's hand and strolled towards the gate of the White House, where the carriage of the Howlet family was already waiting. O'Hara's mood was not as high as when she first arrived, and she looked a little tired. She hung her swan neck, took James' arm, and leaned on his shoulder. The two of them suddenly fell silent shyly and awkwardly. This was the first time they came out to a banquet together like this. After getting in the carriage, James turned to stare at the White House, and a voice suddenly came out of his heart, Abraham, not only history, but also I will witness for you. The coachman whipped his whip, and the wheels rolled forward. The Howlet Machinery Experimental Factory, located in Brooklyn, New York, is a place that makes many people in the industry feel curious and confused. This factory has been established for 6 or 7 years. It is extremely luxurious in terms of land occupation and facilities, but it has never produced any products. The Howlet family has a complete industrial chain in North America, complete with mineral raw materials, smelting, casting, military and civilian machinery and equipment, but this factory with the best equipment has never seen anything made. Moreover, the security has been strict since it was built. The owner of the Howlet family, Mr. James Howlet, will spend most of his time here as long as he is in North America. So this is considered a success, the reciprocating piston you said. James spoke to a black-haired white man with a high nose bridge in a slightly louder voice, and he immediately asked, can this use gasoline? You know gasoline, right? Mr. Howlet, I know, but that kind of fuel has just been verified and perfected the combustion theory, and there is no machine that can actually be used. The man's English accent is heavy, he sounds like a German, and he speaks slowly stutter. He seemed to feel that James looked a little disappointed, and he couldn't help but hastily added, but sir, this machine is the first internal combustion engine that has completed a double piston. It now uses gas and can reach 4.4 horsepower. It runs very smoothly and is the current power, and the highest thermal efficiency. James' expression moved slightly, and he said a few words of encouragement. The German man was a little eager to show that his English had improved a lot recently, and continued, thank you very much for providing me with such good conditions in the past 2 years. Investment, the machine is likely to be delayed by more than a decade. Mr. Otto, you don't need to be humble. This is entirely the result of the hard work of you and the engineers and technicians, but this can be better. In the future, you should focus more on the research on the application of gasoline to internal combustion engines. James sent many people to Europe when the factory was still under construction, searching for engineers and scientists in mechanical manufacturing research in Britain, Germany, France, and other places. They lured them to the United States with a lot of money and boasting. In fact, it was not easy. At that time, Europe and the United States had an ugly dispute over tariff issues, and the United States was on the eve of civil strife. It did not have many technologies. Everyone is willing to come. Most of them just hold the mentality of taking a sum of money to come and have a look, but when they arrive, they see such complete hardware and relaxed and favorable environment and treatment, most of them decide to stay, and a few still want to return to China. He didn't go back either. The family members were directly taken over by James, half coaxed, and they all stayed in New York abruptly. The German mechanical engineer Otto likes this mechanical experiment factory from the bottom of his heart. They only need to continue to promote some theoretical or imaginary mechanical creation research experiments according to their own research direction. The best equipment, materials, and labor will be given here. Occasionally, Mr. Howlet will give you some research directions, such as the combination of pure silver and ammunition, or the use of new fuels. Of course, James hopes that some technological creations in his memory can be developed quickly, but for these cutting-edge professional problems, all he can do is find people and invest money. Fortunately, the current property of the Howlet family is enough to bear the waywardness and preferences of the head of the family. Master, Mr. Vernon wants to see you and has been waiting outside for more than 2 hours. Mr. Tom Vadel is now imitating the way James is called by the Howlet family. A member of the Light family, not just a small partner. Vernon? Oh, it's the Frenchman who helped us build the factory a few years ago. I can't remember his last name. What is he doing here? James asked a little strangely. Boss Tom has got rid of his identity as the owner of a mechanical foundry in Canada these years. Now he is the foreign business manager of the Howlet family, the most powerful industrial giant in North America. He usually cooperates and meets with some famous tycoons and dignitaries. He took out the silk scarf from the breast pocket of his suit, quickly swept the dust that didn't exist on James's body, and said in a relaxed voice, "I just hope that we can let him participate in the project in the South." James nodded. Tom hurriedly waved to the secretary next to him, and the secretary contacted the factory's security team to let people in. The security personnel of the experimental factory are all in charge of those who James personally trained in Howlet's old house. Mr. Howlet? Mr. Howlet? Great to see you at last. Boss Herbert Vernon ran forward at a speed that was out of proportion to his size. James shook hands with him shallowly. He made a move, and greeted him warmly. Is there something for Mr. Fennon to come here on purpose? I'm sorry that I was a little busy in there just now. I didn't know you were here. It's okay. It's okay. I happened to be passing by and saw your carriage. I haven't seen you for several years. Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Vernon spoke enthusiastically, but James' appearance did not change much. In the past 2 years, I have consciously dressed more maturely, and I have grown some beards appropriately, otherwise I would look no different from a boy in his early 20s. James responded with a few words, glanced at Tom, and Mr. Vadel, who had some understanding, hurriedly took over Fennon's words, and signaled that Master James had something to leave in a hurry, and Vernon couldn't help but said, "That's right, I heard that you have a new construction project to start on your side, so thought you can tell Tom about these things. You have participated in a lot of construction projects at Howlet's house, and I have the trust." James agreed with Boss Vernon amicably. The underground structure of the manor is really good. James is still very satisfied with training and practicing in it all these years. No. Fei Nong waved his big thick hands, and said with some trepidation, "Your project is entrusted to me, and it must be of the best and highest standard, and you don't need to pay for it. You just have to see if you can let me participate wholly in the business of the TE family, let me buy a little bit of shares and the like." Only then did James suddenly realize that he looked at Boss Vernon with a half smile, and said apologetically, "Thank you for your attention to Howlet's family, but my place is a family business, and I have no idea about it yet." After finishing speaking, he signaled that he still had something urgent to do, and walked towards the direction of the carriage. Tom at the side consciously grabbed Boss Vernon and chattered nonsense. The carriage drove to a high-end tailor shop on Queen Street, where O'Hara was trying on new dresses. In the evening, they were going to the White House to have dinner with the Lincolns. Mr. President still has a lot to say to James. The private time at the banquet that night was too short. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the store door, looking at O'Hara who was trying on a beige dress inside, James smiled happily. "Mr. Lincoln, you have become much heavier," James said exaggeratedly while hugging the son of the president he had saved. "Will, don't pester Mr. Howlet, come down quickly." Mrs. Mary called her son's nickname with a smile in her eyes, and on the other hand grabbed the youngest child, Thomas Lincoln, who was rushing towards James. He watched the two children laughing and playing around Mrs. Lincoln, and Mary's eyes were full of love, and he secretly made up an idea. "Quick, James, Miss O'Hara, try this dessert. Last time James came over because haha, I must try it this time." President Lincoln almost talked about what happened when James first came to the White House. Strange story. It is better not to mention it after thinking about it. After dinner, O'Hara and Mrs. Mary accompanied them to play at the begging of the two little gentlemen. James and Lincoln looked at each other with some sly smiles, and took out their respective cigar boxes. "Try this from me, Cabanas." James picked up one and handed it to Lincoln. Mr. President put away his plain wooden cigar box and took it by accident. There are not many of these. Right now, the European royal families are given priority. The relationship between the United States and Europe has become very tense in the past few years, and there is very little that can be obtained. Lincoln sniffed at the tip of his nose, and the wrinkles on his face satisfied, he skillfully cut the cigarette. "The government of Canada will send me some every year, but I think the taste is almost interesting. I plan to send people to Cuba to find a good place to make some good things carefully and not sell them to the outside world." While lighting his cigar, James said that he now has extremely high requirements for the quality of cigars. "This thing is different from cigarettes that have been passed through the lungs. The main thing is to open your mouth to taste and smell the aroma." However, his special sense of smell led to excessive standards in the tasting of cigars, and the slightly inferior ones could not be tasted at all. Mr. President took 2 puffs, exhaled a smoke ring with great interest, and said with a little sigh, "You capitalists will enjoy it, and you will really make good cigars by then, so remember to give me 2 boxes to try. Don't worry, I'll cover all your cigarettes every year from now on." James smiled, and his earlier thoughts came back to him. "Ha ha ha, just a little bit. If you smoke too much, Mary will talk about me." Lincoln smiled and talked about the interesting stories between himself and Mary. He and James are very relaxed together, not only because of the things they have faced together, but also it is because of James' eclectic and free and easy character. He paused for a while, and then said, "In about a year, the South will officially surrender. Now there are only some diehards and formal resistance left. What do you think of the post-war development? The rapid development of the capital industry, the rapid improvement of national strength, and a few decades later will stabilize the world's first-class level." James said without hesitation, without pausing, and continued, "In the next few decades, who will be the president? It's all the same, everything will follow the general trend, but after that, we will have to face the contradictions and great changes sweeping the world." After hearing what James said, Lincoln couldn't help being stunned, and after a while he said slowly, "If you were a wise gray-haired professor at Oxford College, I can still accept your direct and profound speculation. But at such a young age, you boldly make such firm predictions about the development of the world for more than half a century in the future. It's really scary." James shook his head, exhaled inexplicably, looked at Lincoln and said, "It's probably not difficult to think about these things. It's nothing more than the inevitable law of productivity improvement. It's you, Abraham. What do you think after the Civil War is over? What I can do is to bridge this country. There are too many problems in such a country made up of colonization, immigration, and human trading. You'd better think about your own security after the war. Abraham, if you just stop here, you will be one of the greatest presidents in the history of this country, but if you really try to do that, you have to know yourself what will you face in your lifetime, even in a long period of praise and criticism, you will not have very good results." James said sincerely to Lincoln that every era has its own problems, and what President Lincoln is trying to do will be opposed by the mainstream will of the entire world. Lincoln shook his head and said relaxedly, "You told me that history will eventually witness. Well then, I'll try to take care of you." James said jokingly. The residents of Jacksonville suspected that God had completely abandoned them. Not to mention the dozen or so people who disappeared in the town during this period of time. They heard that a monster like an iron tower had come to them 2 days ago. The sheriff led the people along the so-called monster action route to the ghost house that no one dared to approach in the whole town. Sergeant Red Stern, who was skeptical at first, worried that the men and guns he brought might not be enough after seeing the situation in front of him. This so-called haunted house seems to have been bombed by shells. There are signs of violent damage around the gate of the house. The door panel is on the ground. From the outside, the house looks like peeping into a deep cave. There are many openings around the house that seem to be broken from the inside. The wooden tiles on the roof are messy and branched. The whole house is a little sunken. It may be that the foundation of the house has collapsed. And the most frightening thing is the rhythmic whistling sound coming from the deepest part of the room. It was a low growl sound similar to the chest of a large carnivore. No one could tell what kind of beast it was, but it must be very large because the low whistling carried a certain frequency of vibration. The whole building seemed to vibrate slightly, and it continued non-stop. For 3 whole days, Sergeant Stern hasn't had a good night's sleep since he found this place. The vibrating and roaring in the haunted house has not stopped during these 3 days. He guessed with certainty that this unknown beast might be here. Asleep, this sound should be its snoring, and the strange sound like grinding teeth made him more sure of his judgment. For the safety of all the people in the town, he could only arrange for people to guard here in turn. As for the iron tower-like monster giant at the beginning, he had long forgotten it. Suddenly, the air became extremely quiet, making the 2 police officers who were used to the sound a little unresponsive. They suddenly turned their heads to look at the mansion, and there was a shadow walking out in the darkness. That turned out to be a person, a man so tall that his head was on top of the door frame, with short brown-black hair, a messy beard, a broad face with thick eyebrows, and deep-set eye sockets. His body is too broad and thick, his arms are extremely thick and long, his fingers are a bit strange, as if they are covered with something sharp. The two were stunned for a moment. Where is the beast? They didn't directly connect the giant man in front of them with the monsters in the room. After all, although the man in front of him was exaggeratedly long, he was a human being after all. It was sent by people. The giant man took a long stride. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and the man had already walked in front of them. The two police officers raised their heads in discomfort, watching the man in front of him grinning and opening his mouth, revealing his particularly thick and long canine teeth. A strange thought came to them inexplicably. He seemed to be hungry. Be obedient. When you arrive in Chicago, you can take the train back to Edmond, and Bob will accompany you back, James said patiently to the angry O'Hara. After Washington bid farewell to President Lincoln, he took advantage of the trend and went south. On the one hand, he was looking for Victor, and at the same time, he also looked at the current situation in the southern United States, and made a survey on the later purchase of land and industrial layout. But after all, the war is not over yet, and the search for Victor is likely to encounter dangers beyond expectations. Whether Victor was influenced by vampires, what role Adam played in this matter, and possible encounters with remnants of blood clans, etc., so it is ridiculous to take a woman to the southern states. Seeing that the matter was not going to work, O'Hara could only turn to begging James to play in Illinois for a few days before going to Chicago to take the train back to the manor. James thought it would be a few days before he agreed. The town of Joliet is not far from Chicago, and has developed rapidly in recent years, and it will soon reach the city-level scale. There is also a train in the town that can go directly to Arkansas. Now that James has a certain sweeping house quality, wherever he goes and sees land and cities worth investing in, he can't help thinking about whether he should buy a piece of land or something. There were 5 of them including the coachman, and they stayed in a quieter hotel in Joliet town, a little farther from the town center. It is said that a slope next to the hotel is the best place to watch the sunset in the whole town. Under the strong recommendation of the innkeeper, James brought O'Hara here for a picnic, had afternoon tea, and waited for the sunset together. The other 3 old Howlet family members met to go to the most lively bar in town to relax and leave some private time for them. James, why do I feel like you haven't changed? O'Hara held her cheeks and watched James peel an apple for her. What changes can I make? How long have you known me? What nonsense you say. No, it's just that the appearance has not changed. Look, if you shave off your beard, you will look the same as when you were 20. Look at your skin is still so thin. O'Hara was good at gesticulating on James' face, touching his own face from time to time, comparing things. The fruit knife in James' hand paused, and he responded casually in denial. O'Hara clamored to ask him to shave tomorrow, and the two were joking and joking, when suddenly James' expression changed, and he took a deep breath in a strange way. O'Hara, go back to your room, immediately. This was the second time O'Hara saw James like this. The last time was those horrible blood-sucking monsters. She seemed to understand and hurriedly turned and ran to the hotel. The distance was only a few hundred meters, not too far. With this first experience, she was at ease about James' personal safety. James got up and looked at a forest in the south. He couldn't believe the smell he smelled. The smell was still a little far away. His nose now has a very keen perception of some smells marked in his memory. It smelled a lot like Victor, but certainly not the one he was familiar with. The sun was slanting toward the woods as the sun set, and James waited patiently. After a while, a figure was gradually elongated, and Victor walked out of the woods, looking at James from a distance. Very good, so I don't have to run so far. I went to Edmond to find you. Victor seemed to talk a little more. What did you do? James' eyes became a little scary, and Victor's smell became very similar to Adam's. It seemed that the two breaths were entangled together, and there was some fresh blood. Victor shrugged non-committally and said, I did what you didn't finish. You accepted Adam's power. No, it took away his power, all of it. Victor grinned. His eyes began to change, not all dark pupils like Adam's, but bright yellow whites, a little black pupils, that is the tiger's eye. Ow. A roar exploded in Victor's chest, and the hairs on James' body stood up for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Victor seemed to have countless wriggling creatures trying to get out of his body, writhing under his skin. His figure began to grow taller, and his clothes were torn. Caw caw caw, the teeth-stinging bone-rubbing sound continued, and the phalanges and nails of his 10 fingers protruded from the flesh, forming one body, becoming thicker, longer, sharper, and sharper than before. The bone at the tip of the elbow also broke through the skin, and grew into a comb-like exoskeleton more than 10 centimeters long. 4 huge canine teeth grew further, and brown hair grew along the spine along with the back. He became taller than before. His muscles were integrated into one body. His skin was light cocky, with the texture of a rock. Victor became a real giant. Don't underestimate me, James. His vocal cords were like rough abrasives, making an unpleasant sound. Boom! The grass around James was pressed to the ground. His heart was beating fast and violently, like an ignited engine, beating with flesh and blood to make a roar like a drum. The blazing high temperature radiated from his body, distorting the surrounding air. The half-length black hair was blown up by the turbulent air waves, beating rhythmically. James looked at Victor with unprecedented indifference, without saying a word. Very good. Victor opened his mouth excitedly and roared. Boom, boom. The two rushed towards each other at the same time, like two extremely fast steam trains, crashing towards each other like suicide. Victor crouched on the grass, galloping and charging like a real beast. Every time he stepped on the ground, 2 deep pits were plowed out of the lawn. And James clenched his fists tightly, and his footwork was extremely explosive, as if there was a gunpowder explosion on the soles of his feet. The distance between the two disappeared in an instant. Victor's tiger claws and James' fist hit each other at the same time. Victor took 2 steps back, and his chest was blasted into a blood pit 10 centimeters deep, but he was not killed. Penetration. With Victor's current abnormal physical strength, this is an acceptable degree of injury. After taking all Adam's blood, his self-healing ability has also been significantly improved, and it seems to have surpassed James. And James was slapped flying by Victor's huge force. The bones from his shoulders to his collarbone were shattered, and a large muscle was torn apart by Victor's tiger claws. After rolling twice on the ground, he stabilized his body and squatted halfway on the ground. He glanced at the bones and muscles that were healing, and his eyes were solemn like never before. Victor twisted his neck, looked at his hands with satisfaction, and pounced on him again, without giving James more time to buffer. The two wrestled together, fists and claws to the flesh. Each other was immortal. Every attack was a merciless fatal injury. The howls of pain and excitement of the two played the best background music for this battle. Bang, boom. James' swinging fist was caught by Victor's tiger claws. Victor took the opportunity to turn around and hit his elbow. The awl at the elbow pierced into James' right chest, bursting out a fist-like blood hole. As long as Victor is close to James, he will still receive radiant damage like burning needles, but Victor doesn't care, allowing his skin and muscles to be corroded and ablated, and his self-healing ability is further improved, so that his body can keep up with the speed of this injury. Why don't you accept yourself? Why? James is getting more and more disadvantaged, and Victor's current physical attributes are a bit stronger than that of Adam in his prime. Especially the strength and explosive power of the saber-toothed tiger, so that every attack James endured even with perfect fighting skills to unload the force and buffer, still caused destructive damage to his body. Improve the results after reinforcement. Victor kept asking James the same thing for no apparent reason. Every question he asked was accompanied by a more violent attack. The flesh and blood on James almost regrown. After awakening the power of Wolverine, he once felt powerless. Crack, boom. Victor completely gave up any defensive action, and took several punches in the chest from James. Victor, whose internal organs were ruptured, was spitting blood while accumulating energy to slap James on the head with 2 claws, and then he kicked him onto a boulder more than 10 meters away. One eyeball of James was shattered, his face could not be seen at all, his neck was broken in 2, his chest cavity was sunken, and the boulder behind him was cracked inch by inch. He vomited blood from time to time and lost the strength to get up for a while. Are you still refusing to accept yourself? What are you afraid of? Afraid of becoming like me? Victor stepped forward slowly. James squinted his good eye and moved his lips slightly, as if he wanted to say something. What do you want, Victor? This. Clumps of flesh worms squirmed in the flesh and blood of James' arm, and 2 pairs of bone claws nearly centimeters long slowly protruded from between the finger bones. They were mottled and pale. His body healed quickly, and soon his broken eyeball recovered. James' pupils turned into olive shapes, which seemed to be emitting green light. His body exploded with strength again, and the pair of bone claws were like tempered steel knives. That's it. This is you. Victor looked at the bone claw stabbed by James and smiled maniacally. He felt the greatest happiness in his life, which was so pure and turbulent he was finally no longer alone. James clenched his fists, pressed against the bone claws, and shot at Victor. When he was completely out of anger and showed his claws, it seemed that the strength and speed of his body had increased a bit, and his energy was also more violent and surging. It seemed that his instinctive power should come from anger. Swish! The tiger claws taken by Victor were pierced by James' bone claws, and he twisted his wrist instead. Victor's elbow joint, bang, was twisted off. The saber-toothed tiger roared, seeing James hysterically piercing his body with the other bone claw. What? Every time James punches, he penetrates the bone claws deeply into Victor's body, and then the face of the fist will hit his muscles heavily, blasting out a meat pit with force, and punching more than a dozen punches in an instant, knocking Victor. The huge body was destroyed into a rotten sieve. Boom, boom. The saber-toothed tiger slammed twice with another uncontrolled tiger claw, hitting the side of James' head. James didn't care about the crisp sound of the cervical spine breaking, and smashed Vic with a bottom-up uppercut. What a wide jaw! The bone claws penetrated Victor's jaw, mouth, and pierced directly into the skull. Victor's brain was traumatized. He staggered 2 steps as if he was drunk. Blood was pouring out of his eyes. He lost his clear consciousness. He howled by instinct, and was clenched tightly by the tiger's paw pierced by James. The metacarpal bone was stuck. Freed the bone claws, and turned it over forcefully, not caring about the pain. Quack! The bone claws of James' left hand were severed, and the 3 fractures were uneven, and the rosy bone marrow tissue between each bone claw could be seen. He yelled in pain, squatted forward, and dodged behind Victor. At this time, Victor's reaction and speed were a little sluggish. After a moment of hesitation, James' right paw plunged into Victor's neck, and his left fist clenched. Even though the bone claw was broken, the blazing energy attached to the broken bone still penetrated into Victor's back, which happened to be pierced into Victor's spine. Just then, an accident happened. The bone marrow in James' broken bone claw and Victor's spinal cord were connected together by this extremely coincidental way. Both of them felt a suction force from each other, as if they were absorbing the other's bone marrow tissue. That kind of bone marrow, the pain of being separated out surpassed any moment when the two of them fought today. The bone claw on the left arm and the spine on Victor's back began to grow flesh and bones, tightly wrapping the connection together, forming a solid flesh tissue. James desperately tried to separate his bone claws, but the pain that broke his spirit and almost grew together, the abnormally tough proliferative tissue tightly connected the two together, as if the two bodies came from the desire deep in the blood. It finally came true. They howled in pain at the same time, instinctively using all the strength in their bodies, trying to absorb each other's bone marrow. James withdrew his whole body's strength. Years of boxing practice allowed him to quickly grasp his blood. He could clearly feel the energy-filled substances flowing from Victor's body into his bones. It was a pleasure of expanding strength. The bones of his whole body were quickly filled with abundant heat, and then overflowed. James' bone cells began to rapidly divide, die, and regenerate. Soon all the bones in the whole body were completely replaced, becoming thicker and tougher, which greatly exceeded the density level of the general bone structure. His bones began to have a new structural shape. The original spine became 3 interlaced helical columns, with an alternative biomechanical beauty. Similar changes were constantly going on throughout James' body. Then there is the regeneration of flesh and blood cells, and the replacement of skin tissue and hair tissue. The bone claw of the right hand became thicker and longer, and grew out of the phalanx of the fist face. The skin of the forearm was cut open, and white jade-colored bone proliferated from it, forming a shape similar to an arm shield, wrapping hold the fist to the elbow position. Newborn bone claws protruded from the arm shield, more than half a meter long, and 3 clusters of shark fin-like sharp barbs protruded from the arm shield, and thick, long and sharp bone cones grew on the tip of the elbow like Victor. The texture of his bones became closer to the state of metal, and there were only sporadic mottled knots on the sharp claws and arm shield. In addition to the power absorbed from Victor's bones, there is also a part of the liquid that feels cold and melts into the body. Unlike Victor's bone marrow, that substance can perfectly integrate with James without any rejection and enter the body. A dark, bloodthirsty rush of the last came to mind. James has absorbed too much new power. He can no longer control his body chi and blood as freely as before, and the kung fu realm of martial arts has fallen from Huajin. Victor's body visible to the naked eye is shrinking. His figure of nearly meters is slowly shrinking. His thick and broad shoulders are gradually becoming thinner, the hair and beard on his head are rapidly turning pale, and his skin is gradually wrinkling. Relaxation. The flesh and blood tissue that the two were forced to grow together quickly disappeared after James absorbed it. Victor lay on the ground, like a dying old man dying, his eyes turned gray, and his lips were slightly closed. James' whole body was filled with explosive force that he could not control, and the bone claw on his left arm proliferated into the same shape as his right arm, but he knelt down beside Victor powerlessly, looking at Victor's face with a dull expression. His lips squirmed slightly, and James moved closer unconsciously. Thanks. Thank you, Jamie. It would be great if I could fight like this one day earlier. James was a little flustered and didn't know how to face such a situation. What Victor wanted was for him to face up to his own truth, and what he wanted was for both sides to put aside all concerns and fight to their heart's content. Even with such a result, Victor seems to be satisfied. He has found the same kind, and he has also found a truly hearty battle. His eyes were more complicated than ever before, a little unwilling, but deeply satisfied and relieved, the corners of his wrinkled and dry mouth raised upwards. The sun was finally going down, and the setting sun shone on Victor's face. He smiled happily up. This is the first time in his life that the saber-toothed tiger Victor Logan laughed. The salty sea breeze was blowing on Daniel Ferrand's tanned, red and rough face. This was the first time he stood on the deck looking at the sea like this, but it was the first time he was so eagerly waiting for the coastline to emerge. Fundus. For 7 years, Daniel did not expect the last expedition in his life. After going through such a long time and suffering, he felt deeply exhausted. In the past 20 years of exploration, he has seen enough rich and magnificent and mysterious world, but every inch of the road he walked is full of youth and enthusiasm. Daniel Ferrand is really tired. He wants to sink into the leather-tanned sofa in front of the manor fireplace, drink the best gin, find a gentle and beautiful woman to serve him for the rest of his life, or it is not impossible to find a few more. Jack had been waiting at Victoria Harbour 2 days in advance. Although according to the news that came back continuously, everything went smoothly for Daniel and the others, but this matter is the only thing that James pays attention to recently, and he also expects well-informed Mr. Ferrante can help Master James. After all, his recent situation is not very good. What did you say? James locked himself up. After hugging and exchanging greetings with Jack and others, Daniel couldn't wait to open a bottle of juniper in the carriage back to the manor. He swallowed the wine in his glass while asking Jack in a puzzled way. Jack said slowly and carefully, "A lot has happened in the past few years. Maybe you don't know it. There are many things in this world that we can't imagine. Some people even exceed our understanding of people. Hey." Daniel continued to refill half a glass, and said in a strange tone, "Boy, what I have seen and experienced is far more complicated than you imagined. I am surprised that you will mention these." Daniel was suddenly a little uncertain about what had happened during the years he had been away. He thought that the news he brought back would shock everyone, or make people sneer at it. But looking at the current situation, he might be the one who needs to be mentally prepared first. He drank another sip of juniper berries and listened to Jack talk about the events of the American Civil War. Edmund, underground castle, Howlet Manor. In the deepest part of the underground palace, the light of the lighting fire in the quiet stone room flickered slightly. James looked at the slightly caramel-colored pink and tender meat steak fried on the plate in front of him, and forced himself to take the last bite. The taste I used to like the most is now so difficult to swallow. The half-rare top-notch fillet is the rib part of the cemental beef that I choose for myself on the ranch of Howlet's family. The cupboard is kept in the manor. A French chef who has worked for many years, he has always understood James' taste best. But at this moment, James frowned like chewing wax, chewed hard mouthful after mouthful, stretched his neck, pressed the base of his tongue, and swallowed hard. How much he wanted this steak to be raw, regenerated, and even full of fresh blood, so that it would taste good. Months had passed and James had locked himself underground since the town of Joliet had returned to the manor castle to bury Victor. I just told Butler Wayne and Jack some things at a distance of more than 10 meters, and then ordered people to deliver food and news on a regular basis every day. James' appearance has changed a lot now, and the few people who have seen him are too horrified to speak. This is why Jack is extremely worried. He is worried that Master James was influenced by those vampires, and Victor's death can only be explained in this way. Everyone. He forced himself to eat like this every day with great will, and he had to eat cleanly. James accidentally looted all of Victor's power that day, including Adam's blood that Victor absorbed. The power of Victor's saber-toothed tiger and the mutant gene in James' body were perfectly integrated, as if they were originally one, which allowed James' bone claws to grow into a new form. And his body shape has also become as tall as Victor, and his height has increased by nearly centimeters. From the original height of less than 2 meters, he has grown into the appearance of a giant now, and he is as strong as Victor. In addition to the complete bone replacement of the whole body, James' skin, fascia, and muscle tissue have also been replaced again. The original body has undergone years of training and improvement after entering into the strength. Although it is extremely strong, its ability to resist blows and stress is completely beyond that of ordinary humans. But it has not yet reached the category of extraordinary ability. Now, although James hasn't done a detailed test, he can feel that the gun bullets of the current era may have the ability to damage his own skin and flesh. His beast perception, sense of smell, and multiple sensory abilities have been further improved, and he even has a hidden ability to perceive things that have positive or negative crises for him. Judging from his martial arts practice in his previous life, this is the magical state of the so-called seeing but not hearing, and avoiding danger because of the spiritual cultivation of human beings. He didn't know whether this ability was true or not, but now he has passed the mutant gene instead. Ability to acquire this similar perception. And Adam's source blood, after Victor's absorption and his own reabsorption, has reduced a certain amount of blood traits and strength, and he has become a little disgusted with sunlight, and he will feel a little tingling when touching pure silver, like a slight metal allergy. His speed and nerve response have improved significantly, and he has some instincts to hide his body. At the same time, he also feels that he has the ability to transform vampires through biting. But the most troublesome thing is the bloodthirsty darkness of the vampire power and the savagery of the saber-toothed tiger, which split James' spiritual consciousness a little. He kept controlling the violent thoughts in his mind, as well as his physiological instinct for blood. Since he and Victor have strong mutant abilities, neither of their bodies has been changed into a vampire structure, that is, internal organs that can only absorb blood, but they both have an extreme desire for blood and a desire for normal blood. Aversion to human food. This means that he and Victor can eat food normally and absorb energy from it. It's just that from the spiritual to the physical senses, every bite will make them disgusted like rotten meat, while the fresh blood looks so delicious and sweet, which makes people full of appetite. Victor did not reject this desire, and even condoned it. It was precisely because of this that it greatly encouraged Victor's animal nature, and he fought James frantically for the final battle. James tried his best to control himself, and tried to solve the disadvantages of the blood power in his body, so he sealed himself in the underground stone room, trying not to meet anyone, so as to control his bloodthirsty desire. James' soaring strength and unstable mental awareness at the moment made him fall into the realm of strength cultivation at the end of the battle. He can no longer control his strength freely. These days, he often accidentally loses tear or break the special steel equipment in the underground training room. After entering the dark energy, James began to work hard on his body. At that time, his basic strength was only about 5 times his own weight. After practicing all the way to Huajin and the changes in his body after the transformation, he already had the strength measured in tons. And fist power. But now the many training equipment in this underground space have completely lost their effect on him. He doesn't know how strong his body is now. The heaviest special barbell weighs 2 tons, but he can only do simple arm curls. Lift to feel some weight. The huge iron piles that used to require a minimum impact force of 3 tons to move slowly, are now beaten like ordinary boxers practicing hitting wooden piles. The heaviest 3-ton hollow mercury lead can also be handled at will with pure physical strength, and it doesn't even require the cooperation of full concentration, and these two are the only things he can still play with now. Toys. He didn't know why there was such a weird connection and change between himself and Victor, and his understanding of the abilities brought about by the so-called X gene of mutants was too limited. In such an era when modern science is still in its infancy, everything is crossing the river by feeling the stones. He can only use the capital he accumulated during this period as soon as possible to consciously promote the progress of some scientific research. What needs to be solved immediately is the problem of vampire power entrenched in the body, and the root of James' confidence that he can solve it is his own control and induction of the blood in the body. Now he can no longer perfectly control the chi and blood, stimulate the heart, and burst out a huge amount of strength out of the body, but he can still clearly feel the cold blood entangled in his body. As long as his skill can be refined again and control the body, he can control this blood origin blood, and even completely solve it. James doesn't even bother to have this inferior and extremely side effect power. Bell bell bell. The bell hanging in front of the quiet room rang coldly. It was a way James specially used to let people in the manor contact him when they were in a hurry. He got up slowly, and that terrifying figure slowly stepped forward, shaking the other iron handle, indicating that he knew. This is the first time for Daniel to enter the underground corridor of Howlet Manor. When he came back last time, the renovation project of the manor was in full swing. Although he had observed it many times, he had not seen the completed appearance. At this moment, he has the feeling of entering the archaeological exploration of the pharaoh's tomb again. This deep corridor and underground space are extremely exquisite, which is the embodiment of the highest level of architectural skills in the current era. The air is fresh, there is no dirty smell, and the lighting combination of oil lamps also very reasonable. However, seeing James in such an environment still made him a little creepy. Butler Wayne also told him helplessly that he had to go in to see the young master by himself, and told him in a way that made people dare not think about it. No matter what you see, do not be afraid. James, it's me, Daniel, are you there? Mr. Daniel tremblingly walked deeper into the stone chamber, his voice trembling uncontrollably. After entering the ground, it seemed that there was a cold and terrible breath blowing at the base of his neck. He felt like a little white rabbit strayed into a lion's den. Okay, just come here. I haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Daniel. Thanks for your hard work. James' voice came from the stone room. Daniel could still recognize that it was James' voice, but it became hoarse. It was low and deep, as if resonating with a faint whistling in the chest. He stopped abruptly, looked inside with his head poking around, and vaguely saw a figure sitting there cross-legged, dimly illuminated by the fire, but that figure was too huge, even more exaggerated than Victor's size when he left. James? What's the matter with you? Daniel asked anxiously. He couldn't figure out if this person was James. What made him like this? That's right, Jack should have told you about the American Civil War and vampires. I'm a little affected now, but don't worry, I know it well. James' voice became hoarse. He could smell the smell of a living person. He could even feel the slight rhythmic beating of Daniel's carotid artery. He tried his best to control his physical desire for flesh and blood, but the four fangs instinctively grow out. He seized the time, and hurriedly asked, "Tell me about Wakanda, pick up the most important ones, don't stay here for too long." Oh, good. Daniel was excited, and hurriedly talked about his experience of looking for the Wakanda tribe in Africa at a slightly faster pace. Jason and Blake were killed on the spot, and the rest of us were caught and locked up, and they marked us with a red-hot branding iron. It was only later that I found out that the marks of thieves and trespassers have been closed for more than 3 years. The dark mining as a slave is thanks to Kenyela, a black slave in your manor, who took advantage of the night of the sacrificial ceremony of the entire tribe. Get the other 3 of us out. Have you memorized the route and location there? James seemed to be suppressing something, gritting his teeth and said every word. Daniel hurriedly took out the inner pocket of his jacket, and took out a roll of leather and a flat and long black metal wrapped in the middle. Write it down. I also secretly hid a piece of metal mineral that they regard as life. I'll give it to you and I'll put it on the ground for you. He flusteredly put the leather roll in his hand on the ground, not knowing what to do for a while, and a little bit at a loss. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. You can stay in the manor from now on. You can do whatever you want, and Wayne will arrange for you. Let's go. I will talk to you more when I feel better. Daniel nodded silently, and slowly walked up the corridor. When he was about to come out, Daniel faintly heard a heart-throbbing roar coming from the depths of the ground. The sound was full of pain and horror. He suddenly felt that the powerful godlike guardian in the Wakanda tribe was not so terrible. In the underground space, James slowly picked up the leather map left by Daniel, looked at the black and somewhat uneven metal ore, and wondered what he was thinking. Today's chapters are published ahead of time, and I sorted out my thoughts, but it was still affected, and the rhythm and plot were not handled well. What you can see is that all the stories in the first volume are earlier than the earliest main plot of the Marvel or mutant movie universe, so I originally wrote this paragraph to lay a foundation for the protagonist, which is a very small map, but I didn't expect that the short content would make everyone have such deep thoughts and understanding of some characters. I didn't handle it well, and I do have a lot to learn, but the story has just begun, so I will continue to work hard, and some pitfalls will be explained more reasonably when the plot advances to a certain point.